The water closed over my head, and I found out something about myself, which is that I cannot swim. You would think that is the kind of fact a person establishes early, around age 6, in a shallow pool with a responsible adult nearby. I established it at 18 in open ocean, in the middle of a typhoon, while a waterspout tall enough to touch the clouds chewed the sky apart about 100 meters to my left. Bad venue. Terrible venue. 0 stars. I punched at the water. That is genuinely all I had. I had a system in my skull that could turn dead monsters into gold coins and a Charizard that was worth more than my parents' apartment. My strategy in that moment was hitting the ocean with my fists like it owed me money. The ocean did not care. It filled my mouth and my nose, and it kept coming, and the light on the surface got smaller and greener and further away. And I remember thinking, with total calm, that if I sank, the great balls on my belt sank with me. Charizard, Infernape, Pupitar, 3 of them, still inside, at the bottom of a strait, forever. That is the thought that actually scared me, not the dying, the 3 balls. And then, right when my arms stopped working and the green light was closing like a door, I saw an orange shape moving very high above the water. It reached out with one arm, almost lazily. A waterspout that had been eating the horizon simply came apart, the way a sandcastle comes apart when somebody steps on it. Then the orange shape turned and came down toward me. Cool, I thought. Whatever you are, please hurry. Then nothing. I woke up on a beach with something licking my face. Now, waking up is usually a 2-step process. Step 1, you open your eyes. Step 2, you understand where you are. I got about halfway through step 1 before a small blue thing with an enormous armored skull leaned into my field of vision and licked me again, thoroughly from chin to eyebrow, with the concentration of a professional. It was a Bagan. I want you to understand what that means. Bagan is the baby form of Salamence. Salamence is a pseudo-legendary. In my entire life, I had seen exactly one pseudo-legendary in the wild, and it had been a Tyranitar the size of a house that nearly killed a forest full of people. Here was a baby one, sitting on its little back legs, licking a half-drowned stranger awake because it did not know any better, and because it was worried. My hands went to my belt before anything else. The great balls were still there, all 3 clipped in, held by the buckle. I got the first one open with fingers that were not working properly, and Infernape came out onto the sand and immediately put itself between me and everything else in the world, which is what it always does, and only then did I let myself believe I was alive. The Bagan watched all of this, and then rubbed its belly and made a sound. It was hungry. Of course it was hungry. I had just been dead for an indeterminate period of time, and this creature's position on the matter was that breakfast should still happen. I reached for my space backpack, and my hand closed on nothing, and my stomach dropped about a meter. Everything I owned was in that bag. Every energy cube, every medicine, every coin I had not spent. Losing it meant 3 enormous Pokemon with nothing to eat on an island I could not identify. Infernape found it 40 meters up the beach, sandy and undamaged, because I had spent the extra money on a mid-range spatial backpack instead of a basic one, and that decision had just saved my entire life for the second time in an hour. Fireproof, waterproof, worth every coin. I have never felt so smug while lying face down on sand. I opened a fresh box of high-grade energy cubes and poured half a basin for the Bagan. Then I did the smart thing, which is that I gave Infernape one first so the Bagon could watch somebody else eat it and decide it was not poison. The Bagon watched. The Bagon then ate half a basin, in roughly the time it takes to say half a basin, looked up at me with its eyes doing something devastating, and waited for more. I gave it a full basin. It ate a full basin. Then it ate half of another one, patted its round little stomach, and looked satisfied, which is the exact behavior profile of my Larvitar back when it was small, so I already knew what kind of creature I was dealing with. Another one. Another eating machine. The universe has a type. Then it toddled off toward the tree line, stopped, turned around, and waved a tiny arm at me. I want to be very clear that I knew this was a bad idea, and I did it anyway. I was on an unidentified landmass, I had no signal, and the local wildlife had just invited me somewhere. But I was also not going to sit on a beach until I died of exposure. The alternative was walking into a jungle alone, and at least this way, I had a guide who liked me. 10 minutes later, the Bagan led me into a grove of fruit trees, and I stopped walking because the grove was full of salamence. Not one, dozens. Grown ones, adults, blue and blood red, wings folded. Every single head in that clearing turned at once and looked at me the way you look at a stain. 2 of them at the front were bigger than the rest. I got Eye of Investigation up, while trying very hard to keep my face neutral. And the numbers came in. I understood immediately that I was going to die in a fruit orchard. Both of them were Elite 4. The one on the right was level 80 with quasi-champion potential, which is to say it could break through into quasi-champion any day it felt like it. Before that morning, I had personally been in the presence of exactly 2 things at that altitude in my life. Now, there were 2 of them standing 11 meters away, and I had brought their child home like a stray cat. The Bagan was gesturing wildly at them, chattering, clearly explaining. I could tell it was explaining because I could also tell it was not working. The more it explained, the angrier they got. From where they were standing, the sequence of events was that a human appeared on their island and their son immediately started defending him, which meant their son did not understand what humans were, which meant somebody had gotten to their son. The lead one roared once and the whole grove went silent and put their heads down. Then it very carefully used a wing to sweep the Bagon back toward its mother, out of the way. You do not move the child out of the way unless you are about to do something to the room. It opened its mouth and spat a beam of cyan energy past me. A crater about 8 meters wide opened up in the ground to my right and threw dirt all over my shoulders. That was the warning. That was the polite version. Leave, or the next one is aimed properly. Infernape came around in front of me with its fists up, which was brave, and which was also arithmetic that did not work, because my Infernape was a mid-stage quasi-heavenly king, and the thing in front of us was 2 full tiers above that, with 40 of its friends. So I did the sensible thing and told Infernape we were leaving, and then they blocked us from going inland. That is the part that got me. Fine, I am not welcome, I will go. But the lead salamence pointed one claw out at the sea. The meaning was not leave the grove. It was leave the island, right now, in the water, in a typhoon, on foot. I had spent the morning drowning. I had a very fresh and very physical opinion about that ocean, and this thing was telling me to walk back into it. I actually tried asking. I stood there in a wrecked shirt with sand in my teeth and said, "There is a storm, we have nowhere to go, I will leave the moment it passes." It shook its head. No. So we fought? Not because I thought I could win, because the other option was the water, and I had already tried the water. I let Charizard out, and Charizard, being Charizard, was thrilled. Surrounded by 40 pseudo-legendaries, and my golden idiot's immediate reaction was to roar at the biggest one to see if it would come over. It came over. It breathed fire at us, and Charizard breathed fire back, and Charizard's flame got eaten in about a second and a half, and Charizard came out the other side of that exchange drenched in sweat and very quiet. Pupitar's Hyper Beam and Infernape's Oath of Fire together barely stopped the follow-up. Then the Salamence did the thing I still see when I close my eyes. It opened its mouth and spat a ball of golden energy straight up. The ball went off in the sky like a second sun, and the sky came apart into meteors. Draco Meteor. From an Elite Four. Over open ground. I got all 3 of them into a huddle around me and had them stack. Protect. 3 layers, one on top of the other. Then we crouched in a bubble while the world ended for 30 seconds. You could hear each impact through 3 energy shields as a physical thing in your chest. The first layer went. The second layer went. The third layer started making noises that shields are not supposed to make. Then, Infernape had both arms out, holding it together with sweat running off its chin. And Charizard and Pupitar were flat on the ground, not breathing. I sat in the middle of it with my hand half over my eyes because I have already died once in my life, and it takes some of the edge off. The Salamence was steering meteors into us on purpose by then. Not just firing, aiming. Partly to kill me, partly as a demonstration for the crowd. The shield broke. Pupitar and Charizard each shattered one incoming rock with a hyper beam, and the next one buried them both in rubble. Infernape had nothing left, and I was holding it up rather than the other way around, and 3 more meteors were coming down on the 2 of us with nothing in between. I stopped doing anything at that point. I just held on to Infernape, because if that was it, that was a fine way to go, and a very good person to go with. Behind us, the Bagan broke away from its mother and ran at me, and got caught after 4 steps, and had to stand there and watch, crying, which is a detail I did not know at the time, and which I hate. And then a fat Dragonite dropped out of the sky in front of us and punched 3 meteors into gravel. It did not dodge them. It did not block them. It hit them 1, 2, 3, like a man swatting flies at a barbecue, and the pieces went everywhere. Then it flew over to the Salamence clan leader, which was still standing there with its wings out, and started telling it off. I am not being cute. It scolded it. The Dragonite hovered nose to nose with a level 80 Elite Four pseudo-legendary that had just tried to erase me from the planet and lectured it. That terrifying creature put its head down, like a 9-year-old caught with somebody else's homework, and took it. I stood there in a field of craters with my mouth open. Then I remembered I had 2 Pokemon under a pile of rocks and went and dug them out. Stunned, both of them, nothing broken. I got them back into their balls and put Infernape away too. When I turned around, all 40 Salamence had been individually scolded at least 3 times, and the Dragonite was finally satisfied. Then it walked over, picked me up without a word, and flew off with me toward the middle of the island. I would like to say I was calm about this. I was not calm about this. I had just watched the entire local ecosystem decide I should be killed, and now the one thing on the island stronger than all of them had me by the shirt and was taking me somewhere private. It landed outside a cave in the exact center of the island and pointed at me, then at the cave. After you. The cave was dark for 2 or 3 minutes of walking, lit by a flame the dragonite put on its own fist. Then it opened out and I stopped and forgot to keep being scared. Half the roof was gone. Sunlight came straight down into a room with a stream running through it, a corner stacked with fruit, and a bed of dry grass. It was clean. Somebody swept in here. Child, sit down and rest a while, and then I will explain. The voice was in my skull, old, kind, unhurried, and coming from a room that contained one human and one dragonite. I looked around like an idiot for the speaker, and then looked at the dragonite, and the dragonite looked back at me with enormous patience. I felt every hair on my arm stand up. Talking Pokemon exist in legends. Legends are stories about divine beasts. Divine beasts are not supposed to be sitting in a cave, asking if you would like to sit down. Child, do not be afraid. I am speaking to you through telepathy. I pretended to be thinking deeply about something, and secretly ran Eye of Investigation over it, which is the most useful cheating I have ever done. Then I stopped pretending anything because my face gave up. Dragon and Flying type, level 101, Tier 3 God. Every individual stat, sitting at 31, which is the ceiling, all 6 of them, no gaps. A skill list I had to stop reading partway through because it covered 10 major types and included things a dragonite has no business owning, like Hydro Pump, Earthquake, Psybeam, Storm, Equipped Item, Dragon Fang, Potential, Level 3 God. There is a word for a creature that has broken through the ceiling of what its species is allowed to be, and the word is not strong. The word is God. I was standing 8 feet from one in a cave. It had made me tea, effectively, and the thing I kept coming back to was that it was over 3 meters tall and had a white beard and looked exactly like somebody's grandfather. So, that is what I called it, Grandpa Dragonite, out loud, to a Tier 3 God, and it liked it. It told me where I was, and I did not believe it either. Dragon Island. Not a rumor, not a level 5 sprite secret realm in another dimension, which is what everybody assumes. It is on Earth, it moves, and nobody knows where it is at any given moment, which is why a handful of people have stumbled onto it across several centuries by pure accident and come back with stories nobody could verify. Salamence, Garchomp, Strigan, Dragonite, Flygon, Altaria, Noivern, and a Dragapult, which is so rare I had genuinely never expected to see one with my own eyes. Every clan with its own territory. Every one of them living in a place that had never once been fished by a trainer. I had been dropped onto the single richest patch of ground in the world by a typhoon, and the locals had voted to kill me. Grandpa Dragonite had found me in the water while patrolling and pulled me out, twice, since it turned out the orange shape that had shredded a water spout to reach me was also him. He had put me on the beach specifically so that I would wake up alone, look around, and leave, and never learn where I had been. A perfectly clean plan. It failed because a Bagon came down to the beach to play, found a body, licked it until it moved, then took it home to meet the family. And then he told me why the island hates humans, and it is a good story, and it made me want to hit something. 50 years ago, a man went into the sea off a wrecked ship, and a patrolling Salamence found him and brought him back here and kept him alive. When he was well enough to walk, he waited until the adults went out to hunt. He went through the Dragonite nests and the Salamence nests and took every egg he could carry. He did not get off the island. The island made sure of it. Nobody ever saw him again. And from that day on, no outsider has been allowed to set foot here, which is a rule that has been passed down through 3 generations of dragons, and which I had walked into face first with a Bagon holding my hand. So I want to be clear about the emotional situation I was in. I was sitting in a god's living room, on the most valuable island on the planet, with a system in my head that turns victories into gold, surrounded by hundreds of dragon-type Pokemon, at levels I could not dream about. And I was not allowed out of the cave. There is a very old saying about how the people who came before dig the pit and the people who come after fall in it. I have never felt it so personally. I did ask him one more thing that night because I could not help myself, and because the worst he could say was no. Grandpa, how did you do it? How does a Pokemon break through the ceiling and become a god? His face did something complicated, and I realized I had just asked a stranger for the single most guarded secret in the world, and I got ready to be politely destroyed. He told me anyway. He said that when he was a Dragonair, he was the worst in his tribe. He could not learn even ordinary dragon moves. The others pushed him out, and only his parents ever stood up for him. One day, training alone by the sea, a colorful Pokemon flew past overhead and left a rainbow behind it. And one feather came down, and the feather had 7 colors in it. He picked it up. He absorbed what was inside it by accident. He evolved on the spot, and he did not stop there, because whatever that energy was, it did not just raise his level. It broke the wall his species was born behind. He got stronger. He got older. Eventually, he came home to Dragon Island and became the thing that keeps it safe. He described all of this in the tone of a man telling you about a mildly interesting bus journey. I sat there and did the arithmetic in my head. A colorful bird, a rainbow, a 7-colored feather that turns a talentless Dragonair into a god. Ho-oh. Remember that. I am going to need you to remember that. That night I slept on a pile of grass in a god's cave. I was woken at some ugly hour by running feet and roaring outside. A second Dragonite came in, big and honest looking, gave me a puzzled glance, decided that a stranger in the old chief's house was the old chief's business, and went straight past me. The two of them talked. I watched Grandpa Dragonite's face get worse and worse. Then the other one left at speed, and outside the cave it had started to rain in a way that was not really rain. A storm is coming for Dragon Island. The Pokemon who live by the sea are already moving inland. The Salamence chief's son is missing. I was on my feet before he finished. Understand my position. 12 hours earlier, that clan had tried to bury me under a meteor shower. The little idiot who caused it had been dragged away crying while it happened, and now that same little idiot was out in the dark somewhere, in a storm that had already tried to kill me once that day. Take me with you. More hands. I know where it goes. It came and found me on the beach this morning. I know its spot. He thought about it for a second, decided the logic held, and took me. We got to the coast, and it was already full. Dozens of Salamence sweeping their own territory, the chief in front, the Shelgon, and the smaller Bagon already evacuated inland. Nobody attacked me. Nobody looked at me either. The chief gave me one glance loaded with everything it was not saying, and went back to searching. I understood that I was being tolerated because a god had brought me and for no other reason. Then more came. The Dragonite Patriarch arrived leading a column, and behind him came Flygon, and Altaria, and Hydreigon, and Garchomp, and Noivern, and a Dragapult, landing in the dark in the rain, dozens and dozens of them. Every clan on the island because one baby was missing. I have seen a lot of things by now. That one stays. I could not find it anywhere on their ground, and then I remembered the beach, and I got on Charizard and went. The sea was doing something I did not have a word for. A waterspout the height of a building, connecting the water to the sky, rolling toward the shore like it intended to remove the island from the map. Out in the water, small and completely helpless, something blue was thrashing. Charizard fought that wind for every meter. Twice it nearly went over sideways. It got low, got a claw down, and hooked the Bagon out of the water. I pulled it in against my chest, and it was shaking so hard I could feel it through my ribs. Get to shore, fly, and the spout got us anyway. 100 meters out, and the pull came on like a hand. Charizard beat its wings and spat fire behind us to push, and it did nothing. Its wing beats slowed. It started going backwards, and I sat on the back of my best friend with a stranger's child in my arms, and knew exactly how this ended, because I had already done the ocean version of it that morning. Then, the Salamence chief hit the waterspout with a dragon pulse. It opened a hole in it for about a second and a half. We got 20 meters, and it closed again, and pulled us straight back in. The chief lost its mind and went in after us, wings out, straight at a column of moving water for a child. At Heavenly King Peak, apparently, you do not have to beat a waterspout. You flap once, and it lets go. Then Grandpa Dragonite arrived, and they lined up side by side in front of that thing and fired Hyper Beam together, 2 orange columns straight into it, and it came apart. All of it. In under one breath. The water fell out of the sky, and the sea went flat like somebody had turned a machine off. Charizard flew us back to the sand and then lay down on it and stopped moving except for its ribs. I want to note one detail. I was watching closely because I am always watching closely. Grandpa Dragonite's beam was twice as thick as the Chief's. 2 Pokemon destroyed that waterspout, and the split was roughly 99-1. That is what a Tier 3 god is. That is the number. The Chief and its wife landed next to me. The Bagon had passed out cold in my arms halfway back and was snoring. I handed their son over. That is the whole event. I picked him up and gave him back. I could not talk to them, and they could not talk to me. So the mother pressed her forehead against him, and the father looked at me for a long moment and then bowed its head. Once. Later, they brought me fruit and meat, an amount of meat I could not physically eat, and refused to take no for an answer. Grandpa Dragonite made ice with a side beam so it would keep. That is the sort of hospitality where you stop arguing. And while I was asleep, every Pokemon on the island held a meeting. I found this out later. Dragonite, Salamence, Garchomp, Hydreigon in the middle as the 4 great clans, Androdigon and Haxorus and Gudra and Kamo-O and Dratini and Axu and everything else in a ring around them in the middle of the night to vote on one question, which was whether the human stays. The vote was unanimous. The human stays, moves freely, no restrictions. I woke up at noon to find Grandpa Dragonite coaching my Charizard. That alone would have been worth the whole trip. A creature that has been alive for 5 centuries and knows over 30 moves, casually correcting the posture of my golden lunatic, who came back looking like it had won something. Xiaohua, your shiny Charizard has exceptional talent. I appreciate its abilities. In the future, this Charizard will surpass the Dragonite clan leader. I want you to know that I checked. I had scanned the Dragonite Patriarch the night before, out of pure nosiness. Level 80, Heavenly King Peak. Potential, quasi-champion. My Charizard is champion potential. The old man was not being polite. He was reading a road that already existed. He also told me the island had accepted me, and I could go anywhere. The dragons here are competitive, so if I wanted to fight them, I should just ask. I hugged Charizard's stomach, because Charizard is too tall to hug anywhere else. I told it the good news, and it gave me a thumbs up, which is a thing it does. And I have never worked out where it learned it. So here was my situation. Free run of the most concentrated deposit of dragon-type Pokemon on Earth. A system that pays me 1 gold coin and a slab of experience for every single opponent my Pokemon put on the ground. I did the only responsible thing. I went shopping for victims. The problem with Dragon Island is that everything on it is enormous. The Dragonite clan alone had multiple Elite Fours in it, 7 or 8 Dratini with Elite Four potential, and a Dragonair sitting at quasi-champion. I looked at that Dragonair the way a poor man looks at a car. Not a chance. Anything I did to that clan would have to go through several gods' worth of relatives. So I went and found the weakest tribe on the island and started there, like a coward with a business plan, the Altaria clan. About 100 of them and 100 Swablu, most of them superior and gym level, and the chief in Elite Four who was mostly retired. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. I asked the chief for a fight. It said yes without thinking, because dragons say yes to fights the way other creatures breathe, and it let me pick my own opponents. I set all 3 of mine on Altarius at roughly their own level, and let 2 of them run themselves while I coached Pupitar, because Pupitar was the one I actually cared about, being a level below its opponent and 5 levels from evolving. Pupitar solved Altaria inside 2 matches. It got hit with Dragon Breath and answered with a Hyper Beam that came out with no charge time, which is the thing my Pupitar does that breaks people's brains. Then it ate a Moonblast and shrugged, because Moonblast is Fairy type, and Pupitar is rock and ground and does not care. Then it worked out the actual answer. Sandstorm to blind the field, Rock Slide into the blind spot, and Stone Edge to finish. Altaria cannot fly straight in a sandstorm. Pupitar is immune to its own sandstorm and is, in its own opinion, the future tyrant of the desert. I taught it that combination exactly once. It used it correctly, unprompted, in the next fight, and in every fight after that. The Altaria chief then walked over to me and pointed at Pupitar and then at itself. I nearly laughed. An Elite Four wanted to personally avenge 1 clan member against my superior stage Cocoon. Whether Pupitar would survive a full round was an open question. I talked it out of it and promised it a match against Infernape before I left the island, which it accepted, and which it remembered. And then I discovered the single most powerful weapon I own. The Altaria were nervous around us at lunch, 100 of them, smelling the energy cubes, not daring to come close. So I took 5 boxes of high-grade cubes to the chief and explained what they were and asked it to hand them out. Understand the economics here. Beating 1 Altaria earns me 1 gold coin. 1 gold coin buys 1 box of high-grade energy cubes from the system. The next afternoon, every Altaria on that mountain volunteered. I did not have to ask. I did not have to negotiate. They lined up. I had accidentally invented a business model where my opponents pay me to hit them, and I pay them back in snacks, and both sides consider themselves the winner. There is a saying about how the wool comes off the sheep. I have never done business at a loss in my life, and I was not about to start on Dragon Island. I redeemed 100 boxes at once after that. It cost me 100 coins out of 81,900. I have never spent money better. By the end of the second day, the Altaria clan was almost entirely defeated and entirely delighted about it. On the 28th, I switched targets, and here is why. Inside the Shenzhou Alliance, the Drudagon is nicknamed the Shame of the Dragon Clan. It is ugly, it cannot fly, its skill pool is embarrassingly shallow, and it does not evolve. All of which is another way of saying, it was the easiest large group on the island, and I have never pretended otherwise. Their valley was on the west side, full of caves. When I got there, several of them were fighting each other on the rock face for fun. Then something enormous with a scarred face jumped down off a cliff and landed in front of me, hard enough to shake the ground, and waved a claw in greeting. Level 72. Early Elite. The clan leader, Chimian Long. Drudagon looked terrifying, and are, it turns out, extremely relaxed as long as you do not provoke them. It greeted my Infernape politely. It agreed to let me fight its entire tribe without asking a single question. Then it asked to fight me personally, which I declined with as much respect as I could physically produce. It was not offended in the slightest. It just got itchy and went off to find the Haxorus chief instead, which is what it does with its free time. Most of the scars on it were from the Haxorus chief. It has been going over there and losing for years on purpose because that is the only opponent on the island that also cannot fly. I liked it immediately, and while I was picking opponents, the Bagon in my arms started struggling. I should explain how I ended up carrying it. That morning, the Salamon's chief had flown up to the cave, put its son down on the ground, nodded at me, and left. No instructions, no explanation, no time frame. It just dropped a pseudo-legendary infant on a man it had tried to kill 2 days earlier and flew away. Is it not even a little worried I will kidnap it? I said out loud. To nobody, while a Bagon held its arms up to be picked up. Anyway, so the Bagon started struggling, jumped down, and spat a dragon breath at a rock wall, then a small ball of fire, and looked at me expectantly. It had spent 2 days watching Charizard and Infernape and Pupitar fight, and it wanted in. Bagon, do you want to train like they do? It raised that armored head and nodded, and I have never seen a small thing look so serious. So I scanned it, properly this time, and had to read the screen twice. Level 17. Every individual stat at 31. 6 for 6. Perfect. Inherited moves, and this is the part that made my mouth go dry. Dragon Dance, Dragon Rush, and Draco Meteor. That last one is the move I had personally watched flatten a grove 2 days earlier. It was sitting in the move pool of a creature that had been alive for about a week. Potential champion. Champion potential. On a pseudo-legendary. On an island I was not supposed to be on. Currently sitting in my lap and asking for a fight. I picked its first opponent very carefully. The Drudigan lost interest the moment they saw its size, because they are all over 1.5 meters, and it is a toddler. They did not want to be seen beating up a baby. I fixed that by insulting them slightly and producing an energy cube, and the entire tribe changed its mind. I picked a level 20, 3 levels up, enough to hurt. And then Bagon, on the first exchange, took one look at a Drudigan, charging it with a glowing tail, and turned around to run to me. I stopped it before it got there, and I sent the Drudigan away for a minute, and I crouched down. Here is what I said, and I am telling you because it is the only real thing I know how to do. Bagon. Fighting is how every Pokemon gets stronger. Don't you want to evolve? Don't you want to fly? Don't you want to be as strong as your father? Now, I knew that would work, because I had watched it look up every time a shadow crossed the grove. Every Bagon wants to fly. That is the entire species. They spend their childhood as something that dreams about the sky and cannot reach it. And there was another piece I did not know until much later, which is that on the night of the storm, it had been in the water thinking it was going to die. The two things that came for it were a human and a strange golden Charizard, and after that, it had asked its father to send it to me. It stopped shaking, it turned around, it walked back out. Then it hit that Drudigan with a twister that threw it into a rock wall, followed it in with a headbutt, and finished it with Dragon Breath. Second fight. Drudigan number 2 closed the distance so it could not use twister, so we went with headbutt instead. And here is a fact about Bagon that I did not fully appreciate. That skull is harder than iron. It headbutts boulders for entertainment. The Drudigan put a metal claw into it with everything it had, and got pushed backwards through the air. Then I said the word I had been saving. Dragon Rush. Blue flame came off that little body, and as it charged, the flame turned into a dragon, an actual roaring shape running alongside it. The Drudigan it was aimed at simply stopped functioning. It went cold, its tail dimmed. It stood there like a man who has heard a noise in his house at night. The impact left a crater 2 meters across, and Bagon walked out of it. The Drudigan watching all lost their minds, because that move is one they have only ever seen used by Dragonite and Salamence. Their own chief has never learned it, and it had just come out of something that could fit in a backpack. Third fight, level 24, 7 levels up. I asked for Draco Meteor because I could not wait any longer. Bagon put an energy ball into the sky and brought down a rain of rocks the size of a man's head onto a valley floor. And the Drudigan ran and could not run fast enough and had to stand there and tank meteors with its claws crossed until Dragon Breath finished the job. 3 fights, 3 wins, and then Bagon used up everything it had, waved its little arms twice, and fell over. I carried it back. It has never once earned me a single experience point, because it was not mine, and I would still have carried it. The Drudigan spent the rest of that day being systematically taken apart by Pupitar, who had discovered that a sandstorm plus an opponent who cannot fly and has no ranged attacks is not a fight. It is a formality. It beat one that was several levels above it. It beat an Elite 4 potential veteran covered in scars by trading earthquakes with it, taking takedown on the chin, then dropping 200 kilograms of itself out of the sky onto its head. My system announced that one in my ear and told me exactly how close Pupitar was. I turned the announcements off because I did not want a voice in my head for what was coming. The next morning, at the Drudigan Valley, they were waiting for us in 2 neat rows outside the entrance, in the sun, faces flushed, doing what I can only describe as fawning. 5 boxes of energy cubes. That is what it costs to buy the loyalty of an entire species. Their own chief has never been given a reception like that. And that was the morning Pupitar finally got there. 2 more sandstorms, 2 more Drudigan who never saw it coming. Then the white light came up around it, and every Drudigan in the valley stopped and stared, because they do not evolve. And they had no idea what they were looking at. They only knew that the light was warm. When it faded, there was a green mountain standing where my cocoon had been. 3.2 meters, armor plating, spikes coming off the head and the neck and the shoulders, a tail 1.5 meters long and thick enough to break through an iron plate, 3 claws on each hand, a mouth full of teeth like a bad decision. Tyranitar. Rock and Dark, level 56, every individual stat still 31 across the board. Ability changed from Shedskin to Sandstream, which meant it now generates its own sandstorm permanently, forever, just by existing. Champion potential. A move list that included all 3 elemental fangs, Aura Sphere, Focus Punch, Geiga Impact, and an inherited Earthquake. I stood there and swallowed. My Larvitar used to sleep on my chest. Then Tyranitar came over and tried to hug me and could not work out the logistics because I now came up to its thigh. It settled for putting one enormous claw very gently on my shoulder and leaning down. That evening, Grandpa Dragonite was awake and waiting for me on purpose. Xiaohua, your Tyranitar is exceptionally talented and has been raised very well. It has just evolved and its potential is extremely high. How about you let it follow me for a few days and let me give it some special training? I said yes, so fast I nearly hurt myself. Then he took out 3 yellow crystals and pushed them across the stone toward me. I know exactly what a piece of essence looks like, because I had been carrying a water essence around in my bag for weeks, like a man carrying a winning lottery ticket he cannot cash. These were the same and the wrong color. Dragon essence. The rarest secret treasure in the world, because it only forms where dragon energy pools, and dragon realms essentially do not exist. It never reaches the market, not because it is expensive, because there is none. I'm old, and I don't have much of value left. I know you'll be leaving soon. Consider these 3 a gift from Dragon Island. I refused. I want that on the record. I actually refused because Dragon Island had already saved my life twice, and all I had contributed was snacks. He insisted, and then he told me it was not from him. It was from all of them. The lake in the center of the island is where every clan chief goes when it dies. Centuries of them. Which is why the dragon energy there is so thick that newborns are taken down and soaked in it for an hour as a baptism, and why the lake produces dragon essence every month, and why the 4 great clans split it between them. He does not need it. He is at the ceiling. Nothing improves him anymore, so he gives it away to children. And that night, 3 of the rarest objects on the planet went into my backpack next to a leaf stone and a water essence. I lay down holding a sleeping bag on, and had a dream where I fed the essence to it and it turned into a salamence. Remember that too. The next morning, Tyranitar went off with a god, and I did not see either of them again for 4 days. I took the rest to the southwest corner of the island, where a forest full of Tropius lives. Tropius is a grass and flying type with 4 leaves on its back, like sails, and a bunch of yellow fruit hanging off its chin. The fruit is edible, which I had known as a fact and had never expected to be personally curious about. Their chief was level 69, late quasi-heavenly king, and not an elite 4, which surprised me until I thought about it for 2 seconds. Tropius is not a dragon. It does not get a share of the lake or the essence. It lives on the same island as gods, and it gets nothing. It is fine with that, because Tropius is the most peaceful thing on the island and hates fighting. So obviously I challenged its chief with a fire type. Infernape against a grass type is not a battle. It is a weather report, and I made it worse on purpose. Sunny day first, which also helps Tropius, because sunlight powers solar beam. I did not care, because Infernape was carrying charcoal, and I wanted to see what a 25% fire boost looked like under an artificial sun. It looked like this. Leaf Storm neutralized by Oath of Fire. Fire Punch out of the smoke. Then Flare Blitz, which is the move where my Infernape sets itself on fire and runs at something. And the Tropius chief tried to answer with Solar Beam and simply ran out of body halfway through. Infernape hit level 67, late quasi-heavenly king. Then I had to go and personally rub burn medicine into the thing I had just cooked, while its entire tribe watched me do it, because I had overcooked it and I felt bad. The Tropius clan then refused to fight anybody, and I had to bribe them with a box of energy cubes. My running theory that this island can be purchased in bulk held up again. Charizard, meanwhile, had gotten bored and started taking on 2 Tropius at once. Dragon Dance to boost itself, then a Dragon Tail out of the sky, then it grabbed one out of the air and threw it into the ground from a height, which is a move I did not teach it, and which it enjoys enormously. 5 days like that. Gyarados clan, Horsia clan, Haxorus clan, and a couple of very careful pokes at the High Dragon, who live up to being a pseudo-legendary, in that I let Charizard and Infernape take a few of the gym level ones and did not go anywhere near the Elite 4s. Infernape reached 68. Charizard went up 3 levels in 5 days to hit 60, peak gym, 1 step below Elite 4. And on the evening of the 3rd of August, a shape came down out of the dark toward the cave, and I finally got my Tyranitar back. It was a different animal, bigger presence, boiling with fight, and covered in scars that had not closed yet. It saw me and started complaining immediately. Loud, continuous, extremely detailed complaining, the way a child comes home and tells you about their day, except every word of it was a war crime allegation. I could not understand a syllable. I made it a bowl of energy cubes the size of a bathtub, and the grievance evaporated. Then Grandpa Dragonite told me what the special training had been. He had ordered the Haxorus Chief and Chi Mian Long to train it, in combat, together. There is exactly one entity on that island capable of instructing 2 Elite Fours to do anything. It had spent 4 days having them take turns on my newly evolved Tyranitar. No wonder it cried at me. It had been double-teamed by the 2 strongest ground-bound fighters on Dragon Island every day for most of a week. You could see the result from across a cave. Its defense and its stubbornness had both gone somewhere new. I told him I was leaving in the morning, and his eyes went wet. I do not know what to do with that. I have never known what to do with that. This is a 500-year-old god who has watched entire generations of his own species be born and die. And in 11 days he had decided that a nearly drowned teenager and a golden Charizard were part of his island. So I gave him the only thing I had, which was 3 or 4 hours of talking. Dragon Island, the cities outside, Bagon, legendary Pokemon, everything. Then I sat outside the cave alone, until very late watching the Dragonite and Garchomp patrols cross the sky, because they patrol constantly, day and night, to catch natural disasters before they arrive. If I ever get to choose where I retire, I have chosen. The last morning, I went and collected on a promise. Chi Mian Long was out in front of the valley sunning itself with the whole tribe when I shouted up at it that I was leaving today and my Infernape wanted a match. It came off the cliff before I had finished the sentence. Now, I knew the numbers. Infernape at 68 against an early elite at 72. That is not a level gap, that is a category gap. Quasi-Heavenly King and Elite are 1 word apart and 2 worlds apart. I sent my starter in anyway, because it had asked and because I have never once told it no. I have watched a lot of fights. This is still the one I would show somebody if they asked what a real fight looks like. Infernape opened with speed, weaving through a barrage of boulders without being touched. It threw fire, and Chi Mian Long cut the fire in half with a dragon claw. Not blocked, cut. It threw an aura sphere, and that got cut in half too. Both halves exploded harmlessly on either side of a Drudagon that did not move. So, we stopped playing and used the ground. Grass Knot, which is a stupid, cheap, beautiful move. A 2-meter Elite Four came through the air and hit a rock wall so hard the cliff dropped rubble on it. That made it angry, which was the plan, and it came out of the smoke at us. Infernape put a fire punch into it. And it took the fire punch like a man taking a phone call and then turned and hit Infernape with an iron tail. Then it caught my Infernape. Brute force. It got both arms around it and held on, and no matter how Infernape twisted it could not get loose. And while it was held there, an orange light started building in Chi Mian Long's mouth at point-blank range. Heat wave. Whole body temperature spike. It burned its own captor's hands until it let go. Infernape went underground with Dig 1 step ahead of a hyper beam that turned the floor of the valley into a series of explosions. And then it came up out of the ground behind an immobilized Elite Four and hit it with everything it had. A full combination, punch after punch, and Chi Mian Long stood there and took the entire thing without going down. That is when I understood we were going to lose. Last exchange. Flare Blitz 1 more time, everything, and Chi Mian Long triggered outrage and then slammed its own head into the ground on purpose to snap itself out of the confusion, because it would rather hurt itself than fight my Infernape stupidly. They met in the middle of the valley, and part of the cliff face came down. When the dust cleared, Infernape was lying down, and Chi Mian Long was standing, and my Infernape tried to get up. It got maybe halfway, and its arms gave out, and it went down again, and I was already there holding it. It looked at me, and it was apologizing. That is what the look was. It had gone 8 levels above its weight class against a creature that has spent years losing to a Haxorus for fun, and it was sorry. Then Chi Mian Long roared, and every Drudagon in that valley roared back, all 100 of them, and it was not for the winner. I looked up, and the clan leader was giving my Infernape a thumbs up. I want to make sure I have told this properly. A creature that has been called the shame of the Dragon Clan for its entire existence, that cannot fly, that has one of the worst move pools in the world, and has never learned Dragon Rush, that gets beaten by the Haxorus Chief every single week on purpose, looked at the thing that had lost to it and gave it credit in front of its whole tribe. Infernape came out of that with more than it went in with. They agreed on a rematch. They did it entirely without words, and I understood every part of it. Then I went to the beach to give the Bagon back, and found the entire island waiting for me, every clan. Salamence, Dragonite, Garchomp, Hydreigon, Altaria, Tropius, and the Drudagon. I had just said goodbye to 20 minutes earlier, who had somehow gotten there first. Grandpa Dragonite in the middle of them. I took 200 boxes of high-grade energy cubes out of my backpack, which I had redeemed the night before specifically for this, and gave them to Grandpa Dragonite to hand out to every Pokemon on the island, and I meant it. Without them, my three would not have climbed the way they climbed. Without them, Pupitar would still be a cocoon. And then it was time for the actual thing. I carried the Bolgon over to its parents, and it would not let go of my hand. It held on with both arms and looked up at me with an expression I am not going to describe because I do not want to think about it. The Salamence chief just stood there looking at the two of us, kindly, not hurrying anybody, apparently not the slightest bit worried that a human was standing on its beach holding its son. Which, in hindsight, is the whole story. Because while everybody was frozen in this deadlock, the Bagon reached over very quietly to my belt, put one small claw on an empty great ball, and pressed it. It went in. The ball shook once, twice, 3 times, and stopped. There was a moment on that beach where nothing on the island made a sound. Scheherazade and Tyranitar stared. A Tier 3 god stood with its mouth open. The Salamence chief and its wife did not move. 100 dragons watched a baby capture itself in front of its own mother. I have done a lot of shameless things to get Pokemon. This one was done to me. I let it out immediately. It came out and wrapped itself around my leg and would not look at its father. The chief made one short sound, and the Bagon put its head down and walked over. Then the 2 parents and Grandpa Dragonite went off to the side and talked for a while. And I stood on a beach with my hands empty, waiting to find out whether I was about to be killed after all. They came back. The chief's face had less majesty in it and more of something I can only call reluctance. Bagon walked over and pushed itself into my arms. Here is what I found out afterward from Grandpa Dragonite, and it reframed the entire 11 days. The Salamence chief had never been careless. Dropping its son on me that morning and flying off without instructions was not laziness, and it was not trust. That was a test. It had spent the whole time watching how I fed it, how I picked its opponents, whether I sent it out when it was tired, whether I carried it when it fell asleep. It has lived for decades. It looks like a monster and thinks like a chess player. I had passed a week ago, and nobody had told me. Then it flew off and came back and put things into my hands one at a time. 2 more pieces of dragon essence, a dragon fang, a strange stone that caught the light wrong. I held that one up and looked into it, and there was a salamence inside it, a small, perfect one, twisting. A mega stone, a salamensite, a rock that money cannot buy because it is not sold, because there is not enough of it in the world to have a price. The chief had almost certainly found it by accident decades ago, kept it because it felt powerful, and never had the faintest idea what it was for. It had just handed it to the only person on the island who would recognize it on behalf of its son. I am not going to pretend I was dignified about the goodbye. Grandpa Dragonite, the chief and its wife, every Pokemon that had lined up to be beaten up by me for snacks. Dragon Island has no fixed position. It moves. Nobody finds it twice. Charizard took off, and half the flying population of the island came up with us as an escort and only stopped at the edge of their territory. Behind us, the Salamence chief let out one long roar across the water, and the Bagon in my arms turned around at exactly the same moment I did. 10 minutes out, the sky went clear and the sea went flat and the storm was simply gone, as if the entire thing had only ever been a door. I put down on the first empty island I found, because there was something I had to do before anything else. 5 pieces of dragon essence in a row on the sand. 5. In one place. There are grown Elite 4 trainers who have never seen one. The Bagon looked at them like a starving man looks at a bakery. It had seen this crystal before, once, in its father's hoard. It had tried to steal one and had been caught and shouted at, because it was a few days old and would have exploded. Bagon, these are all yours. Eat. It swallowed all 5 in about 4 seconds. My system started talking and did not stop. 78% purity, 780,000 experience, 82%, 820,000, 81, 85, 79, level 19, level 20, level 21, new move learned, crunch. I had to shut the announcements off because they were coming faster than I could hear them. Somewhere north of 4 million experience points went into a thing that weighed less than my backpack. White light. It got taller and heavier and closed over into a shell. And when the light dropped, there was a Shelgon standing there. A normal Shelgon is about 1.2 meters, and mine was 1.6, which is what happens when you let something eat a bowl and a half of energy cubes a day for 11 days. And it kept climbing. The experience had not run out. It stood there absolutely still, only its eyes moving while the numbers kept going. Then it roared and the light came up a second time. Salamence, 2.2 meters of it. Dark blue body, blood red wings, red inside the head and the neck and the limbs, 3 little triangular fins on each side of the skull, claws that looked like a mistake somebody made, taller than its father. I checked that twice. The chief had been grooming this one to lead the clan someday and had fed it accordingly, so of course it came out oversized. And of course, the first thing it did on becoming the biggest thing on the beach was walk over and rub its head against me until I told it to stop. Level 65. mid-quasi-heavenly king. Every stat 31, champion potential. A move list that included Draco Meteor, Dragon Rush, Dragon Dance, Hydro Pump, Fire Blast, Earthquake, Stone Edge, Storm Fang, Giga Impact, and Hyper Beam, because when a species inherits well, it inherits everything. Then I threw at the Dragon Fang, and it caught it out of the air and swallowed it. Its aura got worse for 4 minutes, and when it settled, there was a permanent 25% on every dragon move it will ever use for the rest of its life. And through this entire sequence, my Charizard stood off to one side and watched a creature that had been a lap animal 11 days ago become the second strongest thing I own. It did not say anything. It could not. It just put its head down. I went over and held its stomach, because that is the only part of Charizard I can reach. Charizard. I'm sorry. But I treat everybody the same, and whatever Infernape has and whatever Salamence has, you will have too. You just have to wait a little longer. It nodded. Then it got its fighting spirit back on, because that is the other thing about Charizard. It cannot hold a mood for more than 90 seconds. I want you to remember that promise. I paid it. It took me 2 months and a dead god's feather, but I paid it. 3 hours over open water on the back of a Salamence. I want to note that it built me an air shield without being asked, centered on itself, so that a person riding at that speed would be comfortable. Nobody taught it that. It worked out that I am soft and did something about it. We came down on the coast of Shantou in Guangdong, several cities away from where the plane had originally dumped me. I got a taxi and then a high-speed train, and 5 hours later, I was standing in my parents' apartment. The first thing that hit me was the size of it. I had been away 4 weeks. My bedroom is a bedroom. My Tyranitar is 3.2 meters tall. There is no configuration of that room and that animal that works. I stood there and realized my Pokemon had outgrown my home, which is a genuinely strange feeling for an 18-year-old. So I made an excuse to my parents, went out to an empty lot near the building, let all 4 of them out, and fed them there in the dark like a man running a very large illegal dog kennel. All 4 now final stage. Everyone bigger than the last. 2 boxes of energy cubes a day minimum. I did the math walking home and concluded I needed to buy a farm, or possibly an island, that I could not afford either of those things, and that this is the least glamorous consequence of success anybody ever warns you about. Then I got home, opened my computer for the first time in a month, and found a notice telling me to sign in at Chang City Gymnasium before 8 the next morning for the preliminary round of the tournament. 80,000 people had registered. The entry requirements are almost nothing. Under 24, certified intermediate trainer, 2 Pokemon. That is it. Which is why 80,000 people applied, and why 90% of them would be gone by lunchtime. The whole city was decorated for it. Electronic boards along the roads, congratulating the 278th Youth Pokemon Battle Championship. The stadium is 10,000 square meters and holds 120,000 people, with 4 big arenas and 40 medium ones. It was full at 7 in the morning, with competitors and families and live broadcast crews. The first day is a free-for-all. 100 contestants at a time in one arena, 1 Pokemon each. And it ends when only 10 are left standing. 15-minute limit, and if it runs over, everybody in that arena is eliminated. It sounds brutal, and it is actually the fairest thing they do, because the strong simply rise and everybody else goes home. My slot was 11 o'clock, D-Zone. I sat in the stands and watched a Steelix at level 48 clear most of 100 Pokemon by rolling around. I thought, that is a strong Steelix, and made a note. Then it was my turn, and I let out Tyranitar. The earth moved. Every conversation in the section stopped. You have to understand it from the perspective of the other 99. These are mostly people in their early 20s. Many have been training for under 6 months. Their Pokemon are in their 20s, which is exactly enough for an intermediate certification. One of the entrants unpacked a pseudo-legendary the size of a house. Somebody actually sidled up to me before the bell and whispered, "Brother, could you let me through so I can make the knockouts?" and got intercepted by a league official who made him go stand back in his box. Which was awkward, because I would have considered it if he had even told me what his Pokemon was. Then the bell went, and hundreds of Pokemon started fighting, and not one of them would go near my corner. I stood there with my hands in my pockets and enjoyed it for about 10 of the 15 minutes. There were even a few clever ones who dug themselves underground to hide and outlast everybody. Then I checked the clock and realized that at the current rate, every single competitor in D-Zone was about to be eliminated for time, including me, because they were all too busy watching my Tyranitar to fight each other. Tyranitar. Do it. The sandstorm went from a personal weather system to the entire arena in 1 second. Then things began coming out of it. A Ferrothorn first, then a Blastoise, a fully second stage Blastoise with real strength, thrown clear like laundry. More Pokemon lost the ability to fight in the last 30 seconds than in the previous 10 minutes. At 12 remaining, the referee started reminding me, with visible anxiety, to be careful not to eliminate all of them, because he had never had to police this before and did not want to be the man who broke the rules on live television. At 10, I called it off, and the sandstorm dropped. My Tyranitar was standing there, having herded the survivors into a corner where they were all pressed together, shaking. The ones underground came up when it was over. I let them through. If they cannot fight, they will be gone in 2 days anyway. Most of them looked at me on the way out with something like gratitude, because without my Tyranitar clearing the floor, none of them would have made the cut. The knockouts were a formality, 2-on-2, and my Tyranitar ended most of them in one move. A boy sent out Eradicate at exactly level 20, the bare minimum. I felt genuinely sentimental about it, because luck is a form of strength, and this kid had ridden his all the way here and had now drawn me. 1 hyper beam, then a sand shrew, 1 hyper beam. A Marowak dug underground to dodge the hyper beam, which was smart, and got Earthquake instead, which took 3 seconds. Wang Huayu, that one's trainer, came over afterwards and shook my hand, and told me he hoped I would win it, and I have thought about him since. If he had drawn anybody else, he would have made the top 64 easily. One boy simply forfeited. His Charmeleon put a brick break into Tyranitar, which is a fighting move against a rock and dark type, and should have hurt. Tyranitar did not move a step, and the Charmeleon stood there staring up at it, and then got punched 30 meters. He surrendered on the spot and took it straight to the hospital, and he had already made the top 64. I sat there afterwards genuinely annoyed at myself about the wasted experience points, which I recognize is not the normal reaction to a boy's dream ending. By the semifinals, there were 4 of us. Wang Mingxi, of the Wang family of Chang City, which is one of the great houses. Business, politics, military, and the League. His father is a big name, and his family owns doors. Li Junhao, a 3rd year at Chang City Elf University, technically my senior, and a man called Wu Yang, who had a Gardevoir. Wang Mingxi beat Li Junhao with a Steelix. I drew Wu Yang, and I want to give him his due, because his Gardevoir was the prettiest thing in that tournament, and he loved it. He sent out an Arcanine first, and my Tyranitar took it apart inside a sandstorm without ever being seen. Then he sent the Gardevoir in, and it got swallowed by the storm the moment it arrived. Gardevoir has teleport. In theory, that solves being surrounded. In practice, my Tyranitar had pulled the entire field into its own weather, and there was nowhere in it to teleport to. It used Future Sight. It made copies of itself, and the sandstorm shredded them. It dodged and burned itself out. When it was empty, I called for a full-power Earthquake, and Wu Yang's face went white because he had never seen Tyranitar use it and had no idea it was in there. He ran onto the field before the referee had finished speaking to check on it. Then he congratulated me and told me he hoped I would beat Wang Mingxi. He was not the only one who felt that way. I found out why that night. I was walking out through the tunnel to meet my parents and somebody stepped into my path. Handsome, expensively dressed, my own age, playing with a high-end pokeball, Wang Mingxi. You must be Wang Jin. I'd like to make a deal with you. Is that all right? I understood the entire conversation before he finished the sentence, which is why my answer took about a second. And it was no. His face went flat and he stopped pretending. This tournament is very important to me, and the championship has to be mine. So, beat me tomorrow. And here is the offer he actually came to make. Throw the match, or make it look close, and lose. I could keep every reward except the Mystic Water, plus 1,000,000 Alliance coins on top as compensation. I told him if he was that capable, he could take all of it off me in the arena. Wang Jin, don't be too happy yet. My family has quite a few people holding positions in the Alliance. If you don't do as I say, wait and see. Don't regret it. I pushed past him and went to find my parents. I was annoyed, obviously, not frightened. The League is not a thing one family owns, but I was annoyed in a specific way, which is that I had not brought a recorder, and if I had, that conversation would have finished the Wang family in this province by breakfast. The next day, the whole city was out. Fireworks, media, every political, business, and military name in Chong City in the stands, because the final of the Youth Championship is a top-tier event here, second only to the certification exams and the National Elf Competition. And I got a message that morning from a girl in the capital who had gotten on a plane the night before and flown across the country to sit in that stadium, which I did not have time to process and which I have thought about a great deal since. My teacher came, my old classmates came, my parents took the day off work and sat in the front row in the seats the League reserves for family. I looked up at them from the tunnel and understood that they had never once seen me do this. Then Wang Mingxi made a series of gestures at me from 40 meters away, which is impotent rage with extra steps. I ignored all of it, and we started. Steelix versus Tyranitar. Rock Arena. He opened with a full power Iron Tail. Steelix weighs hundreds of kilograms, and one swing of that tail will take the top off a hill. Tyranitar caught it, not blocked it, caught it. Retreated half a meter, wrapped both arms around the tail of a Steelix in mid-swing, and stopped it dead. The host actually lost her professional voice into the microphone. The judges leaned forward. Wang Mingxi knows exactly what his own Steelix is worth, and he stood there with nothing on his face at all. Then Tyrannator swung the entire Steelix around in a circle by the tail until it was dizzy and threw it into the wall. The wall cracked in a web, and the Steelix came down onto the field in a cloud of dust and got up covered in damage and breathing hard. He called for a full-power hyper beam to try to drain my Tyranitar's stamina, which was a reasonable idea. Tyranitar answered with its own, and the two beams met, and his lasted under a second before mine went straight through it. Steelix went down like a dropped rope. And then the referee announced that the rock field had been damaged and could no longer be used, and asked whether we would agree to change venues. I said yes, because I wanted the match to keep moving. Less than a minute later, the rock field had become a water field. 4/5 water, 1/5 grass. And Wang Mingxi let out a blastoise. That is when I stopped being annoyed and started being angry, because that is not a coincidence. That is a referee who was bought before the first bell. I had agreed to it in front of 120,000 people because I was in a hurry. Fine. Hydropump came at us and I called for hyperbeam and it crushed the water and kept going. The Blastoise jumped in the pool to dodge and my beam took a chunk out of the wall instead. Then it surfaced while Tyranitar was locked from the recoil and put 2 full jets into it and left it soaked and scraped and hurting, and that one landed properly. So I used Thunderbolt. Wang Mingxi swore out loud on a live broadcast, because nobody in this province knows that my Tyranitar has an electric move, because I had never once had a reason to use it. The Blastoise took it, screamed, and sank, and stayed down there. He ordered it to hide underwater and not surface, which is a strategy in the sense that lying down is a strategy. My Tyranitar stomped a full-power earthquake into a pool for a little over 10 seconds. The water shook itself out of the pool, and the Blastoise came up because there was nowhere in that arena to be, and Thunderbolt met it at the surface. Match over. 2 Pokemon down, no substitutions left. Wang Mingxi put his Blastoise away and did not leave the field. He stood there with a strange little smile, looking at the tunnel he had come out of, waiting for something. And it arrived. A high-ranking league official in uniform, 2 staff, 4 Pokemon doctors. Wang Jin, someone has reported that you use banned substances on the Pokemon participating in this competition and won by unfair means. Please wait and cooperate with a full examination. You must be Wang Jin. Come with us. Or hand over your Tyranitar for us to check. We'll return it after. I had a fraction of a second to work out what was happening, and it was not hard because the shape of it was obvious. If I go with them, or if that great ball leaves my hand, something happens to my Tyranitar in a back room, and I spend the rest of my life unable to prove anything. So I put my hand on Infernape's ball and Salamance's ball, and I answered them in front of the stadium. First, I did not use any improper means. Second, I am not going with you, and I am not handing over my Tyranitar. Third, if you want an examination, do it here, in the open, in front of everyone. Fourth, I would like to ask the referee, the match ended 3 minutes ago, when are you announcing the result? Then it became an argument, and an argument in an open stadium in front of 120,000 people cannot be contained. The judges came down off their platform. The host started stalling on the microphone. The corridor filled with league leaders and men in expensive coats, and Wang Hao, vice principal of Chang City Elf University, came down out of the audience at speed and nearly went for the vice minister physically. The vice minister's surname was Wang, and here is where it stopped being about me. Everybody in that corridor knew exactly what was going on. The problem was not the truth. The problem was that the league's own tournament had been rigged on camera, and if that got out, the reputation of the Chang City branch was finished, and none of them wanted to be the one who said so. So they leaned on me instead, because I was 18, and I was the cheap solution. Li Weimin kept talking. Abnormal Tyranitar. Improper means. Investigation required. Match invalid. And then footsteps came down the corridor, unhurried, and a voice arrived ahead of them. Li Weimin. Say that again if you dare. Every senior official in that hallway turned around. Then every one of them did something different with their face. And every one of them was afraid. Principal Fang, hello, Principal Fang, Senior Fang, Elite Fang. 4 different honorifics from 4 different men, all aimed at one old man walking toward us with his hands behind his back. Li Weimin, who 30 seconds earlier had been running the room, lowered his head and said Principal Fang like a boy caught smoking. Wang Hao's entire posture changed. He walked me over. Wang Jin, this is Principal Fang, the president of Chong City Elf University. You must be Wang Jin. I've heard of you. Welcome to apply to Chong City Elf University. My name is Feng Jianli, and I currently serve as the university's president. Then to me, with his voice going somewhere else entirely, child, don't be afraid. The principal will back you up and make the decisions for you. Feng Jianli has been running that university for over 30 years. His students are all over this country. One of the current Elite Four of the Shenzhou Alliance sat in his classrooms and calls him teacher. He was certified as an Elite Four level trainer himself 20 or 30 years ago, and nobody currently alive has a clear idea how strong he is now. His rank is equivalent to a minister of the Alliance branch. Li Wei-min is a vice minister. I do not need to explain what happened next. I just need to tell you. He looked at the group of them and said, quite quietly, that a perfectly good match had been turned into this, that it was unreasonable and shameful and laughable, that they had pinned baseless accusations on his student, and did they think his student was easy to bully? One vice minister who was not in anybody's faction stepped forward and asked for an hour to investigate and produce an explanation. Sure, but investigate now, immediately, and do not let it delay the announcement of the result, or none of you will be able to explain this to the citizens of this city. If it is not handled properly, I will have the League headquarters send someone to supervise. Li Wei-min's legs were shaking. Everyone in that hall knew it was not a bluff. Then he made a mistake, which was to try one more time. Actually, this is just a misunderstanding, so let us not investigate it. You say there's a problem, so there's a problem. Now you say there's no problem and no need to investigate. What a display of official arrogance. My student has suffered all this for nothing and nearly lost the championship. And then Fang Jianli took an ordinary pokeball out of his coat and threw it into the air. A swampert came down in the corridor. It did not move. It did not make a sound. It stood there, and the pressure coming off it made grown men take a step back, and Li Wei-min looked at it and nearly lost control of himself, because when he became a trainer, that swampert was already this old man's ace. I scanned it, because I am incapable of not scanning things. Level 88, quasi-champion. The negotiating vice minister swallowed hard, wiped his face, and proposed terms out loud. The league expels the referee, Wang Mingxi is demoted a rank, and his reward is transferred to me as compensation. And Vice Minister Wang personally provides additional treasures. Fang Jianli looked at me. I nodded. He thought about it and said, okay. He could have burned the Wang family down that afternoon. He chose not to, and he was right, because the Wang family is a behemoth, and the fallout would have landed on me for years. Instead, he saved the league's face, put the branch on notice, and then made Li Wei-min bleed. Li Wei-min. Take out 2 charcoal and 10 fire essence, and we'll end this here. I have never seen a man's face do that. 2 charcoal, 10 fire essence. That is not a fine, that is amputation. They haggled. It settled at 3 fire essence and 1,000,000 alliance coins. I took the 3 crystals and the alliance card out of Li Wei-min's hand without a word of thanks, because he had not earned one. Because in the space of 4 minutes, an old man had turned an ambush into a shopping trip. Then the fireworks went off, the host got her voice back, and I stood on a platform holding a gold trophy while the cameras went. Champion of the 278th Youth Pokemon Battle Championship. The rewards, once the league had finished panicking and inflating them, a mystic water, an alliance card with 3 million on it, a VIP ticket for a luxury cruise, the gold trophy, free entry to the Star River Secret Realm, which is the only level 2 realm in Chang City. For some reason, the runner-up and the 3rd place did not receive their awards on the same stage that day. They were handed out later, quietly. I had been planning to give the mystic water to somebody. By the time I got out of the stadium, she had already gotten on a plane back to the capital, so that plan died where it stood. 6 million coins in my account. I went home and told my parents I wanted to buy a manor. Both of them immediately offered me every yuan of their savings, which are 2 office workers' savings, which is the amount of money you can fit in 1 comma. And I said no, and I have never loved them more than in that exact moment. I found 800 square meters in the suburbs. A pond, a rock hill, a shaded garden, room enough that a Tyranitar and an Infernape can both live outdoors without arguing. The owner turned out to be a fan and knocked the price down, and I got the whole thing for 5 million. It is the first thing I have ever owned that my Pokemon fit inside. First thing I did in the new place was hand out the fire essence I had extracted from a vice minister. 1 to Charizard, 1 to Infernape. They both knew exactly what those crystals were, and swallowed them without being asked twice. Charizard went from 61 to 65. Infernape needed the 3rd one on top of that, just to reach 69, which tells you everything about how the ladder works. The higher you climb, the more each rung costs, and Infernape was already high enough that a piece of secret treasure barely moved it. That is the reason there are thousands of quasi-elite trainers in this country, and a handful of Elite Fours. Not talent, arithmetic. Then I went to the Star River Secret Realm, which is half forest and half rock mountain, and which the Champion's Prize let me walk into for free. The rock mountain is the part people come for. It is where the rock and ground and steel types live. Onyx and Agron and everything that looks good in a photograph. I set up camp at the foot of it and cooked dinner, and that is when a small blue thing came out of the dark and stole an energy cube directly out of Tyranitar's bowl, out of the bowl, while it was eating. My Tyranitar went off after it like a train leaving a station, and did not hear a single word I shouted. I had to send Salamence up to follow the noise while I ran. I came over the ridge to find my Tyranitar facing down an entire Agron clan. Several Agrons at the front, dozens of Lyron and Auron behind them, one Agron already flat on the ground, and somewhere in that crowd, the thief. They had decided we were the aggressors, which, in fairness to them, is what it looked like. I want to be clear that I understood immediately that this was a gift. A clan that comes to you and starts a fight is a clan that has volunteered its experience points. I have never in my life turned that down. Salamence opened with a hydro pump on the lead Agron, which is water on rock and steel, and did what you would expect, and then the whole thing collapsed. Charizard took one that tried to jump it from behind, flipped it over its shoulder, and put a dragon claw through the dust where it landed. Tyranitar was still furious about the cube and went through the mountainside, grabbing things and hitting rocks with them until they stopped moving. Under a minute, 100+ Pokemon on the ground, the thief personally and thoroughly dealt with, after which my Tyranitar rubbed its own head and looked at me with an expression that said it had possibly gone slightly too far. Then I went round scanning them, which is my actual job, and found something, that Aaron, the thief, level 11. Just born, basically, which is why nobody had ever caught it. Elite 4 potential. And the ability was Heavy Metal, which doubles its weight without changing how it looks. The inherited move was Heavy Slam, which is a move whose entire power calculation is based on how much heavier you are than the thing you are hitting. The ability doubles the number. The move multiplies by the number. Somebody upstairs designed that Aaron on purpose and then let it wander into my camp to commit petty theft. I caught it with an ordinary ball while it was still unconscious. In the morning, it hid behind my legs and would not look at Tyranitar, which made Tyranitar scratch its head in embarrassment, because Tyranitar is genuinely soft and does not enjoy being frightening at anybody it likes. I introduced everyone. Then Aaron ate a full bowl of energy cubes with a body the size of a footstool and rolled over on the grass and joined the family in about 4 minutes flat. Its first fight was against a Geodude of roughly its own level. It used Tackle. The Geodude went 10 meters and hit a rock and did not get up. I stood there recalculating because that was not a tackle. That was a takedown with a different name on it. And it was purely a function of a hidden number in its body. The next Geodude was cleverer and came in as a rolling stone, and Aaron caught it with a metal claw. The two of them ground against each other, making an awful noise until Aaron roared and simply pushed a spinning boulder into the air. Then, a level 16, 5 levels above it, went down to a heavy slam that broke several large rocks on the way through. I stood there and pictured what that move does when it is coming out of a 3-meter Agron, and I had to go and sit down. That trip also taught me a lesson about my own cheapness. There was an onyx nest, 7 of them, and Salamence handled it. There was an Excadrill at level 42 that ambushed us on a path for no reason. Challenged my level 65 Salamence to single combat, drilled straight into a hydro pump at full speed, and lost. I liked that Excadrill enormously. It had no chance, and it wanted to fight anyway. And on the last night, I sat in the tent doing sums. Salamence had reached 66. I had a Salamence Megastone that a Dragon Chief had put in my hand on a beach. What I did not have was a Keystone, which is the other half, the one the trainer holds, and which is the rarest thing on the open market. Rarer than Secret Treasure, rarer than Pokemon. The system wanted 50,000 gold coins for one. I had a little over 100,000. I had spent months getting there 1 coin at a time, 1 defeated Pokemon at a time, and half of it went in a single click. I bought a necklace, set the Megastone into it, and hung it around Salamance's neck. Then stood there admiring my own work like an idiot. Salamence. Cooperate with me in a moment, and I'll give you greater power. It had no idea what I was talking about, and nodded anyway. I held the keystone in my palm, and something happened that I do not have good language for. A connection opened. Not a feeling of power, a feeling of being closer to something that was already mine. The 2 stones found each other, and the light between them went through every color there is. And then there was a Mega Salamence standing in my garden, bigger. The wings had changed completely, the 2 separate blades fusing at the base into one shape. When it opened them fully, it was a blood-red crescent moon. The ability had switched from Intimidate to Aerolate, and the level went up 5, which put it briefly into Elite 4. For as long as I can hold it, and only for as long as I can hold it, I own something that is genuinely at that altitude. It roared once and blew every leaf off the garden and uprooted the bushes. Every other Pokemon I own came running, and then stood there looking at Mega Salamence with naked want on their faces. Don't worry, when I find your stones, all of you get this. I have kept that one too. It has cost me an unreasonable amount of my life. Then I bought a watch, put the keystone inside it, and strapped it to my left wrist, because a stone in your pocket is a stone you will drop at the worst possible moment. On the 22nd of August, I got on a cruise ship, the Yuzhang. 4 decks, about 1,000 people, a VIP floor for officials and dignitaries, restaurants and a gym and a casino floor and a battle arena, all free. A 3-day, 2-night run down the coast to High Province. I looked at the battle arena, saw it was full of teenagers, and lost interest immediately. Then I went to the buffet, discovered they had Tank milk, and had an entire case moved to my room because Infernape likes it and I am not proud. What I actually came for was the auction. The second night, in a conference room on the 4th deck, hundreds of seats, all full. To get in from the luxury decks, you have to prove you have 10 million Alliance coins available. The VIP floor does not have to prove anything, because everybody on it is somebody. I sat in the middle at the back with a card and about 1 million coins in my account, and I want to tell you exactly how that evening went. A skill disc for Psychic opened at 300,000. It sold at 950,000 to a man from the Alliance. A third of the room bid. An Earthquake disc went for 1,050,000. A Water Essence went for 1,550,000. I actually bid on a Rock Essence, 800,000, and I want you to picture the speed with which that number disappeared under the room. It was like putting a coin in a river, and then a Dragon Essence came out, and the bidding took off, and it stopped at 8,800,000 Alliance coins for 1 crystal. I sat in that room with an empty card and did the mathematics on the 5 I had fed to a bagon on a beach 2 weeks earlier. 44 million Alliance coins, in its mouth, in 4 seconds. Worth it? I am still saying it was worth it. But you can see why I sat very quietly for a while. The last item was a fossil, and they were honest about it. They said it had been examined and it was just an ordinary rock with no scientific value. It went for 1,800,000 anyway, to a man who wanted it for his collection. Remember fossils too. This is going to matter. I went back to my room empty-handed and fed everybody and went to sleep. And at 5:15 in the morning, I woke up because all 4 of my Pokemon were awake and staring at the door. The rooms up there have very good soundproofing. I could still hear fighting. Something detonated on the other side of the door, and the whole ship rocked. Then there were footsteps in the corridor, quick and organized, and I understood the shape of it immediately. A ship does not run aground in a corridor. Somebody had boarded us. I got dressed, packed everything, put Charizard and Aran away, put Infernape and Salamence at my shoulders, and opened my own door. There were men in black in the hallway with a red R on their chests, and half a dozen Mightyena. The Mightyena came at me, and Salamence swatted them out of the air, and then it turned into a knife fight in a corridor. Try not to kill anyone. Capture and subdue them alive. If too many people die, the Alliance will classify it as a massacre, and the crackdown will never stop. A voice from further down, cold and clear. When I got a look at the source, it was a young woman around 20 in the same uniform as the men in black, except hers was red. Salamence put a Dragon Claw through the front row, and Infernape went in with Mach Punch and put 4 Mightyena through the wall of the room opposite. We went forward into the lounge, which had been a buffet restaurant and was now a room with the shelves down. A table piled high with confiscated Pokeballs and looted energy cubes and essences, and tourists bound and gagged in the corners. The R Organization. I knew the name. Everybody in the Shenzhou Alliance knows the name. It is the largest criminal organization in the country, and it has been trying to bring down the League for decades. Black markets, casinos, poaching, theft of secret treasure, and a standing obsession with capturing something legendary and using it to take over. Its founder was, by all accounts, the youngest Elite 4 level trainer the Alliance ever certified. Then he walked out and started this. And there are 100 versions of why, and nobody knows which is true. Underneath him are 4 generals, and every one of them is Elite 4 level. The woman in red offered me a job. We're from the R Organization. You're quite capable. I can give you a chance to join. You're dreaming. Which was not bravado. My parents are in Chang City. Betraying the Alliance means being hunted for the rest of my life by an entity with 10 Elite 4s in it. I would have to be out of my mind. Since that's the case, then you can't be spared. Then it got loud. Salamence washed a room of Houndoom and Mightyena down a corridor with Hydro Pump. Infernape used close combat and threw punches so fast, the room became a wall of them. She applauded. Actually applauded, standing there in the wreckage. Infernape is incredibly capable. Now I'm even more interested in you now. Salamence answered that, with a Dragon Pulse that shattered a Protect and blew a Houndoom out of the picture. She stopped smiling and sent out a Haxorus. Level 56. Late Gym. I could handle that, and I did. Dragon Claw against Dragon Claw, and mine was simply better, and it went into a Bulkhead. Then Dragon Dance, then Dragon Rush, and my Salamence's dragon ate her Dragon Pulse without a ripple, and put her Haxorus through the floor into the deck below. She made a noise I have thought about since. Not anger, something closer to a person watching a plan die. Then she took a plain, ordinary Pokeball off her belt, and a Nidoking came out. Every Mightyena in that room went down flat on the deck under the weight of it. Infernape and Salamence both went still. I got the scan up and the numbers arrived, and I remember reading them twice. Level 74, Elite 4, Mid-Stage. Then she moved away from it and did not give it a single command. And that is when I understood the real situation. It was not hers. She could not command it. It was her father's. And she carried it the way other people carry a weapon they are not licensed for. The floor came apart under us within the first 30 seconds. Respond to my heart. Keystone. I turned my wrist over and touched it, and she saw it happen, and I have never enjoyed anybody's expression more. To think that a mega evolution could be completed in front of me is simply a dream. Nidoking, stop them. That thing charged, and Infernape stepped into it to buy me 4 seconds, and got hit so hard it went through a broken bulkhead. The steel and teak floor of a luxury cruise liner started burning where Infernape had been standing. Then Mega Salamence was up, and it was not calm because somebody had hurt Infernape in front of it. Zen Headbutt met a flaming fist. Both of them went backwards into opposite walls, and the ship pitched. Dragon Claw and Dragon Tail together against Ice Punch, which is 4 times effective on a dragon and flying type, and which it took anyway. Dragon Dance into Dragon Pulse against a Flamethrower, then Dragon Rush against Giga Impact. And I have very little to say about that, except that the ship went over to about 45 degrees and stayed there, and one side of the hull opened. I am going to be careful about this next part. That explosion killed people. Tourists who had been tied up in a corner of that lounge for an hour by the R organization went out through the hole in the hull into open water. The water below us was not empty, because there had been fighting on that ship for over an hour and Sharpdo hunt by smell. I am not going to describe it. I was there, and I am not going to describe it. What I will tell you is the number, because the number is the point. That ship was carrying 700 or 800 people. Fewer than 30 came home. I did not know that at the time. At the time I knew that Mega Salamence and Nidoking were both badly hurt and still going, that the whole deck was on fire, and that young Lihua, who I did not have a name for yet, was being shielded in a corner by 8 of her own men, while the ones on the floor were not being shielded by anybody. Then one of them came running with a message. General Phoenix says that crazy woman Ningjing is on her way. We need to pack up and leave. Her face changed, and she gave the order to strip the room and go, which is when I finally understood that this was not a robbery. They had taken almost nothing. They walked out past piles of Pokeballs and essences and fruit, and did not look at any of it, because none of it was the point, and the point was already off the ship. Wang Jin, right? I'll remember you. You won't be so lucky next time we meet. She recalled the Nidoking with a plain ball and went up the stairs. I want that line in the record, because she came back for it. I filled a cloth sack with everything they had left on the floor and went up to the deck and found the real fight. 6 Pokemon in the air and on the boards. Blastoise against Melodic, Arcanine against Ninetales, Steelix against Gengar, 2 middle-aged men in Alliance uniform and 1 middle-aged woman in a red dress with an R on it, and the men were losing. Young man, we're both from the Alliance. Please destroy that submarine, or at least delay them. We absolutely cannot let them escape with that fossil. Little brother, I advise you not to listen to these 2 old guys. Our people have already withdrawn. I can destroy this cruise ship under my feet whenever I like. Stand aside, and I guarantee you'll be fine. A general of the R organization negotiating with a teenager on a burning deck, which tells you how the numbers were running. I went to the rail and looked over, and there it was. A submarine with a red R on the hull, tied up alongside a sinking cruise liner, and everything they had done to 1,000 people that night had been to move one object into it. I called for a hyper beam on the submarine. She released an Elite 4 Lapras to block me, level 78, and it had already fought 2 Elite 4 class opponents that night, and it still got in the way. Then it filled the entire deck with mist. You could not see 3 meters. Mega Salamence had to climb out of it and beat the fog apart with its wings. By the time the air cleared, the woman in red was gone and the submarine was gone, and she was already a shape on a Melodic, heading for the horizon at a speed nothing on that ship could match. Clean, loud, expensive, and completely clean. I dropped the Mega Evolution, which is a thing you feel in your legs, because holding it burns the trainer as much as the Pokemon. The 2 Alliance men and I split the work. I could not go in the water, so I took the ship. I went down through it deck by deck with Infernape. On 4 and 3 I found 7 or 8 people alive, and got all of them up to the top. On the bottom 2 decks, there was seawater coming through holes in the hull, and shapes moving in it, and there was nobody to find. On the way back up, between the 2nd and 3rd decks, I found one of them. He had gone out of a window when the deck went over, and he was hanging off the outside of the hull by a strip of broken wood. He had been hanging there for some time, and when he saw me, he stopped being an R organization officer and became a man asking for help. Help, help me, please help me. I stood there for longer than I am comfortable admitting, because I had just walked 2 decks of a ship where nobody was left. This man's organization had done that on purpose, and the water underneath him was full of the thing that had done the rest of it. and there is a version of me that says something clever here, and lets go of that strip of wood. I got him up onto the deck instead. I did not say anything to him at all, and I left him tied to a rail for the Alliance to collect. I am not telling you that because it makes me look good. I am telling you because I thought about it, and I want that on the record too. When I got back up top, there were dozens of people in uniform on the deck and a woman in a light blue coat walking toward me. Round face, big eyes, short neat hair, and about 30 if you did not know better. You must be Wang Jin, they all told me. Thank you for helping fend off the R organization and for rescuing the tourists. As a certified trainer of the Alliance, this is what I should do. But who are you? Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Ye Ningjing. I also graduated from Chang City Elf University, and I studied under Principal Fang Jianli. Just call me Senior Yun. It sounds friendlier. I made a noise. Because Ye Ningjing is the water type of the current Elite Four of the Shenzhou Alliance. There are 4 of them in a country of billions. She is supposed to be nearly 40 and famous for having a temper. She was standing in front of me at 5 in the morning, being warmed to a teenager. She took my sack of recovered loot away to find its owners and came back with it 10 minutes later and put it in my hands. The owners of these things aren't here anymore. Take them without worrying. Consider it a reward from the Alliance. 2 water essences, 1 rock essence, 1 fire essence. I had spent a whole night in an auction room watching a water essence sell for $1.5 million and failing to buy anything at all. Then the sea handed me 4 of them for free, and the price of that was 700 people. At dawn, they put every survivor in a cleaned room with 4 senior investigators and made us all sign a confidentiality agreement. I signed it, and so did everybody else, because there was no version of the day where we did not. Half an hour later, the Alliance published its report on the attack. It called for a moment of silence. It said the R organization would pay a heavy price. It stated that Alliance members stationed aboard had engaged the evil organization in fierce battle, resulting in several deaths and dozens of injuries, all of whom had been taken to hospital. Several deaths. They paid 3 million Alliance coins per victim and gave the families preferential policies. And they were not being cruel. They were being arithmetic. 700 names on a broadcast. And this country would have stopped functioning for a week. I understood the agreement completely by then. I still signed it, holding a pen too hard. They put us on a second ship, and I arrived in High Province 5 hours later at a place called Whalmer Port, which is named after the enormous herd that lives off it. I want to describe what walking off that gangway was like. Sunshine, a beach, wing gull over the water, people fishing and surfing. Nobody on that dock knew what had happened 40 kilometers back up the coast that morning, and nobody ever will. I checked into a 5-star Seaview hotel for 200 Alliance coins, fed everybody, and slept from noon until 8 in the evening. Then I came downstairs and found a poster in the lobby about a sea fishing competition. 300 entrants, 1 hour, 100 coin entry, and a scoring table. Magikarp 1 point, Staryu and Tentacool and Shelder and Krabby and Remoraid 5 points each. Anything twice evolved, 20. A Sharpedo. If you can somehow land a Sharpedo on a rowing boat, 100. Champion gets a premium ball and a super rod. The rules also say you may bring 1 Pokemon to assist. I have fished in rivers and lakes for months. I have never fished in the sea. I entered immediately. 300 contestants got a rod and a small boat and were taken out to a stretch of water the organizers had leased. I looked around and realized that every single person out there had brought a water type or an electric type. And I had brought a fire monkey, and the staff member assigned to me looked at my boat the way you look at a man wearing a swimsuit at a funeral. Because I do not like crowds, I rode away from everyone to a corner nobody wanted. They had to send a man out specially to follow me and count. The first half hour was a disaster. Luv-Disc, Magikarp, Love-Disc, Magikarp. 30-something Pokemon on the boat and 88 points on the sheet. Infernape knocking each one out with a storm punch and putting it back, and both of us slowly losing our sense of purpose. So I rowed further out, right to the edge of the permitted area. 1 boat alone in the middle of the sea, and cast again. 30 seconds. Kingler. After that my luck turned all the way over. Starmie twice. Tentacruel twice. A Remoraid. 8 Kinglers. 366 points in second place, and I got the super rod anyway, and I have used that rod almost every day since. Afterwards, I walked up the beach to a pier and got talking to a man fishing there, which is the single most productive thing I did in that province. Out from the pier, there is an island. Green, low, a couple of kilometers of it. Orange Island. It used to be leased and planted with orange berry trees until the wild population got out of hand and Gyarados and Ursaring started coming ashore and eating the crop and injuring the staff. And eventually the owner gave up and left. And now it belongs to whatever lives there, which is why in recent years people started going back. Because somebody saw a Snorlax on it, and somebody saw a Greninja. I had come to High Province for exactly one reason, which is that I do not own a water type, and this is the province where you get one. The man on that pier had just told me there might be a Greninja sitting on an island 10 minutes flight away with nobody guarding it. I thanked him, walked to a quiet spot, and got on Salamence. Behind me, apparently, he spent the next few minutes trying to convince his friend that the polite young man he had just been chatting to had left on a pseudo-legendary. His friend did not believe him, and I liked that a great deal. The island was thicker than it looked. Salamence had to circle before it found a clear stretch of grass. When I got down, there was nothing but trees and thorns and the occasional abandoned fruit tree strangled by weeds. Arn loved it instantly, rolled in the grass, chased butterflies, made an idiot of itself. I gave it a pars as a first opponent and doubled its lunch as an incentive. It dodged every spore cloud by running rings around a stationary mushroom, then hit it from behind. And I stood there thinking about the fact that this creature was using terrain awareness at level 14. We went in further and hit a beedrill swarm and had to burn our way out of it. Then, a single Ursaring dropped out of a tree at us. Aaron, heavy slam. I wanted the number. Ursaring is a big animal. Aaron came up to its knee. They met, and the Ursaring went back 10 steps and sat down on the ground. It sat there rubbing its head with an expression of pure existential confusion because it had just been shoved backwards by something a third of its size. And if word got back to its friends, it would never live it down. That was the moment I decided. Aaron, do you want to beat that Ursaring? It looked up at me, and it had been hit hard, and it nodded. I gave it the rock essence. It went in, and the light came up, and what stood there afterwards was twice the size, dark gray, armored all over. Laren, level 33, a stack of new moves, and a completely different animal. The Ursaring stared at it in something close to grief. Laren started running, and the ground moved under it, and when they hit each other the second time, it was Ursaring that went into the bushes. That night I camped, and the next morning I sent everybody out in different directions, with a photograph of a Greninja on my elf communicator, which is a sentence I would like to have back, because 2 hours later, Salamence came back to me, covered in wounds and water stains, and bit my sleeve and pulled. 2 minutes in the air, and I saw my Infernape fighting a Blastoise, and my Tyranitar lying on the ground not moving. A Blastoise. By the time we landed, the Infernape had gone up in a hydro pump, and Salamence caught it before it hit anything. Nothing broken, both of them simply switched off. I got the scan onto the Blastoise, which was lying on a rock in a pool sunning itself and had not moved throughout. Level 82. Quasi-champion. And on its wrist, a Megastone, which meant it was not wild, which meant somebody owned it, which meant I was standing on a deserted island next to a creature that could delete a city. My three had walked up and picked a fight with it, because it was lying on a rock and they assumed it was fair game. I did not run, which was the correct call, because it had already decided not to kill them. Then a short, scruffy old man came out of the trees. The conversation took a while, because I was being extremely polite, and he was enjoying it, and at the end of it, I learned that the man in front of me was a former Elite Four of the Shenzhou Alliance, water type, Kai Guangli. There is a saying about how no friendship forms without a fight. His Blastoise yawned, went back to sunbathing, and the pressure came off the whole clearing like a window opening. And what had happened was exactly what it looked like. My Infernape had walked into a clearing, seen a Blastoise sunning itself on a rock, decided it was a wild Pokemon, and challenged it. Tyranitar and Salamence had come running when it went wrong. So, the whole incident was my fault, for telling them to defeat everything they met, and not to let a single wild Pokemon escape. Xiaohua, your luck is just too good. 2 pseudo-legendaries and a shiny Charizard? That's really rare. He walked circles around Salamence and Charizard, poking, and both of them hated it. I tried to change the subject by complimenting his Blastoise, and he saw straight through me and pretended to be offended. Then he said, well, the old man has no pseudo-legendary, but the old man certainly has a shiny. And out of nowhere he produced a high-end ball and threw it, and 10 meters of red Gyarados came down beside the pool. I have never made that noise before, or since. A shiny Gyarados, nearly 10 meters, far bigger than the species runs. It looked at my golden Charizard with open curiosity, and my golden Charizard looked back, and the two of them recognized each other as members of a very small club. I asked him where he caught it, in the tone of a man asking politely and meaning something else, and he shut me down instantly. Don't even think about it. I went through a lot of trouble for this one, and I even fought that brat Zhou Yong over it. But that's a long story, I'll tell you later. That brat Zhou Yong is the current champion of the Shenzhou Alliance. I would love to know what the champion would say about being called that. Given the old man's age, I suspect the answer is nothing at all. Then he tried to get my Charizard to fight his Gyarados, on the grounds that they were both shiny. I said no with my whole chest, because Charizard is fire and Gyarados is water, and one of them was Elite 4 class and the other was not. And it would not have been a match, it would have been a public humiliation, with an audience of 2. He looked disappointed for about 4 seconds and then started talking and did not stop. He gave me the entire island. Terrain, tribe locations, clean water, food, all of it. He had lived there over half a year and knew it the way you know your own street. And before we parted, he invited me to move in next to him so that neither of us would be alone on a deserted island. I thought about it and said yes, because I would have to be an idiot to turn down living next door to a retired Elite Four. I moved my camp to the pool. He lives in a cave beside it with a resting spot, a stone table, a corner piled with fruit, and a blastoise lying outside it like a gate. And then, at lunchtime on the first day, he came over with his hands behind his back and asked, in the voice of a man raising a delicate subject, Xiaohua, can you cook? I stared at him. 6 months. 6 months on an island, living on spring water and tree fruit, because he could not boil noodles. He used to make trips back to the mainland for food and gave it up because it interfered with his training. That is why he invited me. That is the entire reason. A former Elite Four of the Shenzhou Alliance recruited a housemate because he was tired of fruit. I made a pot of beef and mushroom noodles. He picked up the bowl and inhaled it and put it down and told me it was the most satisfying meal the old man had eaten in 6 months, and then, unprompted, washed the pot. Because he had correctly calculated that a man who washes up is a man who does not get evicted. He also introduced the rest of the family, and it is a roster that made me want to sit down again. Blastoise, shiny Gyarados, Golduck, Lapras, Kingdra, Walrein, Samurott. A dozen enormous water types eating dinner around a pond in the evening, while my four sat opposite them. My Salamence and his Golduck sitting so close together that I had to ask, and the answer was that the Golduck is female, and I decided to leave that entirely alone. Meanwhile, Infernape had gone quiet. It had not gone quiet all day. It had been staring at that pool since noon and glancing at it during dinner. I knew exactly what was happening, and I knew I could not stop it without breaking something. Infernape, go for it if you want. I support you. Good luck. It looked at me with an amount of gratitude that I did not deserve and walked over to a level 82 quasi-champion and challenged it. The Blastoise did not look at it. Infernape gestured. Come on. The Blastoise turned its head away. So, Infernape put an aura sphere at it. A jet of water came out of that shell without the rest of the animal moving at all, and the aura sphere came apart in midair. So Infernape stomped an earthquake into the ground, hard enough to slosh the pool and rock the boulder the Blastoise was lying on. That got it. It stood up, slowly, and looked at my Infernape with the expression of an adult putting down a newspaper. 2 hydro pumps went out, and Infernape dug under them. The water carried on for over 100 meters and cut down 2 rows of trees. I want to be honest about what I felt watching that. That was one bored shot from a creature that was not trying. It flattened a section of forest, and my Infernape had dodged it by hiding in a hole. Then Infernape came up behind it and threw everything it had. The Blastoise turned around at the sound and put both cannons into it, and Infernape went into the trees. Then it lay back down and yawned. Infernape walked out of the woods, holding its chest and dripping wet, and came and stood in front of me. I asked if it was all right, and it shook its head very slightly, and its eyes had not changed at all. I gave it my last fire essence that night. Not because it would help, because I could not think of anything else to give it. That started a routine that lasted more than 2 weeks. Every single morning, my Infernape walked over to that pool and challenged a quasi-champion Blastoise. Every single day it lost, and every single day it came back and ate and slept and did it again. Kai Guangli thought this was the funniest and finest thing he had ever seen. He backed it completely. Young people should challenge the impossible, he said. Attribute advantage means nothing. Anyway, his old friend was too lazy and had been living a retirement lifestyle for years, and it was doing it good. And here is the part I did not expect. The Blastoise changed. It went from ignoring Infernape, to tolerating it, to actually engaging with it for a short exchange, to correcting it, not fighting it, coaching it. A creature at the top of the ladder, giving small, deliberate lessons to a thing 8 levels below it, every morning for free. And one day Infernape did not come at the usual time. I looked over, and the Blastoise was up on the rock, agitated, looking around, waiting. When Infernape finally turned up, it settled back down, with an expression I can only call satisfied, and accepted the challenge. It lost that day too. It lost every day. I sat down with it once, when it was low, and told it the thing I actually believe, which is that it had been alive for a little over 2 months, and the Blastoise had taken decades, that if it kept going, it would get there. Then I put my hand out and it put its hand in mine and squeezed. And that is the whole conversation. The rest of the island was routine after that, which is a strange word to use about the routine. 6 in the morning, boxing practice with a former Elite Four, who taught me a family style that is apparently not supposed to leave the family and which he handed over because he had eaten too many of my meals to keep pretending otherwise. 8:30, meditation. Then a patrol around the island, which sounds like exercise and is actually a welfare round because he goes out every day looking for wild Pokemon that are hurt or in trouble. I saw him do it. An apom got caught stealing fruit from a beedrill nest and was down and glowing purple with poison. I burned the beedrill off it, and before I could get there, the old man was already on his knees with the apom's mouth open, pouring in an antidote he carries at all times. And then he moved it somewhere safe and left, without waiting for it to wake up. The whole thing was so practiced it was boring to him. Do you often rescue wild Pokemon like this? Of course. Otherwise, what's the point of patrolling? And also, stop calling me elite. The old man doesn't like that. Call me by my name. Or Big Brother. Big Brother. Are you sure? Whatever you like. I'll protect you on this island, so I called him Big Brother for 2 weeks and followed him around asking what he wanted for lunch. He could not get rid of me, and he had brought it entirely on himself. Laren leveled steadily through all of this. 33, 37, 39, on Apom and Awakens, and whatever else the island had. I got into the habit of sending it ahead of me through long grass, because Lyron is covered in steel, and an Arbok cannot bite through it, and I am covered in skin. On the 5th of September, I went back to the mainland for one afternoon to challenge the Luz City Gym in Ya City, which is one of 2 gyms in the city, and the only one that will take you without 3 badges. There was a queue out the door. Half an hour later, I got called up to the 3rd floor, and the resident trainer turned out to be a young woman, Liu Jing. I sent out Salamence. Her Diwa dug underground to dodge a dragon pulse, and the dragon pulse left a crater where it had been standing. She said, out loud, "Well, at least I moved it in time." Then I used Earthquake, which does not care where underground you are. Her second was a Ducklet, which is water and flying against a dragon and flying. Salamence caught it and closed the match with a Stormfang. Under 2 minutes. Second badge, shaped like a water droplet. She stopped me at the door with a question she had clearly been holding. "You're so amazing. How did you do that?" "It's nothing really. You travel, you battle with your Pokemon, and you get stronger naturally." I said that on my way out of a building and did not think about it again for a month. She quit the gym that night. She told her father, who owns it, that she was leaving to travel with her own Pokemon and challenge other gyms and enter next year's competition, and she went. I did not know that at the time. I only found out later when I met her again, and by then she was a problem. While I was in the city, I also stood in front of a screen in a supermarket and watched the Alliance report on its counterattack against the R organization after the cruise ship. More than 20 black markets and casinos destroyed, over 180 members arrested, a powerful blow to the organization's arrogance. I stood there with a shopping basket and read it twice and then almost laughed. Everybody knows the R organization's headquarters is on an overseas island. The Alliance certainly knows. Black market casinos are the lowest layer of that structure, and they have hundreds of them, and they can abandon any of them on any given Tuesday. In the footage of the arrests, every single person being led away was in plain clothes or in black. Not one red uniform, not one officer, not one of the 4 generals. Those were scapegoats, possibly volunteers. And once you see that, you have to finish the thought. And the thought is this. The R organization has tens of thousands of members and a few Elite 4-level trainers. The Shenzhou Alliance has 10 Elite 4s and hundreds of quasi-elites and does not have to ask permission. If this country genuinely wanted the R organization gone, it would be gone inside a month. So it is not that they cannot. It is that somebody does not want to. Black markets, casinos, poaching. That is an enormous amount of money, and money like that always has somebody's hand in it. And as long as the R organization does not touch the things the Alliance actually cares about, both sides can live with each other indefinitely. And the people who pay for that arrangement are ordinary citizens and low-level trainers. I put that thought away very carefully because I had signed a confidentiality agreement 2 weeks earlier and because I would like to reach 20. I went back to the island and cooked dinner, and my big brother smelled it coming from 300 meters and arrived on time, as always. "Xiao Hua, how was the gym match today?" "Brother, you're asking a question you already know the answer to." "That's true. With your current strength, you could probably handle a provincial gym without the leader stepping in." Then he gave me a very odd look and went quiet, and started eating like a man channeling his feelings into food. I found out afterwards what he had been thinking about, which is that at my age he had been an advanced trainer with 2 Pokemon. The last night, he vanished. Gone all day. Missed lunch, missed dinner, which for that man is a medical event. His whole team was still by the pool except the Lapras, so I knew he had gone to the mainland. I sat there with a strange feeling in my stomach until 8 in the evening when a Lapras came in out of the dark. He came straight to my camp without resting and sat down on the grass with me, and neither of us said anything for a while. "Xiao Hua. 13 days since you came to Orange Island. 12 since we met. To be honest, the old man already considers you a close friend, the kind that goes across ages. Brother, I feel the same. You'll always be my big brother. He is nearly 70. He knows exactly what that means, and he said it anyway. Then he stood up, walked over, opened my hand, and put a dark round stone in it. Yes. This is the secret treasure of the rock type, a hard stone. Brother, I've eaten so many of your meals, and I don't have any good treasures. This hard stone is just what you need. Consider it payment for the free meals. And then he walked away before I could refuse, still talking over his shoulder, telling me not to be so quick to say no, that it was a small token from an older brother, and to get some rest because I had a flight in the morning. He had gone to the mainland, all day, alone, because he had seen my lair on and worked out what it was one level away from. I stood there holding a rock worth over 3 million alliance coins, which is not a price so much as an estimate, because hard stone does not appear on markets, and even the wealthiest ordinary person cannot buy one. Laren was at level 41, one level from evolving, and that one level was going to take hundreds of fights. I walked over and opened my fist, and it looked at that dull little rock the way water looks at a hole. The light came up, and it kept coming. When it dropped, there was a steel monster standing on the grass with sky blue eyes, 2 long horns coming out of its forehead, and a thick black tail. Agron, just under 3 meters and roughly a ton, and the grass under its feet had gone flat. Level 58. Elite potential. Hard stone equipped, 25% on every rock move forever. And a move list that I want to read out, because it explains something about how I do this. Flamethrower, taught by Infernape. Thunderbolt, taught by Tyranitar. Hydro Pump, taught by Salamence. Hyper Beam and Dragon Claw, taught by Charizard. Plus, Earthquake, Ice Punch, Fire Punch, Storm Punch, Iron Tail, Iron Head, Metal Sound, Metal Burst, Body Slam, Brick Break, Autotomize, Giga Impact, and Heavy Slam. 30 moves on a Rock and Steel type, because my team teaches each other while I'm asleep. In the morning, I got ready to go. We did the boxing and the meditation and ate breakfast, and neither of us said one word during any of it. Then, right at the door, he remembered something. By the way, Xiaohua, I've noticed you've been searching for something on the island these past few days. Brother, it's nothing. I just heard someone saw a Greninja on Orange Island, so I've been looking for it too. The old man's face did something I will never forget. Xiaohua, so that's what it is. Why didn't you say so earlier? There was indeed a Greninja on the island. I captured it more than a month ago. 13 days. 13 days of sending 5 Pokemon out across every hectare of that island every single morning. Brother, why didn't you say something? Xiaohua, you didn't ask. How would I know? He then offered to give me one when his Greninja lays an egg. I turned it down because by the time that happens, I will have caught my own. And because I was busy having a small private experience. I got on Salamence and left. And behind me, the old man stood there with wet eyes talking to nobody. Old friend, they've all left. Only a few of us again. Don't you feel lonely too? And the Blastoise, which had not left that rock in the middle of that pool for 6 months, got down off it and came and stood behind him. I got home, slept, and on the 11th of September, I went to register at Chang City Elf University, 4 million square meters. Half of it dormitories and training grounds. A crowd out front so thick the police had brought Arsenine to hold the line, reporters running live broadcasts. A statue at the gate of a Charizard with its head up, looking down at everything below it like it had opinions. I stood there admiring a statue of a Charizard while having a real one in my pocket. I was working out whether to come back in an hour when the crowd thinned, when a middle-aged man in the crowd spotted me and started running. Wang Jin. I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Come in with me. The school has already taken care of your paperwork. Tuition is waived, you just need to sign something. Wang Hao. Vice principal of the university, personally at the gate, personally jogging. He walked me past the entire queue, through the whole process in about 4 minutes, and then took me to the villa. The villa. Chang University builds detached houses for its students because of privacy, and because Pokemon need room, and they gave me the biggest one in the district, over 400 square meters, with its own pool, its own rock hill, and its own patch of woodland. It is, functionally, my manor with better plumbing. That afternoon, he came back to settle the other thing, which was the 20 million alliance coins a year the school had promised me. Wang Jin. Do you want 20 million in cash, or resources of equal value? But I think you'll want the resources, haha. Vice principal, you really understand me. Money buys things that are for sale. Secret treasure is not for sale. Only the Alliance and a handful of top universities have channels for it at all, and they keep what they get to reward their own. I asked whether they had any mega stones first, obviously, and he thought about it and nodded, and then shook his head. They have a Blastoisanite, a Kangaskhanite, a Houndoomannite, and an Absolete locked away. I own none of those species, and the Charizardite I actually wanted does not exist in that building, which is genuinely strange because the first president of that university had a famously powerful Charizard, and this city is full of them, and somehow nobody has ever found the stone. So instead, I built a shopping list like a man with a budget, which is what I was. Infernape had Charcoal, Salamence had the Dragon Fang, Agron had the Hard Stone. That left Tyranitar and Charizard with nothing in their hands. Charcoal, 4 million. Hard Stone, 4.5 million. Both. Now, Tyranitar is rock and dark, so the technically correct pick is the dark type treasure, black glasses. I gave it the hard stone anyway because my Tyranitar is not a specialist. It is a generalist that knows over 20 moves across 10 types, and the thing it uses most is rock. You buy for the animal, not the type chart. 8.5 million gone, 12 left. So then I asked what the essences cost and got the price list. The price list is the entire economy of this world in 6 lines. Water, fire, and grass essence. 800,000 each because they are the most common. Rock essence, 1 million. Dragon essence and psychic essence, over 3 million each. 8 fire essences, 4 rock, 2 flying, 20 million spent. He waved off the overspill without blinking. The reason the 2 flying essences went to Salamence instead of dragon essence is simply that dragon essence costs 4 times as much for a similar amount of experience. I am, at heart, a man doing sums in a supermarket. And then, at 3 in the afternoon, there was a knock on my door, and Principal Feng and Vice Principal Wu were both standing on my step. I put the kettle on for the 2 most powerful people in the school. The old man asked whether I had settled in, and whether the villa was comfortable, and told me to treat the school like home, and to go through Wang Hao if I had any problems. Then he remembered the actual reason he had come, and Wang Hao took a box out of his bag. A dark round stone, half a piece of dark wood, a spread of colored crystals. Quasi-elite trainers do not have that box. Some Elite 4 trainers do not have that box. It sat on my coffee table, and I could hear my own breathing. I closed the lid, stood up, and bowed to both of them. They got me back upright immediately and told me off for it. You silly child. These are things the school promised you. Things you deserve. Don't do that again. And then Principal Fang sat in my living room for 2 hours talking about trainers and Pokemon and the Elite 4. He explained the other part of my package, which was a place in the newly merged Secret Realm. The realm has been assessed at level 4, which is high tier, and only Alliance leadership and people who have done real service get in. The school had already filed my details. All I had to do was walk into the Evergreen Forest and show my elf communicator. Evergreen Forest. That is the level 1 realm in my own city where, months ago, I watched a volcano fall out of the sky into a forest. A level 1 realm fused with something nobody could identify. And the Alliance evacuated everybody screaming about a fusion event. They have renamed it. It is the Blaze Secret Realm now. That night, I got put in a class group chat by a vice principal, which is not how class group chats normally work, and told to be in classroom 1101 at 7 the next evening. I got there 5 minutes early, and it was already full, hundreds of seats, and my arrival made a noticeable number of people stop talking. I had made the university forum on day 1, not for anything I did. Because the vice president of Chang City Elf University had personally collected me at the gate and walked me in. Also, a fair number of them had sat exams in the same rooms as me, and knew that I had beaten an examiner in the practical assessment and posted a score of triple S, and had watched the youth championship 4 weeks earlier. Self-introductions went round. Hello, my name is, my starter is, thank you. Nobody applauded anybody. Hello everyone, my name is Wang Jin. I'm a local from Chang City. My starter Pokemon is Infernape, thank you. And the room applauded, and I did not know what to do with my hands. Champion, I know you. I watched your matches. That's why I caught a Chimchar. I got off that stage as fast as was polite. Then the rules for the freshman competition, which is doubles this year, because they expanded the intake. 816 students, 408 pairs. Champion pair gets a choice of water, fire, or grass essence and a pile of academic credits. Runner-up gets to catch something at the school's own breeding farm, or take an egg. Third gets cubes. And then everybody in the room turned and looked at me at once because everybody in that room had just done the same piece of arithmetic, which is that whoever partners with me does not have to do anything at all. I could not stand it. So I picked the person I was actually curious about. There had been one introduction that stuck, a small girl with a ponytail and a flushed face from altitude who said her name was Li Xiaoli. She was from Qing province and her starter was a mill tank. Hello? Can we team up for the freshman competition? Are you sure you want to team up with me? My skills are a bit lacking. I might drag you down. It's okay. It's settled. You don't need to look for anyone else. I want to be very clear about my reasoning, because it is not flattering. It is a doubles match. I assumed I was carrying a child. I assumed the worst case was fighting 2-on-1 and winning anyway. The next morning, 800 freshmen in a stadium that holds 10,000 and half the school's skipping class to watch. Li Xiaoli was sweating in air conditioning. Are you nervous? No, I'm just afraid of dragging you down. But I'll try my best. We got called. Group 8 against Group 408. 2 boys with a sand slash and a machuki, both around 30, both looking like the sky had come down. I sent out Agrin, and the floor shook, and their Pokemon flinched. Li Xiaoli stood there holding a ball, sweating, hesitating. Li Xiaoli, release your Pokemon and leave the rest to me. She threw an ordinary ball, and a Hydreigon came out. 3 heads, 2 of them on its arms, blind and thoughtless, the middle one real, 6 wings, a pseudo-legendary. The 2 boys stopped existing for a second. The referee swallowed. Wang Hao sat up on the judge's bench. I took a second and a much longer look at the small girl next to me. Level 67, quasi-champion potential, 1 level above my Salamence. In my entire team, only Infernape and Salamence could put it down. I had spent the morning thinking I was doing charity. Then the match started, and Hydreigon did not attack the Machoke. It flapped up into the air, ignored every word Li Xiaoli said, and stared at my Agron. Their side realized something was wrong and went for the opening, and Li Xiaoli was stamping her feet and nearly in tears, so I stopped waiting and had Agron use Earthquake and take both of them out 1 against 2. The Hydreigon hovered above the whole thing with its teeth showing, and its expression was not confusion. It was contempt. Afterwards, she told me the story. It flew onto her family's ranch in Qing province one day covered in wounds. High altitude, almost nobody around. She treated it stayed, it healed, and then it decided to follow her. Which sounds like a fairy tale until you look at the numbers. Dano evolves at 50. Zweilous evolves into Hydreigon at 64. It is one of the slowest developing lines there is, and hers was already through all of it before she ever certified as a trainer. She is a beginner with a fully grown quasi-champion attached to her. Of course it does not listen. It has no reason to. It landed in her yard as a finished animal, and she has done nothing yet that it respects. I went out to the primeval forest west of the city that afternoon and fed my team. Charcoal to Charizard, who had been waiting for it. 61 to 65. Hardstone to Tyranitar, and I had to stand on my toes to reach its claw. 58 to 63, plus 2 rock essences after that. 66. 2 flying essences to Salamence. 66 to 68. 2 rock essences to Agron. 58 to 64. And then 4 fire essences to Infernape, and I stood 100 meters away while the temperature went up, and dry leaves caught fire and had to be put out. 69 to 70. 1 level from Elite 4. I had 4 fire essences left, and I had promised half of them to Charizard. I stood there and did the sum out loud. And then I went over and explained it to Charizard. And my Charizard, who had been jealous of a Bagon 2 weeks earlier, put its head down and nodded and told me to go on. I gave Infernape all 4. The temperature in that clearing went up so far, I took my coat off and moved back. When it finally came down, my Infernape walked out of the smoke and the air around it was wrong. Level 71. Early Elite, the first Elite 4 Pokemon on my team. Everybody congratulated it, and it did the thing where it tries to reassure everybody else. Then it came over to me, and we hugged. And then 4 enormous animals piled onto that. And I was somewhere at the bottom of it. The rest of the numbers that day, for the record. Agron 64. Tyranitar 66. Salamence 68. Charizard 65. 20 million Alliance coins of resources, gone in one afternoon. And next year's allowance is 12 months away. Then, because it was still light, I took Salamence and went to the Chang City Pokemon Nature Reserve, and landed at the main gate and set off an alarm. Within a minute, there were dozens of staff behind the fence and an unreasonable number of Arcanine and Houndoom and Machoke looking at me, because a stranger had come down out of the sky on a pseudo-legendary at a facility whose entire purpose is stopping people who do exactly that. I stood there with my hands up explaining, and nobody was listening until enough people gathered that somebody recognized me from the poacher incident. Shubo came out laughing and told me the main gate is closed year-round, and everybody uses the side entrance, which has a reception hall. I have used the side entrance ever since. They drove me 40 minutes into the reserve in an open-topped car and dropped me at the foot of a mountain, and 2 extremely conscientious staff insisted on walking me up. I insisted they did not, and eventually they agreed to wait at the bottom. Then I let out Salamence and flew up, and I did not look back, but I can imagine their faces. The cave on that mountainside is exactly as I left it. Clean ground, stones stacked in a pile, a heap of rare mineral ore nearby, which is dinner. I let Tyranitar out. It knew immediately. Its whole body changed. It had barely made a sound before something the same size came out of the cave. Its mother. Larvitar has been through 2 evolutions since she last saw it. It was smaller than her son now is. She looked at a 3.2-meter Tyranitar and knew him instantly from the eyes, and the 2 of them put their arms around each other and started talking, and I could not understand a word. They went into the cave together, and just before it went in, my Tyranitar stopped and looked back at me. I nodded, and only then did it go. 10 minutes later, they came out and my Tyranitar came running over to me with its teeth showing and pointed at its own arm. There was a round stone set into the plating, a Tyranitarite. His mother is a wild Pokemon on a mountain in a nature reserve. Nobody knows how long she has had it, or where it came from, or whether she had any idea at all what it was. What she knew was that her son had come back with a human, that the human was going to take him away again, and that she had one good thing. I bowed to her. She nodded back and went inside. I left her food, cubes, fruit, meat. I got my Tyranitar into a ball and flew back down to two staff members who had been standing at the bottom of a mountain for 2 hours, getting steadily more suspicious. The freshman competition ran on. Second day, second round, and I told Li Xiaoli to use the High Dragon again, which she did, which promptly shot my Agron in the back, its own teammate, in front of 100 students and a judge's bench, in a doubles match, for the crime of getting attention. 3 beams out of 3 mouths, electric and ice and fire, and my Agron went into the ground with a bang. The whole arena went up. One of the judges started to stop the match, and Wang Hao put a hand out and stopped him instead, and let it run, on the theory that I could handle my own problems. Agron got up with its eyes burning and stared at it. High Dragon stared back and started building a dragon rush. Li Xiaoli, put it away. Leave the rest to me. She got it back in the ball just in time, and then stood there apologizing with her hands shaking. I told her it was fine and finished the match with an earthquake, and afterwards I made her an offer. Use it again tomorrow. Why? Because I have an idea. I'll teach it a lesson in the match. Curb its arrogance. Maybe after that it'll listen to you. I promise I'll only teach it. I won't hurt it. She agreed instantly and completely, which I found alarming, and went off to be worried about it all night. I went home and told my Agron, who was sulking in the garden, that Tyranitar would settle it tomorrow. Tyranitar came over and patted its own chest, and volunteered without knowing why, because that is Tyranitar. Then Agron cheered up, because I promised it an extra meal. Day 3 and the judge's bench had changed. Fang Jianli was sitting in the middle of it. The president of the university, who is an Elite 4 level trainer, and famously the busiest man in the building, had come down to watch a freshman doubles match, because a first year had a disobedient pseudo-legendary, and it had shot its own partner on camera. Their opponents had a Ninetales and a Persian. They were not relevant, I am sorry, but they were not. Li Xiaoli let out the High Dragon, and it looked around for my Agron, and could not find it, and visibly deflated. Then I pressed a great ball. 3.2 meters came down onto the field, and the ground bounced, and the Ninetales and the Persian were physically thrown into the air. Not Agron, Tyranitar. The referee looked at a pseudo-legendary and a pseudo-legendary, standing 11 meters apart, and started sweating. I had Tyranitar clear the actual opponents first. 1 hyper beam, both of them, before either trainer got a word out. And while Tyranitar was locked in the recoil from that beam, High Dragon shot it in the back. Exactly the same trick. 3 colors. Froze Tyranitar's right arm solid. My Tyranitar turned around very slowly, smashed the ice off its own arm with its left hand, and looked at it. I stood there perfectly calm, because that was the entire plan. It had just committed the offense on camera in front of the president of the university. The match was technically over. Both opponents were down. But the referee did not announce it, because Wang Hao came running down from the bench and told him to read the room and hold the result. The referee, who was not stupid, postponed the next match entirely. That was Fang Jianli's instruction. He wanted to see it too. Word went round the campus in about 90 seconds and the stands filled up. Tyranitar. Let the sandstorm take the whole arena. The storm went out to the walls, and High Dragon lost its bearings inside it and got scoured, and its face never changed. Pure disdain. Then it roared and put a ball of red and blue energy into the sky, and the sky came apart. Draco Meteor. Indoors. From a quasi-champion. I want you to know exactly what I felt when the sky filled with rocks, which was nothing at all, because the last time I saw that move, I was watching it through 3 layers of Protect on a beach at the wrong end of an Elite 4, and this was a smaller sky. Tyranitar, Stone Edge, then Dragon Claw. Clean them all up. Stone Edge went up and met the first wave head-on and turned it into gravel, and what got through? My Tyranitar split with green claws, one after another, out of the air. Then, a hyper beam that chased it round the wall of the arena and put it into the floor. And while everybody in that building was watching the smoke, I pulled my sleeve back and touched the stone on my wrist. Respond to my heart. Tyranitar. Mega Evolution. Nobody saw me do it. They saw the light. 7 colors came up off the arena floor, and 100 students stood out of their seats. Half of them started explaining Mega Evolution to the other half. Fang Jianli laughed out loud on the judge's bench. He had been quietly trying to find a Mega Stone that suited me. That effort was now wasted, and he could not have been happier about it. Li Xiaoli's mouth was open, and she never closed it. What came out of the light had spikes coming off its sides in 2 different shapes. The head spike grown into a vertical horn, the neck spikes shortened, and the side ones lengthened. Spikes coming out of its knees, a longer tail with 4-point splayed at the end, and more holes in the shell. Mega Tyranitar. I stood there and forgot to give an order for a second, because it was the most magnificent thing I have ever owned. Dragon came up out of the smoke, saw the light, filled with rage instead of caution, and charged with a dragon rush that turned into a blue dragon the size of the room. Mega Tyranitar took it head-on with high horsepower. The arena shield cracked, That is the detail that mattered to everybody on the bench. That building is rated for Elite 4 level battles and below. A crack in that shield is an instrument reading. It means the collision went past Elite 4 level and reached Elite 4. Fang Jianli told Wang Hao to raise the shield's tolerance immediately, and Wang Hao went and did it. The old man sat back down, knowing the answer. When the smoke came off, Mega Tyranitar was holding Hydreigon completely still, and Hydreigon could not move at all. Freeze punch, half of it went to ice. Then Mega Tyranitar tossed it aside like litter and gave it a look, and I know exactly what that look said. We're both pseudo-legendary. You and I are not on the same level. Hydreigon hit a wall and cracked it. And it did something I genuinely admired. It could not move, its wings were frozen, so it opened its mouth and put a fire blast into its own body and burned itself free. That is combat sense. That is a creature that has been in real fights. Then Hydro Pump against Hydro Pump, and mine was half again as thick. Dragon Pulse against Dragon Pulse, and mine went through. Then it lost its last piece of reason and went into outrage. And I said, out loud, this is getting interesting, and called for Ice Beam. It did not dodge. It swung its tail into the beam, and its tail froze, and it did not react at all. And then it came in one more time. I finished it because it was not my Pokemon, and I could not send it back to her broken. Heavy slam. A ton of steel and rock across a field at speed. When the dust dropped, Hydreigon was in the crater, and the arrogance was gone out of it. The whole stadium made noise. Half of them had liked the Hydreigon. Li Xiaoli was still standing there frozen when the referee finally announced the result. I had to remind her the match had ended some time ago. We took it to the school hospital. Minor injuries, some ointment, nothing broken. That was the point. She was quiet the whole way, and I finally got it out of her. And it was not the injuries. She was frightened that it would be discouraged, that losing would break something in it, so I took her somewhere quiet and told her to let it out. It came out, looked at her gently, then saw me, and its eyes narrowed and its face did about 4 things at once. Anger, fear, calculation. Then it turned its head away and refused to look at me, because it wanted to attack and it could not, because its whole body hurt, and because I am a friend of its trainer. She was so relieved she laughed. Wang Jin, thank you so much this time. You're welcome. I'll be going now. And I left, because I had just had somebody's Pokemon beaten senseless, and then stood there receiving thanks for it. There is a limit to how much of that a person should absorb. Behind me, the Hydreigon growled once, promising itself a rematch, and got smacked on the head. Hydreigon, that can't be happening? Do you want Tyranitar to beat you up again? From the 4th match on, she stopped using it and used her Miltank instead. Her Miltank is genuinely 1 in a million, level 30 and Elite 4 potential, which for a Miltank is close to unheard of. Some people are simply born lucky. She caught it on her own family's ranch. We took the final on the 19th against a pair from Jilin City, who called themselves the Water and Fire Duo, a Poliwhirl and a Charizard, both above 40 and both properly coordinated. They opened by going for Miltank, because Miltank was the weak one. Li Xiaoli had Miltank use Defense Curl and then Rollout. It went round the arena as a ball at a speed nothing else there could match, and their Charizard swooped and missed again. Agron cleared the Poliwhirl with a stone edge that shattered the incoming bubble beam on the way through, and their Charizard took off to get away from Agron. And a rolling Miltank hit a raised rock, went up like a ramp, and hit a Charizard in the wings and the stomach in mid-climb and brought it down with her. Li Xiaoli's face when that happened is one of my favorite things from that entire year. Then Agron used Surf, which is a move Tyranitar had taught it and which it had never used in front of me. A wave came across a school arena and took both of them out at once. Miltank was still holding on to the Charizard when it landed and went down with it deliberately, so it could not get away. She apologized for that afterwards. She thought she had lost her own Pokemon points. Li Xiaoli, it's the reason we won. Champions of the freshman competition, trophy, 300 academic credits, and a fire essence for me, and a grass essence for her. Credits, incidentally, are the real currency inside that university. They can be exchanged for balls, berries, discs, secret treasure, megastones, and Pokemon, and you need them to graduate. A top 10 finish in a school competition is one of the only ways to get them in bulk. And then they kept us behind and took us to the principal's office, where Fang Jianli and Wang Hao were both waiting, and each of them was holding a high-grade incubator. Inside, each one was an egg. Wang Jin, Li Xiaoli, these are my old friend's eggs. My Swampert laid them a few days ago. The old man has no descendants, so today I'm giving you these 2 Mudkip eggs. I hope that after you hatch them, you'll raise them well and not let them down. I haven't had them tested, but with my old friend's strength, their potential can't be low. I hope you'll cherish them. Wang Hao could not help himself and started saying that after that, Swampert laid eggs. Several elite level and even quasi-champion trainers came to the old man wanting to trade for them, and he refused every single one, and Fang Jianli told him to shut up because he did not want to put pressure on 2 teenagers. Wang Jin, you go first. Which one do you want? The other is Li Xiaoli's. I had already scanned both of them. The one in Feng Jianli's hands was quasi-champion potential. The one in Wang Hao's hands was elite. He genuinely did not know. He had not tested them. He was letting a student choose blind out of fairness, and the student had a cheat in his eyes. Principal, this is far too valuable. Isn't it a bit inappropriate? Stop talking nonsense. Look at you. Your mouth is practically watering. I know what you're thinking. Hurry up and choose. I have work to do. So, I took the one in his hands, and Li Xiaoli got the other one pushed into her arms before she could refuse. I walked out of that building carrying a Swampert's child in a climate-controlled box. And I want to be honest about the choice, because there is no good version of it. I took the better egg, knowingly, from a man who trusted me to be fair, in front of a girl I liked. If somebody had put those two eggs on the ground in a forest, I would have fought a war over the gold one, and this was easier and worse. Then the school announced that all 3,000 freshmen were going into the Star River's secret realm for 5 days of training. I stopped feeling complicated about it and went shopping for milk. 3,000 freshmen went into the Star River's secret realm on the 20th of September on dozens of buses. The Alliance opened a special channel for us and issued everybody a distress bracelet and 3 marked balls. Wang Hao stayed at the entrance with a vice minister he clearly plays cards with. After everybody had gone in, the two of them released 4 flying types between them and gave one instruction. Find any student in danger, get them out, and if you cannot fix it, come back and tell us immediately. Then they went and sat in an office for 5 days. I had been in that realm a month earlier, and I knew where the good ground was, so I went straight for the rock mountain with Infernape and Agron, which was Agron's home range, and which it was visibly delighted to be back in. A month earlier, it had been an errand stealing energy cubes out of a bowl. Now, nothing on that mountain would come within 50 meters of it. On the first night, I was woken up by somebody screaming. 2 freshmen surrounded by a dozen Zubat and Golbat. Both of their Pokemon poisoned and down. Both of them frozen and too scared to remember the bracelet on their own wrists. One flamethrower cleared it. Then antidote for both Pokemon and a lecture I did not enjoy giving because it was the lecture somebody should have given them before they came in. Zubat and Golbat feed at night and they feed on blood. Both people and Pokemon are on that list, and if I had been camped 400 meters further away, those two would have been found in the morning. They had wanted to reach the inner ring in one push because it was their first level 2 realm, and it was exciting. I got them camped by water with a fire and made them set it up properly before I left. The second day was mostly Agron flattening a Fearow flock with a stone edge, which looks exactly like knocking birds out of the sky with stones, because that is what it is. Then a small landslide burying the cave I had planned to sleep in, about 11 seconds after we ran out of it, which is how I ended up on the mountaintop in the dark, in a very bad mood, looking at a war. 2 clans, 200 or 300 Pokemon, fighting over territory. On one side, the Agron clan, still led by that same level, 47 leader. On the other, the Golem clan, 20-something Graveler, and dozens of Geodude, led by a level 48 Golem, and mixed in with the Golem, several Onyx. That is what my earthquake had been. Not geology, a land war. Both clans stopped and looked at me, and then divided the mountaintop into 3 pieces. Them, and me. There was a brief and very tense peace while everybody remembered exactly what my Salamence had done to them a month earlier. So I backed away, out loud, waving. Agron, Golem, you keep playing. I'm just passing through. I'm leaving now. And then I went round the corner, hid behind a rock, and watched. The Golem clan had hired Onyx as mercenaries, which the Agron leader took as a profound violation of martial ethics and complained about at volume while losing. Several Onyx went through the Layeron ranks with their tails, and the Agron side started to fold. That is when I let my Agron out and sent it in. Nobody noticed. There were already 7 or 8 Agron on that mountain. In a 300 Pokemon melee at night, one more is invisible. My Agron went through the battle like a vehicle. It picked up Onyx by the tails and hit rocks with them until the rock parts inside their bodies came loose. Graveler bounced off it. Then somewhere in the middle of it, it stopped distinguishing between the 2 sides and started hitting Lyron and Aron as well. By the end, the only 2 things standing were the 2 clan leaders, who then realized what had happened, shook hands, made peace on the spot, and attacked it together. They did not last one exchange, Stone Edge. And the Agron leader went down, still not understanding when a bigger and stronger Agron than itself had appeared in its own clan. It will never know that a month ago that thing was the smallest member of its tribe and stole its food from a human camp. After that, I did the arithmetic and stopped being subtle. I put Agron on the only path up the mountain, Tyranitar on the only path down, and Salamence on the summit. For 2 days, every wild Pokemon and every trainer on that mountain ran into one of those 3. The Alliance rescue teams ran themselves ragged because students kept hitting their bracelets. Every single time the staff arrived, it turned out to be Wang Jin's Agron. They offered people the choice of leaving early or continuing, and every single student refused to leave, because the Rock Mountain is where the good Pokemon are, and they had walked for days to get there. The staff ended up simply logging it as exercise. I went from just over 50,000 gold coins to over 70,000 in 2 days. And on the fourth evening, while I was making dinner, the egg in the incubator started to glow. I got it out and held it, and everybody came and formed a ring around us, 5 enormous animals leaning in. It cracked. There was a flash. Then there was a mudkip in my arms. Hello, mudkip. My name is Wang Jin, and I'm going to be your trainer and your partner from now on. It made one small noise and pushed its face into my chest. Blue, slick skin, a fin on its head, orange gill flaps on its cheeks, and a tail fin bigger than its body. Then it heard something behind it, turned around, and headbutted Tyranitar in the shin. It looked up and up, found 3.2 meters of armored teeth looking down at it with enormous interest, and went straight back inside my jacket and would not come out. And my Tyranitar stood there scratching its own head, mortified, because it had only wanted a closer look. Mudkip, don't be afraid. This big one is called Tyranitar. It's my Pokemon too, and it's your partner. It just wants to say hello. And Tyranitar, which weighs as much as a car, and once threw a Steelix by the tail, made the smallest and gentlest noise it is capable of. Mudkip peeked out, then came out. Then, within 10 minutes, was riding on Tyranitar's shoulders, which is a privilege no other creature alive has ever been granted, because Tyranitar throws everybody else over its shoulder instead. 3 bottles of Moo Moo milk. It cannot eat cubes yet. It drank 3, got a round stomach, and went off to be adored. Level 3. Every individual stat at 31, except speed at 28. Inherited Surf, Blizzard, and Double Edge. Quasi-champion potential. Lee Xiaoli messaged me that night to say hers had hatched too, healthy, with a photograph, and to tell me she had tamed a Breloom in the forest. The 2 Mudkip are brothers, hatched the same day. I have wondered since exactly how differently their lives are going to go, and whether I should feel worse about that than I do. The next morning, the camp ran out of water, and the nearest clean source was several kilometers away, and I was not going to fly for it. Mudkip. Spray a little water on my face so I can wash. I have never made a worse call. It could not control the volume. I took a cold shower with my clothes on at 7 in the morning in a rock desert, and the thing responsible fell over laughing. I had to get Infernape to relight the fire so I could dry my own trousers, and while I was doing that, my Mudkip went and played with Charizard, entirely untroubled. That is the personality. Cheerful, relentless, and a menace. Last day of the trip, on the way out, we passed a Chikorita in the grass. Small, wary, and the only thing on that path that did not run when a 3-meter Agron came out of the trees. It threw vine whips at Agron, and they went limp against the plating. It threw razor leaves, and they folded. It charged and hit Agron in the chest with its whole body and bounced off and could not get up. Interesting. What a stubborn, energetic Chikorita. It looks like it's about to evolve. I left it a pile of energy cubes and told Agron to clear the surrounding area instead. When the Chikorita woke up, it took one terrified look at Agron, picked up a cube in its mouth, and vanished into the grass with it. I hope that when I meet you next, you'll have evolved into a bay leaf, or a Meganium. I said that to an empty patch of grass on a path in a level 2 realm. I want it on the record that I said it, because I am going to be standing across an arena from a Meganium later, and I am going to have to think about it. Back at school, the actual school part started, which is theory in the morning and practical in the arena for the rest of it. I lasted about a day and a half. I looked up everything I could find about the Blaze Secret Realm and found essentially nothing. The Alliance has designated it level 4, high tier, renamed from Evergreen Forest. Entrance in the same building. That is the entire public record. Nothing about what is inside, nothing about the fusion, nothing. So I went to Feng Jianli's office and told him I was leaving. Principal, I'm planning to take the travel route. I won't be at school most of the time. When I leave here, I'm going to the Blaze Secret Realm, so I came to tell you. I knew you wouldn't stay in school long. The peaceful life here might not suit you. Young people should go out and see things. And then he told me about himself, which I had not asked for and which I am glad I got. When I was young, I traveled too. Challenging gyms, battling constantly, catching new Pokemon. I was full of passion until I got to middle age and my strength and energy weren't what they had been. That's when I gradually stopped and came back to Chang University as its president, and I've been here 2 or 3 decades. Looking back on my youth, I'm still filled with nostalgia. It still gets me excited to think about. But it's all in the past now. I'm old. I can't go back. Then he cleared his throat and did the thing he had actually called me over to do. Wang Jin, I shouldn't try to persuade you, but I can't help it. Are you sure? That path is very difficult and full of danger. Staying at school is more comfortable, and you'd enjoy more resources, and you'd be guaranteed a place in next year's competition without collecting badges. And I want to lay out the actual argument because he was not wrong, and I still went. Both routes produce great trainers. Champion Zhou Yong is the Traveler's representative. Champion Guo Lei is the Academy's. There are more elite 4-level trainers who came out of universities than out of the road. The difference is that the ones who came off the road are younger. Zhou Yong is in his 30s. Guolei is nearly 50. The other difference is that travelers die. Wild Pokemon, weather, evil organizations, poachers. A meaningful number of people who take that route do not finish it. But I have a system that turns every defeated Pokemon into experience and coins. A system like that is worth nothing at all sitting in a lecture hall. Principle, I'm not afraid of danger. I'll take the travel route. Travel everywhere, fight constantly, get stronger. Okay, I understand. Go then. The school gates are always open for you. Come back often when you have time. If you run into anything during your travels that you can't solve, send a message or call. The school and I will always support you. Then he walked me downstairs personally, which a university president does not do, and stood there until I was out of sight. I had been enrolled for 10 days. The Blaze Secret Realm is west of the city, and the university is near it, so I took the subway, which is a very undignified way to travel to the most dangerous place in the province. 8 minutes later, I came up out of the ground, and there it was, the same building, the Alliance logo on the front. Where there used to be a queue out the door and a commercial district feeding off it, there was now a plaza with more soldiers than civilians on it. The Evergreen Forest used to be the busiest level 1 realm in Chang City. It is now a level 4, and almost nobody is allowed inside it, and so it is empty. There was no line. I walked to the desk. Sir, do you have an appointment and proof of booking from the Alliance? The man behind it was visibly thrown because since the Blaze Secret Realm opened, roughly 100 people have been through that door, including the Alliance's own exploration teams. Every single one of them was personally escorted by somebody senior. Nobody comes alone, nobody comes at 18. There shouldn't be one, but I'm a student at Chang City Elf University. My name is Wang Jin. Principal Fang Jianli told me to come. He said he'd already sent my information to the Alliance. He typed for a while. Then he handed my communicator back with a completely different posture and produced a box with a bracelet and 6 marked balls in it, and gave me the safety briefing and a map. The map is the part that told me everything. The explored area is about 40%, less than half. The rest is blank because the Alliance has not had time, or has had time, and lost the people who went. The marked parts have the locations of 3 Pokemon tribes on them, a specific annotation for where the Elite 4 level 1s live, which is a courtesy the League only extends because the people who get let in here are important enough that they cannot afford to lose them. Mr. Wang Jin, you may enter at any time, but you can only stay a maximum of 5 days. The distress bracelet will record the time and remind you. Exceeding the limit will result in a penalty from the Alliance. That rule only exists for high-tier realms. It exists for one reason, which is that somebody once treated one like a house and lived inside it for 3 months. I have never respected anybody more. 4 checkpoints later, I walked into the place that used to be my local forest. It was green and quiet and completely wrong. The Evergreen Forest was forest and rivers. The Blaze Secret Realm is a small piece of forest, and then grassland, mountains, valleys, and, if the rumors are right, a volcano. The temperature has gone up so much that most of the old rivers have dried into streams. The strongest thing in Evergreen Forest used to be around level 20 or 30, 40 at the very top. 11 minutes in, something shot a spread of white needles at me from a tree. Infernape had it before I did, and a flamethrower melted every needle and set the tree on fire. An Ariados cut its own silk and dropped clear at the last second. Agrin put the tree out with a hydro pump and knocked the Ariados over in the process. Level 37. 11 minutes from the entrance, on a path with no provocation. Over the next hour, I was ambushed more than 10 times. Bug types, all of them, from bushes and grass and branches, all of them going for a first strike from cover. If I had not been in a secret realm, I would have assumed somebody had hired them. Eventually, I gave up on subtlety and let all 5 out and walked in the middle of them like a politician. And then we came round a pile of dead trees onto a scolopede eating. I am not going to describe what it was eating. I will tell you that when it saw us, it dropped the remainder and came straight at us because Scolopede does not have a category for things it cannot eat, and that includes people. Infernape put a fire blast into it before it got close, and then 6 more came out of the trees and closed both ends of the path. The lead one looked at us with its mouth open and drool on its jaws, and I had a moment of pure revulsion. These are really annoying bugs. Infernape, Charizard. Everyone used flamethrower, 5 fire columns from 5 angles into one spot. They had nowhere to go and no time. They tried to answer with venom, and the venom melted on contact. Let's go. This place is weirdly eerie. 4 or 5 hours in, having been attacked more times than I could count, I finally reached the Houndoom tribe, which was the nearest mark on the map, the best land in that forest. 3 clean streams, an orchard, and over 300 of them holding it. 7 at gym level, the leader at Elite 4 level. I walked out into the open in front of hundreds of eating Houndoom, and every one of them stopped chewing, and my Charizard immediately started making gestures at the leader. I did not tell it to. It saw the biggest thing in the clearing and began, unprompted, insulting it. The Houndoom leader came up onto a rock, and every Houndoom behind it scattered to clear a ring, and that was that. I did not get to negotiate. My golden idiot had opened diplomatic relations by pointing and laughing. Level 65, both of them. But Charizard has higher potential, and Charizard has charcoal on it, and that is the whole margin. Dark Pulse against Flamethrower first. And both of them slid back, and the Houndoom went 10 meters, and Charizard went 3. Then it tried to get on Charizard's back, and Charizard simply took off, which was rude and effective. Then it put a Fire Blast up at us. Charizard did not dodge, it beat its wings and blew a fire attack back down onto its owner, which did no real damage at all and did something much worse. Then Iron Tail against Dragon Tail, and half the clearing filled with black smoke. Inside it, the Houndoom got its teeth into Charizard's arm, and Charizard put a Dragon Claw through its jaw and knocked several of its teeth out, and both of them came out of that smoke bleeding. Charizard was so humiliated at having been bitten in front of an audience that it changed. Golden flame came up over its whole body, and its tail burned hotter, and it went in. The Houndoom leader answered with Inferno, a ball of fire that hit Charizard head on and set it alight and kept burning. I watched my Charizard take that, keep running, and hit its opponent while both of them were on fire, and hold on and burn a fire type, unconscious with fire. Its skin was charred. Charizard was in no better shape, burned all over, with a bite through its left arm. And then it put a foot on the leader's chest and roared at the sky, which was extremely satisfying, and also a declaration of war on 300 relatives. Infernape, Salamence, Tyranitar. Charizard's hurt. All of you go and lighten its load. They were already moving. Infernape went in first as a blue streak. Salamence came down as a dragon. Tyranitar simply walked into 300 Houndoom like a truck. 3 impacts inside 2 seconds, and the clearing went white. I was standing well back and my ears rang. Several Houndoom landed near my feet, having traveled a few hundred meters through the air. When it cleared, there were 300 Pokemon on the ground, and 4 of mine standing in 4 different corners with nothing left to hit. One of them was on fire and did not care. I bandaged Charizard while Infernape went and found the lair, because Infernape's nose is very good, and Infernape understands what I am actually after. 3 Firestones and a Fire Essence in a cave, in a heap of collected junk, sitting in a dark hole in a forest. I took them, put Charizard in a ball where it heals faster, and left before 300 Houndoom woke up and discovered they had been robbed as well as beaten. Charizard hit 66 on that fight alone. And I walked out of there having learned the actual rule of the Blaze Secret Realm, which is that everything in it is dangerous, and everything in it is holding something. The grassland was next, and on the way there, I stopped a Goldengo, which is a Pokemon whose body is literally made of coins and which I had never seen in my life. Level 60, Peak Gym, gentle. It smiled at me and accepted a challenge from Agron and lost in about 90 seconds, because Agron was 4 levels up and carrying moves that are effective against it. I felt a bit rude about the whole exchange. Then a Tauros and Bouffalon herd, hundreds of them grazing together in the same field, which should not work and does, and which stopped working the instant Salamence flew over them. I have seen a stampede now, hundreds of animals coming across open ground at you, and dust, and the ground going soft under your feet. Infernape opened 1 flamethrower into the front of it, and the whole herd split around the fire, and went past us on both sides, which is what I wanted. Then a few strays came at us anyway. Then Tyranitar and Agron caught them by the horns and threw them. Then I sent Salamence up to scout, because I had spent an hour walking in what was probably a circle. 40 minutes flight later, golden shapes in the grass. Arcanine, running for the pleasure of it. We landed near them, and 4 Arcanine came at us at once and surrounded us, teeth out, hurting. Then I let everybody out, and the situation inverted, and 4 Arcanine found themselves in the middle of a ring of much larger animals, and did the smart thing, which was to throw their heads back and call for help. I let them. I wanted the whole species in one place. Within 3 minutes, there were about 90 Arcanine and over 200 Growlithe around us. And I want to note something about that number, which is that Arcanine is one of the most sought-after Pokemon in the Alliance, because every police officer and every investigator wants one. That grassland was, in banking terms, a vault. Their leader came out of the crowd, much bigger than the rest. Level 66, Elite 4 level. And I would like to say that it was the sort of leader that produces a united tribe, because that is exactly what happened next. Salamence, deal with the leader. Don't use fire moves during the fight. The reason being that its ability was Flash Fire, which does not just resist fire, it absorbs it and gets stronger. Salamence had no idea why, and nodded anyway. Then went and had a proper fight with it in the sky, while the rest of it happened on the ground. The rest of it was a lesson. Those Arcanine were organized. Several gym level 1s at the front, the rest in formation, a clear division of labor, attacking as one body. When Infernape burned 30 of them in the first exchange, they immediately changed strategy. They scattered. They started circling at high speed, striking and pulling away, over and over, wearing my heavy ones down, because speed is what an Arcanine has, and stamina is what Tyranitar and Agron do not. That was a good plan by a wild animal against a superior opponent, and I want it acknowledged. It failed for one reason. Tyranitar and Agron are both perfectly capable of ranged attacks, and both of them know Surf. I want you to picture what I watched. A grassland, dry, hundreds of kilometers from the coast. A wall of seawater coming across it, with a 3-meter green monster standing on top of it like a man on a bus. The Arcanine ran. Fire types are afraid of water, and they were running for their lives, and they could not outrun a wave. Hundreds of them went under it and came out soaked and finished. On the other side of the field, Agron did the same thing from the opposite direction and caught the ones who had gone back for their friends. And above all of it, Salamence and the leader ended it with a flare blitz into a dragon rush. There was a crater 7 or 8 meters across afterwards, and the hills around it were flattened. Salamence came out of that crater, carrying the Arcanine leader in its claws, and set it down on the grass carefully, on its own initiative, because the thing had fought to the last second and had earned it. I scanned everything on the ground, and found no fewer than 5 Arcanine and Growlithe at Elite 4 potential, which for one wild tribe is absurd. And then I found one Growlithe with Elite 4 potential and Flash Fire, which I strongly suspect is the leader's child. Level 23, Attack 31, Speed 31, Inherited Flare Blitz. I could have taken the leader instead. It was already Elite 4 level, ready-made, no work required. But it is also nearly finished. Without an extraordinary opportunity, it will top out around 70 and stay there until it dies of old age. The Growlithe has a ceiling I cannot see from here. I caught the Growlithe. It was my 7th Pokemon, and my belt only has 6 clips, so I put the ball in my pocket, which is not a sentence I ever expected to be a problem. Then Infernape came running back and dragged me 2 kilometers to the Arcanine lair, which was a cave with a nest of dried grass at the back, with a dozen eggs on it and 2 unconscious Arcanine who had stayed behind to guard them, 2 fire essences, and 2 fire stones. I took those and a few berries and left the rest, and that was not kindness, and I am not going to dress it up as kindness. I have just taken this clan's best child. Leaving them their food and their eggs is compensation, and I told myself so out loud. That night, camped in the forest, Growlithe came out into an unfamiliar clearing full of enormous strangers and was terrified for about 40 seconds. Then, Mudkip walked over, and within 2 minutes they were chasing each other in circles, one spraying water and one making sparks, and the entire crisis was over. I had been braced to spend 3 days settling that Growlithe in. Mudkip solved it during dinner. I have complained a great deal about that little menace, and that is the entry on the other side of the ledger. Charizard got the 3 fire essences that night, in front of everybody, because I had promised. Infernape's eyes lit up when I did it, and I understood exactly why. It had taken all 8 of the last batch, and it had been carrying that. Growlithe watched Charizard fly off with 3 crystals, and actually drooled. Don't worry, you're still young. When you grow a bit more, it'll be your turn. Then this fire stone and a fire essence will both be yours. Charizard came back at 67. The Rapidash clan was the last mark on the map. Hundreds of them at a running gallop across open grass. Their leader over 2.1 meters with its mane on fire, coming at us like an arrow made of bonfire. I put Agron on it, level 64 each, exactly matched, and their leader did not fight alone. It set itself on fire and charged, and 100 Ponyta and Rapidash lit themselves and charged behind it. The ground came apart under all of them. Agron met that by stomping the field. An earthquake against a charging herd of light. Fast animals is not a fight, it is a decision. Most of the Ponyta lost their footing immediately, and the charge broke into pieces. The leader looked back, found 4 horses still behind it, and kept coming anyway, which I respected right up until it hit my Agron with a full flare blitz. Agron is a ton. Rapidash is a 1/10 of that. The physics say Agron does not move, and Agron did not move. Agron came out of the flame with its whole chest burned black and its eyes furious, and answered with a hydro pump that ended the conversation. Then their lair, which I had gotten used to being profitable, 1 firestone, 1 leaf stone, several hundred kilograms of assorted rubbish, including a broken ball, several attractive worthless rocks, and the skeleton of something. I searched it 3 or 4 times. Such a big Rapidash clan, and not 1 fire essence. They're really too poor. I felt bad about that afterwards, because they run across 3 regions and hold more territory than anybody. It turns out that having the biggest range in the realm mostly means having the biggest rubbish pile. Growlithe and Infernape were both visibly deflated. Infernape recovered, because Infernape is a professional. Growlithe took it personally. It's alright. The realm is big and full of Pokemon. We'll find fire treasure and everybody gets a share. Then I went into the unexplored part of the map, which is where it stops being a farming trip. Barely into it, I heard fighting and went toward it, because that is my entire personality, and found 2 enormous creatures having a friendly bout in a clearing. a Kangaskhan, and a Slaking, both level 58 or 9, both Elite 4 potential, both deliberately not going all out, sparring with each other because they are neighbors. I hid and watched them for over half an hour, and I did not interrupt because I wanted the Slaking's address. Slaking is one of the great tragedies of this world. Enormous health, enormous defense, enormous strength, almost no weaknesses. An ability called truant that means it only actually acts half the time because it is lazy. It is one of the strongest bodies in existence wrapped around a personality that will not get up. Which does not matter to me at all because the system sells a trait conversion capsule for 80,000 gold coins, and if you swap truant for huge power, that thing stops being a joke and becomes a weapon that hits harder than a pseudo-legendary. I had about 81,000 at that point, which I mention now because the number is going to do something upsetting shortly. The Slaking eventually went home and I followed it, and I want to be clear about how that went. It stopped for every piece of fruit. It robbed a combi nest of honey. It sat down twice. It drank at a stream. 2 kilometers took it nearly 2 hours. I have never wanted to push something over so badly in my life. Its home was a wild orchard full of Slakoth and Vigoroth, 40 or 50 of them. I scanned everything I could see, and the best of them was Elite 4 level, which was disappointing. And then I walked out into the open on purpose. The Slakoth glanced up and went back to lying down. The Vigoroth, who have a completely different ability and are all violent, came at us at once. I gave Growlithe a set of Vigoroth around its own level to fight properly. It won 5 in a row, and took a wound across its back in the second one, and kept going anyway, and finished that one with Flare Blitz. Level 25. New move, Revenge. Agron took the strongest Slaking, a level 62 Elite 4 potential. That fight took an hour because a Slaking is a wall, and Agron is a wall, and the only way past a wall is time. I had to shout advice halfway through, which was to stop using rock moves and start using fighting moves, because fighting is the one thing normal types genuinely fear, and their storehouse was inside a hollow tree the width of a room. 4 fire essences, 3 fire stones, 2 normal essences. I could not work out where a family of professional nappers had acquired that. Then it occurred to me that Slaking is not a fire type, so none of it was any use to them, and none of it had ever been eaten, and I had just inherited 4 decades of somebody else's savings. And when I came back out of that tree, everybody was standing in a circle around one Vigoroth. It had been out hunting. It had come home to find every relative it has flat on the ground and its house robbed. It had attacked anyway, alone, into a ring of 4 enormous creatures covered in old scars. Champion potential, 31 across all 6 stats. Inherited outrage. I had been about to catch an Elite 4 potential Slaking and settle for it. This thing walked home from work at exactly the wrong moment. Charizard swatted it out of the air. Tyranitar. Catch that Vigoroth. Tyranitar did not understand a word of that instruction and did it instantly because Tyranitar has never once asked me why and caught it out of the air and put it down on the ground like a bag of shopping. Hey everyone, I'm gonna catch this Vigoroth. It'll be your partner from now on, so remember to take good care of it. They all patted their chests. It was already unconscious, so the capture took no effort at all, which felt like cheating. Then I let it out and treated its wounds, and there were a great many old ones under the new ones. That thing has been fighting for a long time and losing plenty. That night it sat apart from everybody, quiet, not hostile, and I put a full basin of energy cubes in front of it. Vigoroth, are you hungry? Try this. Energy cubes. Pokemon love them. It looked at me. Then it looked at 4 enormous animals happily eating out of identical bowls. Then it made a decision, gave a slightly sheepish grin, and started eating. Champion potential, level 31, 5 levels from evolving, and about 12 inherited moves including counter and arm thrust and outrage. The Kangaskhan tribe took most of the next day to find, and it was a bust, and I would go again. There are about 18 of them. That is the whole clan. They live on a lawn, and their strongest, the one I had watched sparring, is level 65. And when I arrived, the mothers had all let their babies out of their pouches to play on the grass. The babies were rolling around in the sun. Then they saw me, and every mother in that clearing put her child back inside herself in one movement and turned to face me. Kangaskhan's mom, don't be nervous, I won't hurt you. But you have to accept my challenge and battle my Pokemon. They did not care what I said. They came at us together. I put my 4 big ones on the group and specifically saved the weakest Kangaskhan, level 39, for Vigoroth and Growlithe together, because the 2 of them needed a real opponent and neither could take one alone. And that fight taught me something about my new Vigoroth. It used arm thrust and knocked her sideways, and Growlithe came in with Fire Fang on her arm and left burn marks and got thrown. Then she came back for Vigoroth specifically, and I called for counter. Counter is the move where you take the hit and return double. She hit it with everything she had and went down on her knees from her own attack. And then, on her knees, badly hurt, with Growlithe's Flare Blitz already on her, she got up one more time. I called for the finish, and Vigoroth went in with arm thrust, and Kangaskhan mistook the direction it was coming from, decided it was going for her stomach, found strength she did not have, and headbutted my Vigoroth 20 meters through the air. For the pouch. She went down after that and did not get up. Her baby crawled out and touched her face with both hands, and then went up by her head and called her, and kept calling her. I have thought about that more than most things from that realm. I found Vigoroth under a tree 20 meters away, stunned, and put it in a ball. Then I went back and picked the little Kangaskhan up, and told it that its mother was asleep and would wake up soon, and gave it a bottle of moo milk, and it stopped crying. Their storehouse contained fruit, that is all, nothing else, not one stone. The Kangaskhan clan is, without question, the poorest tribe in the Blaze Secret Realm. I came out of there with nothing, having spent most of a day, having used up a pile of energy cubes and most of my milk. I would do it again, and I am aware of exactly how that sounds. That evening I was looking for a campsite when the sky in the west went orange and a column of smoke came up. A forest fire. There is almost nobody in that realm, and lightning does not strike upward, so either a human did it or a fire type did. By the time I got there, the answer did not matter, because it had already spread, and the wind was pushing it toward the grassland. Salamence, Tyranitar, Aggron, Hydropump, all three of you, put it out as fast as you can. Infernape, Charizard. Clear every tree and every weed around the fire line. Make a break. Then Rock Slide and Rock Blockade to bury the edges. Growlithe and Vigoroth could not do either of those things, so they dug and threw dirt, which is not nothing. And then I let out the Mudkip. It was a few days old. It came out into a wall of heat and light and immediately tried to go back into its ball. And I stopped it. It looked at me the way you look at a person who has betrayed you. So I bribed it. I told it that if it did not help, Growlithe and Vigoroth would not be allowed to play with it. That is the whole reason it stayed. And then my days-old Mudkip stood at the edge of a burning forest and sprayed water, continuously without stopping, for over an hour, long past when its mouth started smoking, long past when anybody had told it to. It passed out still in the spraying position. We got it contained in a little over an hour, and I lay down in the ash with Infernape, and neither of us moved for a while. And then I noticed the thing that had been wrong from the moment I arrived, which was that there were no Pokemon anywhere near the fire zone. Not fleeing, not injured, none. Something had emptied that area before it burned. Growlithe found traces of a fight in the middle of it, and a scent. And once Growlithe has a scent, it is over. We tracked it out of the forest entirely, into a mountain range on the far side, and the temperature went up instead of down. Bare rock, no grass, ash falling out of the sky. And Growlithe, which had run the whole way with its tail up, got to the top of a valley and stopped and curled itself into a ball and started shaking. I ran the last stretch expecting to find it hurt. It was not hurt. It was looking down into the valley. There were 4 Pokemon down there, and the ground between them had been destroyed. A Volcarona in the air, a Charizard in the air, a Camerupt, and a Magmortar on the ground. All 4 in separate corners, all 4 staring at each other, all 4 covered in damage. I got the scan up with my hands not quite working. Volcarona, level 76. Charizard, 75. Magmortar, 74. Camerupt, 71. 4 Elite Fours. In one valley, fighting each other. My strongest was an Infernape at 74, and a Salamence that could reach the low end of Elite Four for a few minutes at a time, if I paid for it in my own legs. I lay flat on the rock and did not breathe loudly. 4 creatures like that, fighting in a confined space, is not something you observe casually. They moved the fight off to the flats to avoid wrecking the valley, which I noticed at the time and did not think about. The sound of it carried for what must have been 10 kilometers. And then Infernape, which had been silent, got excited and pointed. My Infernape does not get excited. My Infernape is the calm one. It was pointing at a rock deep in the valley, and on that rock there was something small that looked, from 300 meters, like a feather. I could not scan it at that distance, so I spent half an hour crawling down a valley wall on my stomach, 1 body length at a time, while 4 Elite Fours tore up a plain nearby to get close enough to read a label. Fiery red feather, crimson all the way through, catching the light in a way that ordinary things do not. And the system read it out. From the legendary Pokemon Ho-Oh. Contains a large amount of pure fire-type energy. Note, this is only a fragment of a feather with severely depleted energy, but it still has incredible effects, and fire-type Pokemon have a high chance of absorbing the special energy within it. I lay on a rock in a valley and could not move for a while. Because a 500-year-old god had told me, in a cave on an island that moves, that he had been the worst Dragonair in his tribe, and that a colorful bird had flown past and dropped 1 feather, that he had picked it up and become a god. That was the whole story. That was the entire mechanism, and here was a fragment of one, sitting on a rock. It had made 4 Elite Fours try to kill each other, and nearly burned down a forest to get it. I own 3 fire types, Infernape, which is champion potential, and my starter, and the reason all of this exists. Charizard, which is champion potential and shiny, and which I had promised. Growlithe, which is Elite 4 potential and 25 levels old. I am not going to pretend I stood there weighing the ethics of stealing from 4 wild animals. I crawled back out of that valley and started planning a robbery. Now is not the best time. If I move now, they'll stop fighting and turn on me together. So I waited, and I want to be clear about what I was waiting for. I was waiting for 4 creatures to hurt each other badly enough that I could take what they were fighting over. There is an old story about a bird and a shellfish locking together, and a fisherman collecting both. I have never identified with a fisherman before, but I also prepared for the version where it goes wrong, and I have to hold all 4 of them at once, and that arithmetic was ugly. Infernape at early elite, Salamence at elite for a limited time, against 3 at elite 4, mid-stage, and 1 at early. So I sat down behind a mountain and emptied my entire bag onto the rock. 5 leaf stones, 1 grass essence, 3 water essences, 1 mystic water, 6 fire stones, 4 fire essences, 2 normal essences, every single thing I owned in a pile, and most of it useless. I have no grass type. My only water type was a few days old. The normal essences were for a Vigoroth that would not survive contact with anything in that valley, so I put most of it back, and what I had left was 4 fire essences and a decision about Growlithe. I had wanted to raise it slowly. Instead, I took the purest of the 6 fire stones and gave it to it. Growlithe, I need you to evolve now, like I promised. It bit the stone in half and swallowed it. Arcanine, 2.5 meters, flaxen and orange and black, fur around the feet. A long tail. The 3rd fastest set of legs in the world. Level 32, because fire stones spend nearly all of their energy on the evolution itself, and you only get 1 per Pokemon, ever. And that was the point of it, not power, speed. Because in my plan, 4 Elite 4s were going to be held in 3 separate places. One thing was going to have to run into an empty valley, pick something up, and get out. Then I looked at 4 fire essences, and did the arithmetic again, and it did not work. 4 of them together would not push Infernape up 1 level. Charizard was closer, maybe 1. Arcanine would jump, but Arcanine's job was to run, not to fight, which left the system. 2 days of demolishing tribes had put me back over 90,000 gold coins. 3 dragon essences, 30,000 each. 90,000. I sat on a rock in a valley and spent every coin I had in the world. The counter went to 300, and I want to describe the physical sensation of that, and I cannot, and I did it anyway. All 3 went to Salamence. The 4 fire essences split 3 to Charizard and 1 to Arcanine, because those 2 were the closest to a level, because Salamence and Charizard were the ones who would be standing in front of Elite 4s. And then the system started announcing purity, and I found out what I had paid for. 100% pure dragon essence. 1 million experience, 100%, 1 million, 100%, 1 million. The essence I had been feeding my team all year came out of wild layers at 78 and 82 and 85%. The system sells it at 100. Anything the system produces is clean. And I had just learned that the hard way and the expensive way. 3 million experience points into 1 Salamence, 68 to 69 to 70. Which is not the 4 levels the number suggests, because it is a pseudo-legendary, and pseudo-legendaries cost more per level than anything else alive, and because 70 is the wall. Everybody hits 70. Almost nobody gets past it. Charizard went to 68, Arcanine went from 32 to 43, and picked up Flamethrower and Takedown on the way. Those 3 million points would have made anything else on my team Elite 4. On Salamence, they bought me a Mega Evolution that could reach Elite 4 mid-stage for as long as I could hold it, which was exactly what I needed and cost me everything I had. I would like to state for the record that at that moment I was the poorest I had been since the day I bought a dead egg. Then I went back to the valley and found out I had gotten lucky. Only 3 of them were still fighting. The camera up was gone. Somewhere in the previous hours, the other 3 had knocked it out of the competition, and it had left. 4 had become 3, and I stopped waiting. Salamence. We're going to Mega Evolve. You take the Volcarona, Infernape, the Charizard is yours. You only need to hold it. Don't fight it, keep it busy. When Arcanine has the feather, look for a chance to get out. I'll tell you when. Charizard, Tyranitar, Aggron, the 3 of you hold the Magmortar. Under no circumstances does it get back into that valley. Arcanine. When I give the word, you run down there, grab the red feather, and run back. Don't worry about anything else. I want to lay out how bad those matchups were, because I knew when I gave the orders. The Charizard was 4 levels above my Infernape. Holding it without fighting it was the hardest job on the board, and I gave it to the one I trusted most. The Magmortar was the weakest of the 3, and was still Elite 4 mid-stage. My Charizard, Tyranitar, and Aggron are quasi-heavenly kings, and the strongest of them was 6 levels below it, and all 3 together were not enough. All I wanted from them was time. Everyone. Let's get started. Arcanine went first, and it was gone before I finished the sentence. Salamence and Charizard into the air. Infernape down the valley wall and along the floor. Tyranitar and Aggron down the slope like two vehicles with the brakes off, heading for the valley mouth. Hundreds of meters away, 3 Elite Fours stopped fighting each other at the same instant and turned around. The Charizard came back fastest, furious, and Mega Salamence, finishing its own transformation, put a Dragon Pulse into it in passing and knocked it out of the sky. Which was not the plan and was extremely welcome, because Infernape arrived at exactly that moment and took over. Then Mega Salamence turned and hit Volcarona with a Dragon Rush, and Volcarona, which had seen what happened to the Charizard, met it head-on in a full body burn. The two of them collided high enough up that the shockwave tore the outer edge off the valley. Magmortar got to the valley mouth and found 2 mountains standing in it, then heard something behind it and turned around to find a golden Charizard landing. That fight was the one I did not watch closely. I have had it described to me since by the participants in the form of injuries. Double flamethrower from both cannons against a Hyper Beam and a Stone Edge. The Hyper Beam lost in 3 seconds. Then Charizard came in with a Dragon Claw, and Magmortar caught it on its fists and pushed my Charizard back 10 meters with the impact. Then Magmortar put a Sunny Day into the sky, which doubles fire moves, which was not a mistake because it is the better fire type of the two. Then it put out 2 columns of flame so hot, the air above them started to boil, and it threw my Charizard. Then it made a wall of rocks out of nothing and blocked everything. After that came a smokescreen and disappeared inside it and filled the sky with fireballs the size of fists. And while all 3 of mine were dealing with those, it jumped and came down behind Tyranitar and Aggron and knocked both of them flat with a fire punch each. And then it turned to leave because it did not care about them. My Charizard, burned and bleeding, took off and got in front of it again. And Tyranitar and Aggron got up and went back in. They held it. Nobody won anything. They just held it. Meanwhile, Arcanine came off the valley wall in one leap, ran across an empty valley floor, picked a feather off a rock, and came back up to me. I have never seen anything move like that, and I have owned a Salamence for a month. I did not even look at it. I put it straight in the bag. Arcanine, I need you again now. It lay down, I got on, and it went into the valley and out the other end in a few seconds. I put Charizard and Tyranitar and Aggron back into their balls one after another, right out of the middle of a fight with an Elite Four. Magmortar turned around and saw a gold shape moving away from it, and nothing else. It blew the side off a hill. It could not catch us. It knew it could not catch us. So, it went into the valley on the last of its hope. And 30 seconds later, there was a sound behind us that I felt through Arcanine's back, and then the entire valley came down. Not fell, came down. It screamed and the walls collapsed. Then I went and collected the other 2. Both of those pickups had to be done with the fight still going. Then Volcarona nearly got Arcanine when I sent one distraction flamethrower at it, and Mega Salamence had to put a Stone Edge behind us so we could vanish inside the smoke. And Infernape saw me from across a valley, understood everything from one wave, stopped teasing a level 75 Charizard, and ran. That Charizard had entirely forgotten about the feather by then. It had spent an hour being run in circles by something smaller and faster than it, and it wanted Infernape specifically, and it chased. And Mega Salamence dropped in front of it. Dragon Claw against Dragon Claw, Flamethrower against Hydro Pump. Then, because it was over, a Dragon Tail across the head, and we left while it was still getting up. I got the whole team out with everybody alive, and nobody permanently damaged, and I had a piece of a god in my bag. Then the next day and a half happened, which I remember as one continuous thing. Because the 3 of them found each other, compared notes, worked out what had happened, and went looking. Charizard and Volcarona could fly, so they went up. Magmortar could not. So it went back to its own clan and rallied every Magmortar, and then, because that was not enough, they mobilized the Houndoom tribe in the forest and the Arcanine tribe in the grassland, both of which had reason to help. I could not stop moving, not at night, not to eat. Half an hour at a time, bread, treat whatever was hurt, let Arcanine rest and eat, Infernape on watch. And here is the joke the universe told at my expense. Every direction I ran, there were dogs on my scent, and the reason there were dogs on my scent is that I was riding one. I actually considered sending Arcanine to negotiate with its own former clan leader. Then I thought about what happens to a wild tribe in a level 4 realm that refuses an order from 3 Elite Fours. I did not do it, and instead I set ambushes and knocked a dozen of my own Arcanine's relatives unconscious to buy time, which is a thing I did and which I am putting in the record. By the 4th day I saw, with my own eyes, a Charizard and a Volcarona pass overhead, while Arcanine and Magmortar and Houndoom searched below them, all coordinated, all looking for one person. And somewhere in the middle of all that, an Alliance exploration team walked into a group of Berserk Magmortar in a completely different part of the realm and got taken apart. They fought their way out. Most of their Pokemon were down. Every member was hurt. They got outside and reported that something had happened inside the realm, because fire types do not attack survey teams for no reason. I did not know about that at the time, and it would not have changed anything, but the Alliance spent the following week trying to work out why the Blaze Secret Realm had gone insane, and the answer was me. So I did the only thing left, which was to go back to the ruined valley where it started, because nothing goes back to a wrecked house, and because there was not a living creature within several kilometers of it. And there, in a small side valley with the entrances blocked, I let out Charizard and Infernape and Arcanine and took out the feather. Charizard, Infernape, Arcanine. This is a feather from Ho-Oh. Try it. See if you can draw on the energy inside. Charizard put out a claw. Infernape put out a hand. Arcanine put out a paw. And the system asked me, politely, whether I wish to use the Phoenix Feather to help all three of them absorb the energy. I have never clicked anything faster in my life. Then nothing happened for a long time. 3 fire types stood absolutely still with their eyes closed in a silent valley, and I could hear my own heartbeat. And then the feather lit up, and the temperature went up so fast, I took my coat off, and embers came up out of the bare rock. The crimson feather turned into 3 white flames and went into 3 bodies, and the feather was gone. 3 golden fires came up around them from the inside. I had to release Mudkip to spray me and Salamence to put a protect up around us both. I sat in a bubble on a dead valley floor, watching 3 of my Pokemon burn from the inside. And I want to be honest that I was frightened, because refining part of a legendary beast is the sort of thing that gets written down afterwards by whoever survives it. Charizard finished first. The golden flame went into it, and its breathing settled and it opened its eyes. There were 2 gold sparks in them, and the flame on the end of its tail had gone from orange to gold. Potential, from champion to master. I want to say that again slowly. My Charizard's ceiling moved, not its level, its ceiling. The number that is supposed to be stamped into a Pokemon at birth and never change moved up a whole tier. It had also learned Sacred Fire, which is Ho-Oh's own move, which does not appear in this world outside of Legends, and its level went from 68 to 70. 2 levels sounds like nothing. 2 levels at that altitude is several million experience points and several months of fighting things that can kill you. Then Infernape finished. Its flames did not turn gold. They went yellow with gold inside them, halfway to somewhere. Potential, from quasi-champion to champion. That was the flaw. That was the thing I had been staring at in the data for months. My starter, the one that came out of a discounted egg from a bin, the reason for all of this, had a ceiling 1 tier below what it deserved. It does not anymore. And it did not learn Sacred Fire, which stung for about 4 seconds, and it went from 71 to 74 in one jump. Elite 4, mid-stage. Tens of millions of experience points in one afternoon, in a dead valley for free. Then, Arcanine. Its flames did not change color at all, they just got hotter, going toward crimson. Its level went from 43 to 50, which is much less impressive than the other 2 until you look at the other number. Potential, from Elite 4 to Champion. 2 whole tiers. Almost all of what it took went into raising its ceiling instead of its level. I will take that trade every single time, because levels are something you can grind and a ceiling is something you are born with. I sat in a dead valley with a drop Protect around me and 3 fire types standing in a ruined field. I did not say anything for a while. That night I did not put up a tent. I lay down on Charizard and pulled a wing over myself, and slept better than I had in 4 days, with Arcanine and a Vigoroth that cannot sleep on the entrance. The next morning, I moved again, and about an hour in, several Charizard came out of nowhere and blocked the path. I assumed they were hunters and told Salamence to clear them. It did, with one hydro pump that put the lot of them into a rock face. Then 20 or 30 more turned up over the next stretch in 1s and 2s, and none of them were tracking us. They were standing in the way, facing outward, guarding something, which meant they were not with the Elite 4 Charizard at all. That was the best news I had heard in a week, because a flying opponent is the one I cannot escape. And then we came up on a valley with smoke over it. A sound came out of it that I recognized instantly, and fire dragons went up into the sky in 1s and 2s and circled. I stopped and looked at the shape of that valley for a long time. Because months ago, when the evergreen forest fused with whatever it fused with, I went in deep on the last day to see the bottom of it. I saw something orange moving very far underneath me, and lava in a forest realm that had no volcano in it. That valley in front of me had a dead volcano at the back of it, and the rim was the same shape. And I had caught a shiny Charmander somewhere in that period, small, newly born. I got off Arcanine and started walking in, and 2 Charizard on the entrance spotted us, and both breathed fire, and Salamence washed them away, and by then I was almost certain. So I let Infernape and Charizard out before going any further, because if this was what I thought it was, I was walking into a valley containing 1,000 of the local species, and I wanted my own fire in front. And Charizard came out, looked at that valley, and changed. Its whole posture went wrong. Its aura started coming off it in a way I had felt exactly twice before, both times from things about to do something terrible, because it grew up there. Because it grew up there being the wrong color. Every other Charmander in that valley was orange, mine was gold. The young ones mocked it, and the older ones treated it as something else. And the only two creatures in the entire place who ever stood up for it were its parents, and it has carried that since before it could fly. Charizard. Are you all right? I got a hand on its wing and its thigh and talked to it until it came back. And then it looked at me and looked at Salamence. I watched it make a decision, which was that it had 4 friends now, and that it was not going to go berserk about something from before. It went in to prove a point instead. Inside, the valley is a hidden basin, red rock, a river running through, and cave mouths cut into the walls all the way up, and about 100 Charizard and Charmeleon out in the sun. They surrounded us immediately, and one of them came forward faster than the rest, with a scar down one cheek and more hate on its face than the rest of them combined. And my Charizard looked at that scar and knew exactly who it belonged to, because my Charizard gave it to it years ago as a child, defending itself. It came in with Slash. Charizard cut it out of the air with one Dragon Claw and put it into the rubble, and it did not get up. Late gym level, one of the top few in that basin, one move. And every Charizard in that valley went quiet, because a lot of them had recognized my one by then, and had been doing the arithmetic on the fact that the golden freak that vanished 3 months ago had come back nearly twice the size. The rest of them would not attack us, and would not let us leave either, which is a stalling pattern, which meant reinforcements. I knew there was an Elite 4 Charizard somewhere in that realm, and I had no way of knowing if it lived here, so I stopped being polite. Charizard, Salamence. Defeat all of them as fast as you can. And my Charizard went through its own species without hesitating once. Not one moment of reluctance. It has no feelings about any Pokemon on this planet, except its partners and its parents. It put down over 100 Charizard and Charmeleon and Charmander, including the ones running away, in a few minutes. I was already thinking about the storehouse when the sky filled up. A red fire dragon came down out of nowhere and nearly took Arcanian's head off. Then the roaring started everywhere at once, and a stream of Charizard came pouring out of the mouth of the dead volcano and into the basin. That is where the strong ones had been. Training. Inside a dead volcano, in the densest fire energy in that realm. Dozens of them landed, then more, every one of them at least late superior. The strongest of the first wave was level 70, which is my Salamance's number. Then an Elite 4 Charizard walked out of the crowd, early stage, and I did the sums and decided I could survive that. And then it started, and my golden one opened. It took off, and what came out of its mouth was not orange. A column of gold fire went through the middle of a squadron of its own kind. It broke every fire dragon coming the other way, and it hit 7 or 8 of them, and the ones it touched went down in a breath or two, because that flame is not the same substance. The air above it warped. Sacred fire. Then it went into the crowd, with a slash in one claw and a dragon claw in the other, breathing fire, and Charizard scattered in front of it. And I stood there watching my Charizard do that. In the valley it was thrown out of. Salamence and Tyranitar and Aggron joined in. Arcanian went through the middle of it, picking off Charmeleon and Charmander, and injured Charizard using nothing but speed, and leveled up twice during that fight. I even let the Vigoroth out, because it was bored, and because there were plenty of Charmeleon at its weight. It thrived, ambushing the wounded. And then got overconfident and picked a fight with an Elite 4 level Charizard and had to be pulled out by Infernape. This guy is young, but ambitious and daring. It even dares to mess with an Elite 4 level Charizard. And then, something enormous came out of the dead volcano, and the pressure in that basin changed. I got the scan up and read 78. Late Elite 4. Higher than the Volcarona that had nearly ended my Salamence 2 days earlier. I swallowed and started planning an exit, because Infernape and Mega Salamence together might survive that, and I did not want to find out in a bowl of rock with 1,000 relatives watching. It roared once, and every Charizard and Charmeleon in that valley lit up, because their patriarch was home. Then it roared again, and every single one of them stopped fighting, picked up their wounded, and withdrew to the far side of the basin in good order. My Pokemon were left standing in the middle of an empty field, entirely confused. My Charizard in particular was extremely put out, because it had not finished. The Charizard chieftain landed, and it looked at the golden one, and my Charizard's eyes went wide and filled. Then it went across that basin in front of 1,000 of its own kind, and threw itself into its father's arms. The valley did not know what to do with that. They had been at war 11 seconds earlier. 3 months. That is how long it had been away. It had left as a Charmander that everybody laughed at and come back as an Elite 4 level animal with gold fire in its mouth. The first thing it did was cry on its father. I nearly bit my tongue. I had come into that valley to rob it. After that we were guests. An actual escorted tour. I want to record what that valley is, because it is the wealthiest place I have ever stood in. Over 1,000 Charizard, thousands of Charmeleon and Charmander, 7 or 8 of them at Elite Four, potential that I counted personally, and 2 or 3 at Quasi-Champion. A dead volcano at the back of it, where the fire energy pools so thickly that training inside it is worth several times training outside it. The chieftain, my Charizard's father, is Quasi-Champion potential at late Elite Four strength, which explains a great deal about how a shiny with champion potential came out of that line. And the Elite Four Charizard that had been in the valley with the feather was not from here. That one was a loner, or from somewhere else. Its fight had nothing to do with this clan, which meant this clan had not been mobilized against me, which meant I could stand still for the first time in 4 days. I asked the local Elite Four level Charizard for a match out of pure boredom, and it accepted instantly and brought friends, because the chieftain had told them to entertain the guests, and because they wanted a piece of us for what we had done to the basin. 6 battlefields at once. Vigoroth against Charmeleon, and it won 2. The second one by picking a Charmeleon up and throwing it over its shoulder and then landing on it, which so enraged the spectators that they turned on their own loser and told him off. I gave the Elite Four 10 boxes of energy cubes to hand out, because I am consistent if nothing else, and 10 boxes will not feed 1,000 Charizard, but it will let all of them taste it. And Charizard did not come back that night. Its father had taken it somewhere, and neither of them reappeared. I lay on Salamence instead with a wing over me, and it was cold and it was not the same. And I have thought about how quickly you get used to sleeping on something specific. They came back the next morning at sunrise, 2 orange shapes and 1 gold one out of the dead volcano. I want to tell you what I was actually afraid of that night, which is that I caught that Charmander without asking its father. Its father is the chief of a 1,000-strong clan, and if he had decided to keep his son, I would have had no argument at all. I would have had to leave it to Charizard. They landed and Charizard said goodbye to them, and it was reluctant in a way I have never seen from it. Its mother, level 73, another Elite Four, Quasi-Champion potential, looked at it the entire time, and then it turned around and came and stood beside me, and opened one claw. There was a round stone in it with a black Charizard inside it. A Charizardite X. The thing I had asked a university for and been told they did not have. The thing that does not exist in Chang City, despite a city full of Charizards. Its parents had it, or found it, and they had given it to their son on the night before he left, because the one thing they knew about the human was that he would know what it was for. And then I scanned Charizard because its aura was wrong, and I had to read it 3 times. Level 73. It had gone in at 70 and come out at 73. Elite Four. 1 level below Infernape. 1 night in a dead volcano. With its father. I do not know exactly what he fed it, and I have estimated a dozen pieces of extremely pure fire treasure, because that is the only arithmetic that produces that number. That clan sits on the best land in the realm, and has been sitting on it for generations. I bowed to both of them. Charizard Chieftain. Thank you for your hospitality. I'll take good care of it, and I'll bring it to visit you when I have the chance. Then the chieftain put its head back and let out a roar that tore and threw a pillar of fire into the sky. Every Charizard in that valley answered, 1,000 of them, fire dragons turning over a basin at once. And my Charizard, which had been the joke of that valley, opened its mouth and put a column of gold straight up through the middle of all of it and drowned every single one of them out. Then we left. I did not recall it. It flew beside Salamence, and it stopped once above the rim to look back, and then it caught up. Behind us, the whole clan was still roaring. The rest of it was a walk. Nobody stopped us. Whatever was still hunting me had either given up or gotten tired. We crossed the grassland past a herd of Arcanine running in the sun, one of whom was, technically, my Arcanine's family, and it did not look down. Final numbers for that realm. Infernape 74, Charizard 73, Salamence 70, Tigrenatar 67, Agron 66, Arcanine 54, Vigoroth 35, 1 from evolving, 5 days, 1 dead god's feather, 2 changed ceilings, 1 megastone, 3 Elite Fours on the team, and then I walked out into the entrance hall and found it full of soldiers, Alliance staff everywhere, investigators, police walking Arcanine through the lobby, senior officials standing in corners talking quietly. I went to the desk, handed my bracelet back, and made small talk, which is how I learned what I had done. The Alliance had sent an exploration team in. It came out shredded. They sent a deputy minister and a quasi-elite trainer with a team to find out why. That team came out shredded. They sent several more, everyone led by a quasi-elite. Every single one of them ran into rampaging fire types and lost people and Pokemon and could not find a cause. One of them met an Elite Four Magmortar and only survived because their leader had an Elite Four of their own. So, the League was preparing to close the Blaze Secret Realm entirely and assemble a team led by an Elite Four level trainer to go in, investigate, and pacify it. I stood at that counter and made the appropriate noises. Blaze Secret Realm is so big, and the exploration team just happened to run into those fire types. What a coincidence. Then I left the building the way a man leaves a building. I am not going to pretend I feel nothing about that. People got hurt, but I will also point out that 4 Elite Fours started a fire that nearly took a forest, that they mobilized 2 entire tribes and turned a national resource upside down over a rock with a feather on it, and that the Alliance is not going to hear my name in connection with any of it. Charizard, Volcarona, Camerupt, and Magmortar have offended a country. Their good days are over. Mine were about to get complicated for entirely different reasons. I went home to the manor and let everybody out, and 8 Pokemon filled the yard. Mudkip came out looking for its friend and could not find a Growlithe anywhere. It had gone in a few days earlier, with a puppy roughly its own height, and come out to find an Arcanine at 2.5 meters. Its face fell off. And then Arcanine came over and greeted it exactly the same way it always had. Mudkip forgot the entire crisis inside 4 seconds and climbed on. I found a necklace that opens, put the Charizardite X inside it, and hung it on Charizard while it was sunbathing. Then lay down against it and took a photograph, which is a normal thing that a normal person does, and which I do not have many of. Then I opened my computer and started looking for a tournament. Because competitions run by the Alliance are one of the only ways to get secret treasure and Alliance coins in bulk without a secret realm, and my coin balance was 300. Most of what was on the calendar was entertainment, surfing contests, Pokemon tug of war, a Pokemon marathon, and then there was the Little Fire Dragon Cup, mid-November. Jiangcheng, capital of Yi Province, jointly organized by 3 provinces, which is why the entry requirements are high and why it is prestigious. Pre-registration wants an advanced trainer certification and 6 Pokemon. Actual entry wants 4 gym badges. Champion gets 5 million Alliance coins, 1 water and 1 fire, and 1 grass essence, a rare Pokemon egg, the title of Outstanding Trainer of the City, an offer of a post in the league. For a tournament at that level, the egg will not be some ordinary thing. It will be a Zorua or a Riolu or better. 3 essences alone would have been enough for me. I registered online that evening. Then I called my parents, messaged the people who care where I am, packed everything into a spatial backpack, locked the manor, and stood in my own yard for a minute, looking north. I had 2 gym badges and I needed 4, and the tournament was 7 weeks away, and there was an entire country between me and Jiangcheng. North, because I had heard it snows there. I am from the south. I have basically never seen heavy snow. The north has ice types, which I do not own, and which live there because the cold suits them. Everyone, gather up. 8 of them came, and Mudkip arrived riding on an Arcanine. I stood there and looked at all of it and thought about the fact that 4 months earlier I had a Chimchar and no money. Then I got on Salamence and went. The forest north of Chang City is smaller than the one in the west and full of low-level Pokemon, which for the next few days was exactly what I wanted, because I had a Vigoroth at level 35 and a Mudkip at level 11, and both of them needed opponents that would not remove them. Vigoroth hit 36 in a clearing, full of Shroomish, and the light came up. And what stood there afterwards was a Slaking on the ground, propped up on one elbow, yawning. I had told myself it would be different. My Vigoroth was violent and enthusiastic and scarred and desperate to fight, and I had convinced myself that whatever it became would carry that through. It did not. The instant the ability changed, the animal changed. That is what Truant does. It is not a personality, it is a switch. I fed it 2 normal essences as an evolution gift, which took it from 36 to 58 in one go, and for about 40 seconds it was awake and enormous and wanted more. Then it lay back down, as expected. Without changing its inherent characteristic, there is simply no way to get Slaking to stop being lazy. 80,000 gold coins for a trait conversion capsule. I had spent every coin I owned on Dragon Essence in a valley 4 days earlier. I was at 10,000 and climbing at roughly 1 coin per defeated Pokemon, so I put it in a ball and stopped bringing it out, because walking anywhere with a Slaking adds 40% to the journey. Mudkip, on the other hand, had finally cleared its infancy at level 11 and was allowed to fight, and I want to describe its first battle. I found a Cedo at its level and told it to use Rock Smash. It jogged over, kicked a Cedo into a tree, then ran up to the Cedo to check that it had actually worked, poked it, confirmed it, then sprinted back to me to be told it was good. Like a child who has come first in something and is waiting by the teacher's desk. Mudkip, you're amazing. 20 or 30 matches that afternoon, opponents from level 11 up to 16, and it finished the day at 15 and could not stand up. It also did something else, which was that it took over so much of the workload that Slaking spent the entire afternoon resting, and only had to fight when Mudkip was too tired. By evening, Slaking was looking at Mudkip with what I can only describe as affection. It had found somebody to do its job. Slaking does not know that I am saving up 80,000 coins to end its retirement, and I have decided not to tell it. Half an hour north, the forest gives out into the Yanghu grassland, which is a seasonal wetland with freshwater lakes in it and a few small ranches raising miltank and toros and ordinary cattle. I was flying low over it, admiring the view, when somebody screamed. There was a dust trail with a ponyta at the front of it running flat out, and the person who was supposed to be riding it was not riding it. She had come off and was holding on to its tail with both hands and being dragged. That is not a person riding a horse. That is a horse walking a person. Salamence landed in front of it and cut it off. I got off to give it room, and it dropped in front of a bolting ponyta and roared once. The ponyta braked so hard it nearly went over. Then Salamence had it stopped a second later and came trotting back, looking pleased with itself. The girl let go and did not get up. "Are you all right? Should I take you to hospital?" She shot to her feet, took one look at me, then would not look at me at all because of the position I had found her in. Feng Ruo, 16, from Gutang town nearby. Her grandparents run one of the ranches on that grassland, Chengzi Ranch. She goes out there whenever she can because it is full of gentle Pokemon. She will not get her own starter for another year. She is a high school sophomore, and the reason she was on a ponyta at speed with no safety equipment is this. Every year around that time, the ranches on Yanghu hold a festival with a Pokemon marathon in it. Winning gets you small prizes. But if the winner represents one of the ranches, that ranch gets the most fertile stretch of land, which means more miltank and more toros. She had entered on behalf of her grandparents. That ponyta had been unusually irritable that day and had stopped listening. Feng Ruo. Before you figure out what's wrong with that ponyta, use a different Pokemon for the race. Your body is your own. Then I tried to leave, and she blocked me. And then her grandparents arrived. I want to state that I have negotiated with an Elite Four, and I have never lost an argument as comprehensively as I lost that one. Two people in their 60s decided I had saved their granddaughter and that I would be eating at their house, and that was the end of it. So I spent 3 days on a small ranch on the Yanghu grassland. Hundreds of miltank grazing. Toros running in herds because they cannot do anything else. Blue sky, green grass, white clouds, and the sort of quiet that makes you lie down without meaning to. I let all 8 out and they scattered across it, and Feng Ruo sat down very suddenly because she had already seen a Salamence and was now looking at a Tyranitar as well. Then she saw the golden Charizard and made a small noise. Such a luxurious lineup. "What kind of freak is this?" She said that out loud, to my face. I have decided to take it as a compliment. Then, blushing, she asked whether she could play with my mudkip, and before I could finish the warning about the water, she was already gone across the field after it. I spent the rest of that day learning to milk a miltank. This is genuinely harder than it looks, and I was extremely bad at it. I could not control my strength. I hurt one, and it turned its head and looked at me with an expression I have not been able to forget. And if it had been a Tauros or a Bouffalante instead of a miltank, I would have gone over the fence. I went back the next day and did it properly, and hurt the same one again. It had specifically tried to hide behind the others to avoid me and had been pushed to the front by the queue. I apologized to a cow, out loud, and left the shed at speed. Freshly squeezed miltank milk, however, is worth the shame. Infernape and I drank 3 large cups each. And on the second evening, Mudkip stopped in front of a shop window at the festival and would not move. There was a Slowpoke plush in it, enormous, pink, extremely stupid looking. "Mudkip, do you like this Slowpoke doll too?" Feng Ruo asked that because she wanted it too, which was the actual reason she was risking her neck on a ponyta. Mudkip nodded and then came back and grabbed my trouser leg, and I found out from Feng Ruo that it is not for sale. It is the Marathon Champion's prize. So I signed up for a Pokemon marathon in a small town on the Yanghu grassland on the last day of registration because a Mudkip wanted a soft toy. Entrance, 32 teams. The rules allow a Pokemon to ride a Pokemon. I entered Arcanine carrying Mudkip. Feng Ruo asked me, carefully, whether that was really wise, because in the whole history of that race, almost nobody does it. A person on a Pokemon can give instructions mid-race and is much less likely to be thrown off. Yeah, we've already registered and we haven't broken any rules, so what's wrong with that? Besides, Mudkip wanted that Slowpoke doll. It's more suitable for it to be in the race. You should fight for what you want. The course is short and unpleasant. Long flat stretches, an uphill, a downhill, and a river crossing with rocks in it, and the field. There were people riding Onix and Rhyhorn and Rapidash and Dodrio, and the Dodrio's 3 heads were already arguing before the gun. There was a girl on a Starmie. There was a Rattata riding a Blastoise, which raises the question of how a 2-legged animal is meant to beat 4-legged ones. There was a boy preparing to ride a Shuckle, which is famously the slowest thing alive, and which would have been faster carried. The gun went, and everything left except the Shuckle, which had to be slapped. Arcanine was gone. It is genuinely one of the 3 fastest things in the world, and everything else in that field was a farm animal. Then Mudkip, delighted, stopped paying attention and got blown sideways off its back and had to grab fur. Arcanine had to slow right down to let it climb back, which let the Rapidash and the Dodrio catch up. And their trainers, having seen exactly how fast that Arcanine was, made an alliance on the spot to take out the favorite. Rapidash, tackle the Arcanine, force it to stop. Dodrio, you too. Arcanine dodged the first one by leaping 7 meters sideways and the second one by leaping again. Mudkip got thrown around badly enough on the second one that it made a noise of genuine complaint about its own backside. And Arcanine, hearing that noise, stopped racing. It slowed down, turned around, and dealt with both of them. Arcanine at that point was a good deal larger and more than 10 levels above either of them, and it kicked both of them off the course. The two humans came off with them and sat in the dirt with scrapes on their hands watching a golden shape leave. And then a white shape went past them, which was Feng Ruo on the Ponyta. Both of them went from angry to horrified, because losing to an Arcanine is fine, and losing to the girl from Qingzi Ranch is not, and they scrambled back on. The Rapidash rider got going. The Dodrio rider slapped one of his own Pokemon's heads in frustration, at which point all three heads started a full argument, which escalated into the heads attacking each other, which ended with them throwing their own trainer on the ground. He sat there while every remaining competitor overtook him, including, eventually, the Shuckle, and retired. Arcanine cleared the river in 2 jumps, using the rocks, and ran the last 2 kilometers to the line. Feng Ruo arrived a little over a minute later, having talked to Ponyta, that is afraid of water across a river 1 stone at a time, in second place, which, because my Arcanine did not represent any ranch, made her the winner among the ranches. Qingzi Ranch got the land. She went red and could not speak, and then got straight back on the Ponyta to go and tell her grandparents. Mudkip collected its medal sitting on Arcanine's back, and then spent the rest of the day lying against a Slowpoke plush twice its size. I left the next morning with a whole case of Miltank milk that 2 people in their 60s would not let me refuse, and a lot of advice about traveling alone. Then I flew for several hours north, past every city on the route, out of Xizang province and into An province, and put down in a forest to work, which is where I met the Ditto. I had sent everybody out to fight, and by lunchtime everybody had come back except Arcanine and Mudkip. That is not a thing that happens. The Pokemon in that forest were nothing. Arcanine is obedient to a fault. Mudkip is a menace but not a wanderer. I went out with Infernape on the ground and Salamence in the air. Salamence found them and gave the call we had agreed, and I ran several kilometers to get there. Arcanine was fine. Arcanine was, in fact, having a small breakdown, because there were 2 Mudkip in front of it, fighting each other, and they were identical. Not similar, identical. Same size, same voice, same moves. Water gun against water gun. Rock Smash against Rock Smash. Both of them knew Blizzard. Every attack canceled out because both of them had exactly the same everything. Arcanine's nose is the best in my team, and it could not tell them apart. It would not leave to get help in case it abandoned the real one. Then both of them saw me, and one ran over and pressed itself into my arms and pointed at the other one and started complaining bitterly. And then the other one ran over, climbed into my arms as well, looked up at me with tears in its eyes, and complained bitterly about the first one. There were now 2 Mudkip in my jacket, and they were both furious, and both about to start fighting inside it. My Salamence was looking from one to the other, with its mouth open, and Infernape put a hand over its own face. Then, I remembered I have a cheat in my eyes and scanned them both. I put the right-hand one down on the grass, because that one was a Ditto. Ditto has exactly 1 move, which is Transform, and with that 1 move, it can become any Pokemon it has seen. It does not just copy the shape, it copies the moves and the ability and the appearance so accurately that there is essentially no flaw. It reverted, looking deeply aggrieved, pale purple, jelly soft, 2 small black eyes. And my actual Mudkip laughed at it, which was a mistake. Because Ditto looked at that, thought about it, and then jumped on me. There was a flash, and then there were 2 of me. Same face, same clothes, same expression, standing in the same position, doing the same thing with its hands. I actually had a moment of doubting which one I was, and now Mudkip could not tell, and Salamence could not tell. Infernape came over and studied both of us, and failed. Then Arcanine put its nose right up against both of us and got nothing, because Ditto copies scent as well. Mudkip tried hugging both of us and got the same feeling off both, and lost its temper completely and sprayed both of us with water, and I picked it up and patted its backside twice. Mudkip, I've taught you so many times, you can't do that, and you just won't listen. The other me stood there and tried to copy that and could not, because Ditto cannot speak, which is the only reason Ditto is not the most dangerous thing in the world. My Mudkip put a full water gun into the fake, which had no combat ability at all while transformed. It reverted and slunk off into the bushes looking absolutely devastated, having been exposed twice inside 10 minutes. And then I walked back to camp and found 3 Slakings, 2 Tyrannitars, and 2 Agrons. The fakes had eaten every energy cube in the camp. including the ones belonging to Tyranitar and Agron. Then a real Tyranitar and a real Agron had turned up and started asking questions. And my actual slaking, who is normally incapable of being upset about anything, was standing there with its fists glowing, having spent 20 minutes being accused of theft by its own teammates with no way to explain itself. If I had come back a minute later, there would have been an incident. 2 gym level and Elite 4 level animals fighting each other inside a camp does not damage a camp, it damages a mountain. Infernape, Mach Punch, the 2 slakings, the Tyranitar near the tree, and the small-eyed Agron. 4 punches inside 1 second, and 4 pale purple things on the ground. My Tyranitar and Agron and slaking then stood in a huddle staring down at these tiny creatures, completely unable to accept that those had been pretending to be them. I had Infernape carry them a long way off and drop them somewhere else, because if they woke up nearby, they would simply come back as somebody. Then the fog came. It rolled in during lunch, and I ignored it. And 10 minutes later, it had covered the camp and then the entire forest. I could not see 3 meters in any direction in the middle of the afternoon. My elf communicator had no signal at all. Not weak, none. So I packed everything, put Mudkip and Slaking and Charizard and Salamence away, and walked out with Infernape in front as a lamp, and Arcanine and Tyranitar and Agron around me, and promptly got completely lost. I want to describe walking through that forest, because it is the only time on this entire trip I have been genuinely unsettled. Cold air moving in a way it should not. Trees that looked like they were changing position when you were not facing them. Nothing alive anywhere, in the middle of a forest that had been full of bug types that morning. I decided it was ghost types playing games and told myself that firmly and repeatedly. And then I found a small wooden cabin. An old woman came out before I could knock, with 3 Hoothoot and a Noctowl beside her. "Young man, are you lost in the forest?" "Yes." "Grandma, do you live here alone?" "Yes." "I've lived alone in the forest for many years, but I'm not really alone. I have my Hoothoot and my Noctowl." I scanned the Noctowl out of pure reflex, level 71, Elite 4. A woman in her 70s living alone in a wooden cabin in the middle of a forest with an Elite 4 Pokemon standing next to her. Her name is Hulan. She is from Yunnan province on the other side of the country, and she was once a serious competitive trainer with a shelf of trophies. Her husband was a researcher. His subject was Ditto, and their transformation ability. This forest is called the Fang Bian Forest, which means what it sounds like, because it used to be full of them, used to be. A craze went through the trainer community a few years back where catching a Ditto was a status symbol. Then the poachers and the organizations noticed that popular Pokemon sell high, and Fang Bian Forest was stripped. The league eventually sent people in, arrested a lot of poachers, and banned capture in the forest entirely. Decades later, it still is not recovered, and you might see a Ditto once or twice. Her husband built that cabin so he could be near the last of them. And then one day the fog came for the first time. Nobody knows why it started. All electronics stopped working inside it, and you cannot tell one direction from another. He was out in it, unprepared, and he could not find the way home, and he could not find the way out, and he died somewhere in this forest. That was the first fog and the first death. There have been many since, and for reasons nobody has explained, the League did not close the forest. It put up warning signs, published a notice forbidding entry, and left it at that. I had flown in on a Salamence from another province and landed in the middle of it, and had never heard of any of this. When she found out her husband was gone, she came here from Yunnan, thousands of kilometers, gave up the career she loved, and stayed. She tamed a Hoothoot, which is now that Noctowl. Then she bought a batch of Hoothoot eggs. And she has spent decades hatching them, raising them, and training them, because Hoothoot can see through illusions. Because a Hoothoot born in that forest knows every path in it and can find the way out in fog. Thousands of Hoothoot hatched, hundreds of Noctowl released back into the woods. Thousands of lost trainers walked out of the Fang Bian forest alive, following a bird that hops on one leg, for decades. Alone, in a cabin, next to a husband she never buried. I did not want to take one. I told her I had an Infernape and a Tyranitar and would be fine, and that she should keep it for somebody who needed it more. She refused to hear it, and eventually I took one Hoothoot and left her every scrap of food and every ingredient in my backpack, which was several months of eating. It hopped ahead of us through fog I could not see 6 feet into and walked us out of that forest in under an hour. Hoothoot, thank you. Take care on your way back. Then it turned around and went back into the fog, because it knows the way, because she taught it. I stood at the tree line for a few minutes with Infernape and Tyranitar standing beside me, not saying anything. I hope she lives a long time. Xin'an is a small city and province, and it would be an obscure small city if it were not for Daxi Valley Town. Daxi Valley is where they dig fossils out of the ground, real ones, ancient Pokemon. It is famous across the whole Shenzhou Alliance. It got that way because the first Aerodactyl ever brought back from the dead came out of a rock there. The League sealed it, brought in heavy excavators and research teams, hollowed out several canyons and a couple of mountains, took everything, and then, when nothing new turned up for a long time, packed up and left. The core is still sealed and guarded. The outer ruins are open to anybody, which is why, every single day, hundreds of people go into an exhausted quarry with shovels. The economics of that town are absurd. Every family has a large house and a car, because the ruins bring outsiders and the outsiders bring money. I bought a shovel and a pickaxe from a roadside shop. The shopkeeper looked at me, correctly identified an out-of-towner with dreams, and gently explained that the League already took everything, that fossils are not easy to dig up, and that if they were, the locals would have done it decades ago, and it would never have been our turn. He was being kind. He sells 80 or 100 shovels a day to people he then tells not to bother. The canyon is a moonscape, pits 30 meters deep with safety rails around them. Then, further in, one enormous hole 100 meters across and a few meters deep, absolutely packed with people, all digging, with Machoke and Machamp and Diglett and Excadrill and Sandslash working alongside them, and nobody talking, just the noise of tools, hundreds of holes like that. I did the arithmetic, a worked-out site, thousands of people, and a thing that might not exist. That is not a needle in a haystack. That is a needle in a haystack that has already been searched by professionals with metal detectors. So, obviously I went and found the worst possible spot on the outer edge, where the soil is hard and nobody had bothered, and told Infernape and Arcanine to dig. Because I was not about to swing a pickaxe personally, when I owned two things that no dig, they went underground and came back up panting. I reached into the hole and found it was solid rock all the way down, which is why nobody was there, which I had somehow decided was a good sign. I spent most of a day on that. Broke the surface layer with a pickaxe, connected the shafts, got down 8 meters across and 10 meters deep, and found rock, rock, and rock. Then the noise attracted a crowd, and a large group of people arrived and enthusiastically started expanding my hole. I quietly took my 2 Pokemon and left them to it. A day and a half in total. Nothing, not one thing of any value. And I was actually taking the tent down to leave when there was an explosion in the canyon. 2 trainers had gotten into an argument over something petty, escalated it into a Pokemon battle, and taken it into the ruins, which is specifically forbidden. The collision brought down a section of the ground. I ran toward it, because of course I did. There was a hole 20 meters across in the middle of the canyon floor, black all the way down. And while everybody was still standing around the edge, somebody came back up out of it, carrying a fossil the size of 4 human heads. And I watched 1,000 people lose their minds simultaneously. Everybody who owned anything that flies was in that hole inside a minute. I got Salamence out and went down too. Every flying Pokemon in the vicinity stopped in midair to let a pseudo-legendary through first, which was useful and slightly embarrassing. The cave under there is huge and branching and dry, with sharp black rock. There were bloodstains on the floor from the 2 who had fallen in. Thousands of people searched every crack in it and found nothing. There had clearly been fossils in there once, and they were gone, taken by the League years ago through a different entrance. The man who came up with one had gotten lucky in the most literal sense. I came back up empty-handed with everybody else, and then the story got interesting. That evening, the whole town went into a spin. The finder had checked into the only 6-star hotel because it has the best security in the county, and had rented an entire floor of it and hired a near gym-level trainer as a bodyguard, which tells you he understood exactly what he was holding. I checked into that hotel too, because I wanted to see how it ended. The lobby filled up with middle-aged men in suits. Then a group in Alliance uniform went up to the 9th floor. Within 30 seconds, police and soldiers sealed the 8th, 9th, and 13th floors and the lobby and the entrance. And everybody standing around watching, including me, was politely walked back into their rooms. An hour later, the Alliance delegation came back down, looking like men whose meeting had gone badly. And then the news came out. The fossil was, according to experts, almost certainly an Aerodactyl. There are not 10 complete Aerodactyl fossils in existence, and almost all of them are held by the League or by the Great Families. Champion Zhou Yong's Aerodactyl was brought back at enormous cost by extracting genes from one. The Alliance had offered 80 million Alliance coins. He had refused because private buyers and research institutes had already come in at 250 million, because he wanted to put it to auction and see how high it went, and because, in his own words to somebody who repeated it, he was one man with nothing to lose. The Alliance could not simply take it in front of that many witnesses. I sat on a railing and listened to a crowd of strangers discuss a man becoming worth 250 million Alliance coins in one afternoon, and thought about a day and a half of digging holes. By midnight, everybody had gone to bed. At around 2 in the morning, a helicopter came in over Daxi Valley town, and a convoy of vehicles arrived on the road behind it. Both the helicopter and the vehicles had a large red R on them. They cut the power, then they cut the signal. The town noticed because the power in Daxi Valley town does not go out, because of the ruins. People who were awake opened their doors to see why, and found men in black standing on both sides of the road. The first man who opened a door got knocked out and laid down gently on the ground because the order was to avoid killing where possible, because a massacre brings the alliance and a robbery does not. The rest were told to go back inside, pretend they had seen nothing, and they would be fine. Most of them did, some did not, and were put down in under 3 minutes because a few dozen frightened civilians with one Pokemon each do not present a problem to 100 organized professionals. I woke up to fighting downstairs, and I want to note that my first thought was not fear. This R organization is really persistent. It follows me everywhere I go. I went out onto the walkway and looked down and saw the letter on their chests. I packed everything, grabbed Infernape, and went down the stairs because I was on a high floor, and if that hotel came down, I did not want to be at the top of it. On the 10th floor, I ran into the guests coming up, bloodied, exhausted, their Pokemon hurt. And in the middle of them, a man clutching a round object wrapped in cloth and watching everybody around him. His bodyguards were dead or had left. In the confusion, some of the other guests had already tried to take it off him, and he had held on to it, and he had stopped believing that anybody in that building was different from the men in black, and honestly, on the evidence, he was right. I walked around them and kept going down. They let me. Not one of them warned me that the R organization was searching the lower floors. Several of them actively hoped I would go down there and slow the men in black up. I got to the 6th floor and found them. A hotel stairwell is a bad place to fight, so I let Arcanine out to clear a head and let Infernape do what it does. Infernape, don't worry about damaging the hotel. Go all out. It went blue. Blue fire with gold inside it, which is what my Infernape looks like now. It went into a stairwell packed with Mightyena and Houndoom and Poochyena and Raticate and Sandshrew and Nidorino, and cleared 6 floors in one pass. It could not control it in that space. It put several holes in the walls and left scorch marks, and the whole building shook for a few seconds. Downstairs in the lobby, a young woman in red looked up at the ceiling and wondered which of her guests that was. And that is how I came down a set of stairs into the lobby of a 6-star hotel and found Yang Lihua standing in it. Same red uniform, same 20-year-old face, the one who had a Haxorus on a cruise ship and a Nidoking she cannot command. She recognized me instantly, and I watched her whole plan reorganize itself behind her eyes. It's you. I didn't expect to run into you here. What a coincidence. But this matter has nothing to do with you. I'll let you off this time. You can just leave. Now, I want to be fair to her. That was the correct decision. Her mission was the fossil. Her mission was more important than me. And this was a test set by her father, which meant she had no senior officers with her, which meant she was the highest ranking and the strongest thing the R organization had in that town. But I had heard the first half, and I had also heard the second half. Let me off. Your R organization is like a persistent ghost, following me wherever I go. I don't need you to release me. I'll fight my way out the door with my own strength. One of her lieutenants took offense on her behalf and sent out an armored Tyrantrum, which is a large thing with a drill on its head. It came across a hotel lobby at me at speed. Infernape got in front of it without being told. Anybody who wants to reach me goes through it first. That is not an instruction. That is the arrangement. It went under the drill, put a close combat into the Tyrantrum's stomach, then hit it in the head. And that Tyrantrum went through half the men in the room and out through the tempered glass at the front of the hotel and disappeared. One exchange. Her lieutenant stood there with his mouth open, having just watched his strongest Pokemon leave the building. Then Yang Lihua sent out the Haxorus, level 64. On the cruise ship, it had been 56. 8 levels in a little over 2 months, which is a genuinely serious rate, and which she got the honest way, if the R organization counts as honest, meaning constant sparring partners and access to dragon-type treasure. She has been working. I want that acknowledged. Haxorus, Dragon Claw, Infernape, Fire Punch. My Infernape's fist came out with gold in the flame, and it broke a Dragon Claw in half and landed on a Haxorus's chest and left a black circular mark burned into it. That Haxorus went out of the same hole in the front of the building as the Tyrantrum. She made a sound and gripped her own hands. Ha ha ha. Your Haxorus has improved a lot. Unfortunately, it's still no match for Infernape. I advise you to release the Nidoking as soon as possible. That was not confidence. That was me finding out whether the Nidoking was still on her belt, because if it was not, we were leaving with the fossil. Wang Jin, aren't you meddling a bit too much? Wait and see. I'll definitely beat you and your Infernape to a pulp. She knew my name. She had looked me up after the cruise ship. And while she was saying it, her hand went to her belt and closed around an ordinary ball which answered my question. Then the Haxorus came back through the front of the hotel on its own, eyes red, covered in damage. 2 fist marks pressed into its chest and the flesh around them burned. It had gone into outrage, which is why it was standing at all, and in that state, it does not recognize anybody. I have seen an outraging Pokemon go through its own side before. It did not touch her. It went around a lieutenant and several of its own team, and it went for Infernape. She was shouting at it to come back the whole way. 1 Mach punch to the stomach. It went through a wall, took out a dozen floorboards, and stayed down. Come back and rest. I'll take you to hospital after the mission. Then she released the Nidoking. Level 74, exactly as before, because Elite Fours do not move quickly and it had been 2 months. And that is the moment I had been waiting for, since a burning cruise ship in August. And I want to be honest about why. On that ship, my Mega Salamence fought that Nidoking to a standstill. Not a win, a standstill, and it cost me a Mega Evolution and a ship. Infernape watched that entire fight from the side, unable to help, because it was not strong enough. Infernape. This time the Nidoking is yours. It ran to the middle of the lobby so fast I did not see it move, because that is its whole thing. It is the first one I caught, and it thinks of itself as the one who is supposed to stand in front of the strong ones, so the others do not have to. On that ship it could not, and it has been carrying that for 2 months. Nidoking smashed that damn monkey with the fire on its head. She gave that order the way a child asks a parent to hit somebody. The Nidoking ignored her completely, because it is not hers, and went for Infernape on its own initiative, because it wanted to. That Nidoking is a veteran. It stomped a crater in the hotel floor as an opening statement, purely for effect. And my Infernape, which has stood in front of a Heavenly King Peak Tyranitar and a quasi-champion Blastoise every morning for 2 weeks, was not impressed and did not pretend to be. Then they fought inside a building. Close range, both of them, punch for punch. In close combat, Nidoking is better. And my Infernape took real damage in the first exchanges, because that thing is built out of stone and has brute force. But Infernape is faster. Substantially faster. It stayed alive, on speed alone, and when Nidoking cornered it and came round with its tail, Infernape went up a water pipe, over the tail, and dropped clear. The tail went through the corner of the hotel, and left a hole you could see the street through. Then, while the Nidoking was turning around looking for it, a fire dragon came out of the dark, red with gold running through it. It hit Nidoking's crossed arms and pushed a 74-level Elite Four backwards across the lobby, and the skin on its forearms went. Everybody in the R organization stopped moving. What a powerful flamethrower. What are those golden flames? Yang Lihua said that out loud. She has grown up beside her father and has seen more powerful trainers than most adults ever will. She had never seen fire with gold in it. I was not going to explain that a fragment of a legendary beast had gone into that body in a valley in Chang City. I am never going to explain it, because the day that becomes public is the day my Infernape stops belonging to me. Then the Nidoking went mad, in the specific way that a proud thing goes mad, and charged, and my Infernape did not evade. It stood in the middle of a hotel lobby, lit itself blue with electricity crawling over it, and went to meet an Elite Four head-on. I got Arcanine and Slaking and Aggron back into their balls and myself onto Salamence and out of the building. Yang Lihua gave the retreat order at almost exactly the same second. She has good instincts. Her men scattered. Some had flying types, some rode a Houndoom. Most of them ran on their own legs, which is what you do when 2 Elite Fours are about to meet indoors. The upper floors of that hotel came down, and so did most of the buildings around it. I brought Salamence back over the ruins when it stopped, and there was nothing there. Rubble, smoke, and men in black under it with only a leg or an arm showing. Yang Lihua came back with what was left of hers, and I stood on a pile of a 6-star hotel and could not find my Infernape. I want to tell you exactly how long that lasted, and it was probably 20 seconds, and I have not entirely gotten over it. Then a section of the rubble exploded, and a badly injured Nidoking pushed its way out from underneath, carrying half a building on its back, slowly, 1 step at a time, with its face doing something I did not enjoy looking at. And behind it, a wall panel came off, and Infernape climbed out. It saw me, grinned, and walked over unsteadily. Infernape, I'm so glad you're all right. Then I turned around and looked at Yang Lihua, and put 2 great balls in my hands. They had Salamence and Charizard in them, and I meant it. Nidoking got clear of the ruins and stopped. Then, because it is what it is, it started walking toward Infernape again, and got about 10 steps and went down on one knee with its hands on the ground, breathing badly, blood running down its arms. It could not continue. And my Infernape, which was barely standing, put its hands up in a fighting stance and blazed at it, which meant exactly one thing. If you've got the guts, keep going. Let's see who falls first. Nidoking did not get up. That is the win. That is the actual win. On a burning ship in August, my Mega Salamence could not beat that thing. And in November, my Infernape did, with a fragment of a god in it and 2 weeks of losing to a Blastoise behind it, and a hotel on top of both of them. Yang Lihua looked at it, and then at me, and I watched a young woman decide that she could not take this town. And then a lieutenant arrived at a run and reported that the fossil was already out and on its way to the rendezvous, because while I had been fighting in the lobby, she had split her force and sent 3 of her officers to the top floor, where they found the guests fighting each other over it, a dozen of them, trying to take it off the man who found it. 3 trained officers walked into that, put down a dozen Pokemon, hurt several people, and took it out of his hands. He tried to take it back and got beaten half to death for it and could only point at them as they left. He had turned down $80 million from the Alliance and $250 million from private buyers because he wanted an auction. He lost the fossil, took a beating, and got a hospital bill. Then the hotel came down 20 seconds later. Most of the R organization men on that floor, and most of the guests went down with it. Yang Lihua recalled her Nidoking and left. I let her. I had been fighting them for 20 minutes and delayed them by at least that, and there was no support of any kind. Not one League officer arrived, not one member of staff. In a town with an Alliance presence during an armed assault on a hotel for half an hour. Infernape, you've had a hard time. Go and rest. I'll take you to hospital. The R organization left Daxi Valley Town in good order. 3 minutes later, sirens. Several Alliance police cars came into the town, and a large group of investigators and staff arrived on the scene. 3 minutes after the last man in black had gone. Half an hour late, and perfectly, elegantly late, so that neither side ever has to look at the other. I was the only eyewitness who had actually fought them, so I was taken aside and questioned. I want to describe that conversation properly, because while it was happening, a Salamence and a Tyranitar and an Agron were standing about 4 meters away, staring at the investigators with total attention. The investigators were extremely polite and got through their questions very efficiently and let me go. Then they put the survivors in a hotel in the city with the bill paid by the Alliance, and since it was not my money, I picked the best and most expensive one available, which was 8-star, and I would do it again. I did not sleep first. I took Infernape to the Xinyan First Pokemon Hospital at 2 in the morning and sat in a corridor. Superficial injuries. Rest for a few days and avoid battles. Nothing structural. And then the doctor asked me, carefully, how I had raised it. He said that in all his years, he had never seen an Infernape with that build, that the flames were pale gold, and that he had briefly thought it was a shiny. I made something up and left. I got back to the hotel at 1 or 2 in the morning and fell face down on the bed, fully dressed without recalling Infernape. I woke up at 11 in the morning under a blanket, with the curtains drawn and the lights off. My Infernape, which had fought an Elite Four through a building the night before, had pulled the curtains, put a blanket over me, turned off the lights, and then lain down on the carpet. Infernape, good morning. Thanks a lot for last night. There is no version of that sentence that covers it. That afternoon, I went to challenge the Zainan Gym, which is the only gym in that city, and which is somehow ranked in the top 5 in the whole province. There was a queue. While I was waiting outside the arena, a handsome gray-haired middle-aged man walked past, stopped, crossed his arms, and smiled at me. Young man, your Infernape, Salamence, Arcanine, and Slaking are all very well trained. Would you like to have a match with me later? I looked around. There was nobody else in the corridor. I had never seen this person in my life, and he had just correctly named 4 of my Pokemon. I told him I had a gym match shortly, and perhaps another time. He was not remotely offended, glanced into the arena, nodded to himself, and left. What a strange guy. I didn't even agree to fight him. Then they called my number, and I went in, and he was sitting in the gym leader's chair. His name is Wu Gong. They call him Storm Dragon. He is a quasi-elite trainer. He is obsessed with electric types. Every single Pokemon in his gym and in his students' hands is electric, which is why the place is known locally as the Electric Gym. It's me. We just met. Actually, I saw you last night in Daxi Valley Town. I saw your Infernape and your Salamence, and that's when I got the idea. The situation was a bit special last night and it was too late to fight, so I gave up. I didn't expect to meet you in my own gym today. Show me your full strength and let's have a big battle. No matter the result, win or lose, I'll give you the gym badge. He had watched a hotel come down in the dark, identified the trainer responsible, gone home, then found that person had walked into his gym the next day and joined the queue. His students, meanwhile, were all quietly losing their minds because the teacher had not personally taken a challenge in 2 months. The last time he did it was against an Elite Four's grandson, under pressure, and he lost, and half the gym believes he threw it deliberately. Okay, I promise you. He sent out a Jolteon at level 57 and told me to go first because I was the guest. I sent out Slaking because Slaking had been asleep for a week and I was not going to keep carrying it. Slaking, full power, use Earthquake. That is a lot of Earthquake for a small electric type, and he saw it coming and did not run. Jolteon, use Storm with everything you have. Even if we lose with dignity. We must not let them look down on us. Its spikes came up and it could not stand, and it fired anyway. Storm came down out of the ceiling and hit a Slaking standing perfectly still. Slaking, use Amnesia, take it head on, then fire punch the ground. The arena went white, and then both of them vanished in smoke, and then the ground moved again. A Jolteon came out of the smoke sideways. It got up. Covered in damage, exhausted, and it got up, and then its head dropped and it went over. That Jolteon had been trained for over a year, and is not even his main. And when the smoke cleared, Slaking was not lazy. It was standing there completely alert, energized, either because Storm had woken it up or because it had finally found something worth being awake for. The arena floor had two enormous cracks in it from the fire punch. Field damaged, match paused. Moved to a new arena. By the time we got there, half the gym had come to watch because word had gone round that somebody had put down the teacher's Jolteon, and they all wanted to see him embarrassed, which they described to each other as learning from his combat experience. Wang Jin. I admit I was careless and I underestimated you. Watch out from now on, because I'm going to send out my ace. But don't worry, whatever happens, you get the badge. Honestly, with your skills, you're good enough to be a city-level gym leader. You're not at all like a rookie. Then he took out a high-grade ball and held it up to his own mouth. Old buddy, it's been a long time since we fought side by side. This time, it's in your hands again. And a Magnezone came out. Level 72. Elite 4. The gym leader of a city gym sent an Elite 4 Pokemon at a first-year university student in an official gym challenge, in front of his own students on camera. I want to note that the reason he turned his head away and would not look at me afterwards is that he knew exactly what he had done. Only Storm would do something like that. Slaking, flamethrower. I kept slaking in, which was not sentiment. Slaking was 58 against 72, and there was no version where it won. I wanted it to stand in front of an Elite 4 and feel what that is, because Slaking had spent its entire career being carried, and it needed to know that there is a ceiling and that it is nowhere near it. Magnezone floated over the flamethrower, then it put down an electric field. Then it made a noise, a metallic grinding scream that had me covering my own ears from 30 meters away and Slaking clutching its head. Then flash cannon, a beam of pure steel energy, which went straight through Slaking's fire blast and came out the other side with enough left to blow a crater where Slaking had been standing a half second earlier. Because Slaking, for all its size, has explosive movement when it decides to use it. And then it stopped because it had been locked on. Magnezone, Zap Cannon. That is the combination they built this gym's reputation on. Lock on to remove the possibility of missing, then the biggest thing in the box. Slaking, since we can't avoid it, let's fight with everything. Arm thrust. A yellow beam came out of the eye in the middle of the thing, and my Slaking put its arm into it. It held for a few seconds. Then it went across the arena, leaving a groove behind it, and the explosion covered everything, and Magnezone turned around and flew away without looking, because there was no possibility of anybody standing up after that. And when the smoke cleared, my Slaking was pushing itself up off the ground with electricity still crawling over it. Magnezone actually got angry and turned around to finish it. Magnezone, wait a moment. Storm stopped it, partly out of respect, partly because there is nothing to gain from an Elite 4 humiliating something 14 levels below it in front of a room full of students. Come back, Slaking. I put it away and said something to the ball that I am not going to repeat, and then I sent out my general. Salamence. Storm went very quiet. He could not read its level, but he could feel it. He had worked out that it was somewhere in the neighborhood of his Magnezone, and he was already recalculating. And then the 7-colored light came up. A first year with a keystone and a megastone. He did not order Magnezone to interrupt it, which he absolutely could have, and which would have been legal. I have thought about that since and decided he wanted to see it. Mega Salamence. Use Sunny Day. Then Brick Break. The Sunny Day was the actual move. He had put down an electric field, and I took the weather off him and replaced it. And after that, the arena was mine. Then Slash into Flash Cannon, and the two of them locked and detonated. A crescent of blood-red wing came out of the smoke, and a dragon claw came down on a Magnezone from above and put it into the floor hard enough to crack the ground in a web. Even Storm went silent. Then Storm, the actual move, from an Elite 4, straight down onto Mega Salamence, and I called Dragon Rush. Lightning came down and opened a gash across my Salamence's chest, and it kept going. Magnezone had already been locked onto by nothing at all. It simply could not move fast enough. It put a light screen up in front of itself. A light screen against an Elite 4 mid-stage Dragon Rush. It went through it, and the whole gym shook. And then there was a cracking noise from somewhere high up. The arena's energy shield broke. That building is rated to contain Elite 4 level battles and below. Master Storm. How about we end this here? I said that, not him, and I said it because the shield was gone. Because the next exchange was going to happen in a building full of his students, and because I liked him. He took about 1 second. All right, the shield's broken. Let's end it. But I've lost. Congratulations, Wang Jin, on obtaining our Xenan Gym badge. Both Pokemon had to be called off individually because neither of them wanted to stop, and Magnezone made a noise of pure objection and floated there glaring. Then he handed me a badge and looked at me with an expression I have gotten used to and still do not like, which is an adult treating an 18-year-old as a peer. Third badge, and then he stopped me at the door and offered me a job. Deputy Gym Leader of the Xenan Gym, a package of benefits, and his own position when he retires. I said no. He was not surprised and he was not angry, because he had already worked out that a city-level gym was not going to hold me. And he told me so. Then he walked me all the way to the front entrance personally. Having fought a genius like that, even losing is enough. I can brag about it for the rest of my life. He said that to himself after I left, and one of his students repeated it to somebody who repeated it to me. I went straight from there to the Chenshin Secret Realm, which is the only realm in Shin'an, level 1, rock types, and which is so busy that they cap the number of people allowed in per day. 3,000 alliance coins, a bracelet, 3 marked balls. The whole point of that trip was Mudkip, which was level 15 and about to evolve. I founded a group of 7 Geodude at around level 10 and let it work. It finished the last one and the light came up. Marsh Tomp. Bigger, sky blue and orange, black fins. And the first thing it did was hug me and then go and hug Arcanine, because it has never once forgotten who its friend is. Marsh Tomp, Arcanine, stop playing. Let's go find some wild Pokemon. You can play tonight. Rock types are 4 times weak to water, so a level 1 rock realm and a freshly evolved Marsh Tomp is not training, it is farming. 300 wild Pokemon in a day, some of them 2 and 3 at a time, and it went from 16 to 22. I also brought Tyranitar out to teach it Hydro Pump and Rain Dance, which took 2 demonstrations because that thing has an enormous move pool from its own special training, and my Marshtomp learns extremely fast. Then a passing trainer challenged me, and I sent Marshtomp out because he was young and had a Poliwhirl, and I did not want to hurt his feelings with an Infernape. His Poliwhirl tried Hypnosis, and Marshtomp canceled it with Supersonic and then beckoned him on, because my Marshtomp is a provocateur, and the boy went red. Then they hit each other with Pound and Rock Smash, and neither gained anything, and Poliwhirl lost its temper and spat water without being told. Marshtomp, bring the blizzard, full force. I want to describe what a level 22 Marshtomp's blizzard does in a rock quarry. The temperature dropped several degrees across the whole area. Snow started falling in a place that does not get snow. I am from the south, and I have barely seen heavy snow in my life, so I stood there catching flakes and being extremely pleased about it, while 30 meters away, a Poliwhirl was being encased in a block of ice, completely encased, only its eyes moving, and its trainer panicked, grabbed a rock off the floor, and started hitting the ice with it, over and over, his arms giving out, crying, convinced his Poliwhirl was freezing to death in there, which it was not, because Poliwhirl is a water type and is fine. I pulled him off it and had Infernape melt it with the smallest ember it is capable of producing, with very specific instructions about size and temperature. The ice melted. Then the ember landed on the Poliwhirl and burned it. And it started screaming, and Marshtomp had to spray water on it to cool the burns down. Ice, then fire, in 90 seconds, to one small frog. I put burn ointment on it afterwards, and the boy conceded, and then exchanged numbers with me, which I did not expect, and which I appreciate. And on the last night in that realm, I made a decision. Marshtomp was level 28. I had 3 water essences and a mystic water, which came from a burning cruise ship and a champion's trophy, and which I had been holding for months. I own exactly 1 water type. If not this one, then who? It swallowed all 4 in one go, with Arcanine lying down beside it the entire time, on guard, because those 2 grew up together. Swampert, 2.3 meters, which is a full meter over what that species normally manages. Standing next to Charizard and Salamence, it is the same height as both of them. Level 28 to 57 in one night. Quasi-champion potential. Mystic Water, equipped, 25% on every water move forever. And a move list with over 30 entries on it, because Tyranitar and Salamence and the rest had been teaching it since before it could walk. It has the 2nd largest move pool on my team. That exhausted every single water-type resource I owned. All of it, in one sitting. And the next morning at 7 o'clock, I woke up because there was banging outside the cave. My Slaking and my Swampert were arm wrestling, standing up, 4 hands locked together, both leaning in, with Salamence and Charizard and Tyranitar, he's standing around them watching with total seriousness and rubbing their hands. Swampert had evolved 11 hours earlier and had immediately gone and picked a fight with Slaking. Because weeks earlier, when it was a Mudkip, it had sat on Slaking's face and sprayed water up its nose. Slaking had punched the ground and launched it. And my Swampert had been holding a grudge about that ever since. Slaking is a size bigger and 3 times the weight and, laziness aside, has one of the 3 strongest bodies I own. It pushed Swampert backwards across the campsite, leaving a groove in the ground, and then through it, and Swampert bounced up and came straight back. And then Slaking, having been awake for nearly 4 minutes, ran out of interest, lay down, closed its eyes, and started snoring. My Swampert stood over it barking and challenging it, and it did not stir. That is genuinely the best move available, and it made it on instinct. It refused to be provoked by going to sleep. My Swampert had no answer at all, and eventually had to go and shout at a rock instead. Then I flew northwest to Luoyang, which is the capital of An Province, and which is a first-tier city with a population to match, and where I discovered that the city gym takes bookings for a gym. I made one for the 21st and went to the Shanhei Secret Realm instead, which is level 2, forests and rivers and lakes, mostly grass and water types, and which is so popular that they have built subway stations and a shopping district and relocated schools around the entrance to it. 5,000 coins, an hour in a queue, and in. I went to the biggest lake to fish, because I had not fished in weeks. I picked the bank with the most weeds because that is where the good ones are. And a man stopped me. He was one of maybe 30 people fishing that lake. He was the only one who said anything, and what he said was that a golduck lives in those weeds and that it drives off every Pokemon and every person who goes near it, violently, and that the whole lake has simply given that corner up. The other 29 watched me approach the weeds and said nothing at all. Several of them were standing up to get a better view. I thanked the one man properly, because 30 people and one warning is a ratio worth noting. Then I decided to give the other 29 exactly what they had come for, because a golduck has taken the best water on that lake, and 30 adult trainers have all silently agreed to let it. The only reason a golduck rules a lake is that nobody there is strong enough to say no. It came out of the weeds the moment I crossed the line, sapphire blue, claws out, a long scar down one cheek, and eyes like two small fires. Arcanine went nose to nose with it. It opened with confusion and tried to lift a 2.5-meter Arcanine off the ground, which is genuinely impressive as an attempt. Arcanine fought it and broke it and landed, and the golduck was left standing there panting from the effort. Arcanine, wait, don't attack yet. Because I did not want to beat it. A golduck at level 47 is worth almost no experience to anything I own. I wanted to hire it. Golduck, let's make a deal. You go and drive away every person fishing on this lake so they can't fish in peace. In exchange, I won't trespass on your territory again. You keep this corner and the whole lake. We leave each other alone. It refused, furiously, because I was standing on its ground telling it what to do, and because it is proud. So I put Slaking and Swampert on the bank next to Arcanine, and 3 enormous creatures formed a triangle around one duck. It put its head down, and I could see it thinking, quite clearly, that if I had led with this, it would have agreed immediately and saved itself the humiliation. It went back into the water and swam toward the crowded side. Meanwhile, across the lake, 30 fishermen had watched me walk toward the weeds and had gotten comfortable. They were standing together, discussing it enthusiastically. Several of them openly hoping to see the arrogant boy thrown in the water. Every single one of them had personally been chased off that corner by that golduck at some point. Several of them had been in the water. Not one of them held it against the golduck because it was strong, and all of them were delighted to watch it happen to somebody else. Then 2 more enormous shapes appeared beside me, and the conversation on the far bank stopped very suddenly, and everybody went back to their rods and pretended to be busy. They did not connect it. Not one of them worked out what a golduck swimming toward them might mean. 90 seconds later, one of them got a strike that nearly took him into the water. Hey guys, this is a big one. Come and lend a hand. Everybody ran over. Several released Pokemon to help. Somebody's Poliwag and somebody's Wartortle went into the water to see what it was, came back out at speed, and stood on the bank, shouting warnings that nobody could understand and nobody had time for. One of them actually got recalled for being noisy. Then 4 grown men and a Machoke and a Primeape took hold of the rod, counted together, and hauled. And a Golduck came out of the water and landed behind them. It snapped the rod in half in front of them, extended its claws, and looked at 30 fishermen. The lake emptied. They abandoned their tackle where it stood. It chased them, spraying water at them, controlling its strength carefully so that the damage was minimal and the humiliation was total. It kept it up all day and did not come back until sunset, filthy and exhausted, having at some point wandered into a Venusaur's territory by accident and had to run. It did the job I gave it, and it did it properly. I kept the one man who had warned me, sat him down at the best spot on the lake, and told him the Golduck would not come near us. He had the most productive afternoon of his life, and caught a Squirtle he had been trying for. I fished with 2 super rods at once and drafted Infernape to run the second one, with Arcanine and Swampert on knockout duty on either side of us, and between us we took 300 or 400 Pokemon out of that lake in a day. An Elite 4. Infernape with a fishing rod. That is where we are now. The rest of that realm was ambushes, which appears to be the local culture. A Carnivine dropped on me out of a tree. Infernape caught it in midair with a fire punch. And then 20 more came out of the branches and the grass, because Carnivine is a grass type that eats meat and considers people to be on the menu. Swampert used Blizzard and I had to physically leave. The temperature dropped so far that I sneezed and had to retreat 100 meters and get behind an Arcanine. When it stopped, there were 15 Carnivine frozen solid in a forest. One of them survived that by using synthesis to draw in sunlight and feed itself power, holding out for about a minute against a blizzard on its own. Level 47, gym potential, and it was the leader. It went down last. Then a flower plain full of Combee and Gloom, and a flock of Jumpluff drifting overhead like snow, and hidden in the flowers, motionless, a group of Roselia with poison spikes. They opened with a wall of razor leaves, and Arcanine burned all of it out of the air. Then they went for Arcanine specifically, correctly identifying it as the threat, and switched to Poison Sting, which is the one thing in that realm I genuinely respect, because poison in a secret realm without immediate treatment is how people lose limbs. Arcanine burned every needle out of the air, and Swampert put Stone Edge through the rest of them. And an hour later, the grass types came back with an army, hundreds of them, from every direction, and at the front, a Venusaur, level 55, Elite 4 potential, and the strongest wild thing in that realm. When it arrived, it did not attack. It sent everybody back and had a conversation with my Arcanine and Swampert in a language I do not speak. I got the gist from the faces. It wanted an apology to the Pokemon we had knocked down, it wanted us to nurse them, and it wanted us to accept punishment. Arcanine and Swampert took that about as well as you would expect from two creatures who consider a fight to be a favor. Negotiations collapsed. Venusaur roared once, and every grass type behind it withdrew to a distance, which is the most professional thing I saw a wild Pokemon do all year. Then it stood up on its back legs and slammed both forelimbs into the ground. Frenzy plant. The ultimate grass move. Thorns like steel pipes coming out of the earth in every direction. Arcanine, Flare Blitz. And my Arcanine set itself on fire and ran straight into a field of them. It weaved through the first wave. It could not weave through the last two, and so it lit them instead, and they burned out of the ground. Then it hit a Venusaur at full speed and flipped it onto its back. It got up using synthesis, drawing sunlight into itself and rebuilding. I did not let it finish, because that fight was not worth the time it was costing. Flamethrower, Petal Dance came up to meet it, and did not have enough left in it. And then, because hundreds of grass types immediately tried to leave, and every escapee is a coin I do not get, I let Salamence and Charizard out to catch the runners. The three of us spent 3 hours chasing small green things through a forest. I want it noted that I am aware of what that says about me. On the way out, I passed the lake, and the Golduck was sunbathing on an empty shore, because nobody comes there anymore. I whistled at it. It shot to its feet, turned around, saw who it was, and immediately became extremely polite. Golduck, you don't need to do that. I'm just passing through. Please continue. And then my Swampert walked back, put a hand on its shoulder, and hugged it. Golduck stood there and endured it with an expression I can only call a hostage smile. And then, as soon as we were out of sight, decided to move house. The Luoyang Gym has a Fairly Gatter statue out front, and a history longer than the provincial gyms. Every gym leader it has ever had was a quasi-elite trainer, and several were Elite 4 level. It is technically a city gym, only because league rules say a city gets one provincial gym and one city gym. And Luoyang already has a provincial gym, and Luoyang Gym refuses to move because the resources and the talent are here. I got there at 7:30 in the morning, and there were already 22 people in front of me, several of them with bedding, because a few of them had slept on the pavement outside the door. I had thought I was being keen. I was 22nd. An hour later, a staff member came to fetch me, 17 or 18 years old, extremely chatty, and delivered the following. You're really lucky. It's the weekend, so you've been assigned to the main arena where you can battle our gym leader, and there are lots of college students watching. But don't worry, although our gym leader is very strong, he goes easy on new trainers. So don't be afraid, just battle normally. I have rarely wanted to hit a stranger more. The main arena is on the top floor, and the roof opens, so you fight under open sky with clouds going past, which is set up for flying types, and which is genuinely beautiful. It was ringed with over 100 university students. A bald man in a leather jacket came over and looked at me twice because I seemed familiar to him and he could not place it. Hello, you must be Challenger Wang Jin. The people watching are all Luoyang Pokemon University students. I'm not sure whether you'd be comfortable playing here. If not, I can arrange another venue, which is a genuinely humane thing for a gym to do. Some people cannot perform in front of a crowd, and the leader had asked before it started rather than after. No need. I can accept it. Then he told me the whole thing would be recorded. I said fine, because there are cameras everywhere in that building anyway, and because neither I nor my Pokemon are hiding anything I can do anything about. His name is Wu Gang. He is the gym leader. He loves large normal types. He sent out an Ursaring, which is his showpiece, which opens nearly every gym match he holds, which has beaten a great many challengers, and which the entire student body adores, because it looks terrifying, and is famously gentle, and does chores around the gym. Level 42. Slaking, come out and fight. He was surprised, because almost nobody trains a Slaking. It has enormous physical stats and terrible special stats, and an ability that makes it useless half the time, and no new trainer picks one up. He liked me for it. He has a Slaking himself, which he does not carry because it is too lazy, and which lives in his back garden. I want to be honest about my reasoning, which was not sentiment. Level 42 against level 58 is not a fight. It is a chore, and Slaking had spent a week asleep. Slaking, arm thrust, Ursaring, When it comes to strength and a head-on confrontation, we've never been afraid of anybody. Arm thrust as well. Both of them came across that arena and swung at exactly the same moment. Slaking did not move. The Ursaring left a groove down the arena floor and hit the wall hard enough to open a hole in it and did not get up. And then my Slaking stood there blinking, looking at the unconscious Ursaring as if it had no idea it had done that. Every single person in that building went silent. Wugang knows exactly what his Ursaring is worth, and he had just watched it get removed with one punch in the one area where it is supposed to be strongest. Then he made a decision. Wang Jin. The upcoming battle is a bit special. Your strength has exceeded the scope of a rookie trainer, so I've decided to use a Pokemon that has been with me a long time. You can refuse, but I'm going to do it. He then explained, in a slightly panicked way when I did not answer immediately, that he only wanted to test my full strength and that I would get the badge either way. I had gone quiet because I was calculating experience points, not because I was intimidated. I said yes instantly. He sent out an Exploud, level 71, early Elite 4, second gym leader in a row to spring an Elite 4 on a first year. I am starting to think this is simply how gyms work. Slaking, do you still want to fight? It put its head up and said, yes. Bulk up, then arm thrust. It ran the width of the arena and hit that Exploud with everything, and the Exploud caught it with its bare hands and the floor cracked under both of them. Then it took hold of Slaking's arm and threw it, and hit it with sound waves before it had landed, and did all of that off a single instruction, because Wugang gave one command in that entire exchange and let his Pokemon read the rest, which is a thing only a veteran can do. Slaking landed in a crater with the floor cracking outward around it, and did not have anything left, and would not stay down. Exploud used Brick Break and send Slaking off the field, and Wugang is not a soft man, so he called for the finish. I recalled Slaking a half second before it landed, and the Exploud had to stop mid-stride and stamp on the floor in frustration. Then I sent out the senior. Infernape, it's you. Come out. Avenge Slaking. Sunny Day first, then Flamethrower. And Wugang, who is genuinely experienced, saw what was coming before it arrived. Exploud, use Supersonic, stop them. Because he understood that with a sun in the sky, a fire type's output goes somewhere unpleasant. He tried to interrupt it, and my Infernape converted the interruption into anger and fired anyway. Exploud, this move is incredibly powerful and cannot be resisted. Use Protect. He read that correctly too. He looked at an incoming column of flame and identified, with his eyes alone, that it could not be blocked conventionally. Exploud put up an energy shield, and my Infernape's fire melted it, not broke it, melted it. The shield came apart into drifting light because the flame that comes out of that animal now has gold in it and is not the same substance it was 2 months ago. What kind of flame is this? It even melted the Protect. That's terrifying. Wugang said that out loud on a recorded broadcast. 100 students said versions of it. And every one of them spent the rest of the match wondering what would happen to a person who touched it. The Exploud, to its enormous credit, dug a hole through the collapsing shield and got out the side before the remainder hit. Then it went underground and stayed there, so I called Earthquake, and Wugang answered with Earthquake, because Exploud has been trained specifically for endurance and he wanted a contest of who could take more. 2 Earthquakes in the same arena at the same time, for nearly a minute. Infernape came out of that in better condition because Infernape has been through Chi Mian Long and a Blastoise and a Nidoking and a hotel. Exploud, we absolutely will not lose. Hyper Beam, then let's play along to the end. Infernape, Flamethrower. An orange beam and a golden column met in the middle of the arena, and the beam lasted a few seconds and lost. The explosion took out a third of the floor, and when the smoke cleared, both of them were still standing, and the Exploud was swaying with burns across it. Perseverance. Exploud, well done. Hold on. Full strength. Everything you have. He would not stop. That Exploud, exhausted and burned, straightened itself up and charged one more time across a field of craters at something it could not beat. Infernape, then let's end it. Grass Knot. Then Brick Break. A little patch of green came up in front of a charging Exploud, and it went down on its face and got a mouthful of dirt. And while it was getting up, my Infernape chopped it across the skull. Both Pokemon of the Luoyang gym leader are unable to battle. Wang Jin is the winner. The applause off 100 university students in a room with the roof open is a specific noise, and I did not know what to do with my face. Wugang sealed the arena immediately because it was unusable and set every student who had watched a 3,000-word essay before that night, which I thought was funny, until I remembered they had all been having a nice weekend. Then he came over rubbing his own bald head, having sent an Elite 4 at a first-year student, and lost anyway, in front of his own students, on camera. I want to give him credit. He worked through it in about 10 seconds, out loud, by reminding himself that Champion Zhou Yong was certified Elite 4 level before he graduated university and was champion by 30. that geniuses cannot be measured by common sense, and that possibly he had just fought one. Wang Jin, young hero. Congratulations on obtaining our Luoyang Gym badge, 4th badge, shaped like a 5-pointed star, which is the number the Little Fire Dragon Cup requires 6 weeks early. And then I walked out of the arena and got surrounded by the students. I braced for it, because I had just beaten their gym leader in front of them. Lord Wang Jin, could you please sign an autograph? Brother Wang Jin, can I take a picture with you? I want one too, I want one too. I signed things and stood in photographs for 20 minutes, and then fled the building. Those college students are absolutely crazy. I genuinely wonder what happens to an actual Elite Four who walks past the university. After that, I rented a bicycle, because the 2 level 1 realms in Luoyang are on the north side and I was on the south, and between them is the Baihu Bridge, which has a cycling lane and a view over the whole city and is apparently one of the nicest things in that province. So I rode across it slowly, stopping to look at things, taking photographs, and then a group of young men on motorcycles came across the bridge looking for somebody to bother and picked me. Everybody else on that bridge left. People who had been about to cross stopped and waited at the far end. Within a minute, that stretch of the bridge was empty, except for me and them. Hey, you're not from around here, are you? I did not answer, because I was looking at the river, and because I had already decided how this was going to go. So, one of them grabbed my collar and repeated himself. I threw him over my shoulder onto the ground. Then I brushed my hands off and turned around. I had spent 2 weeks doing boxing at 6 in the morning, with a retired Elite Four on an island. It is useless against Pokemon. It is extremely effective against a skinny young man who has never been hit by anybody. Oh, so you were talking to me. But so what if you were? So what if you weren't? Their leader came forward with a baseball bat and an afro and started swearing at me in the local dialect, which I do not speak. So the effect was largely lost. Their friend on the ground got no sympathy at all. He got shouted at by his own boss for being a disgrace and told to shut up, and he shut up and lay there. They call themselves the Motorcycle Gang. That is the name they picked for themselves. They race on the Baihu Bridge and they shake down out-of-towners. The leader has run it for years by being extremely careful, which means never touching the alliance, never touching an established family, and never touching a local, only visitors. Do you know who we are? Aren't they just a bunch of petty thieves and good-for-nothing delinquents? That went down about as well as you would expect. He threw the bat away and told them to teach me a lesson and pulled out a great ball and released a golem. The rest of them released everything they had, and there were a dozen or so Pokemon on that bridge. Pidgeot and Fearow in the air, Raticate and Sandslash on the ground. I let out Swampert and Arcanine, and their leader's expression changed instantly, because Arcanine is not a common Pokemon. The reason it is not common is that the Alliance keeps most of the Growlithe, and every police officer and investigator in this country wants one. He immediately stopped everything. Wait, don't do it yet. Young man, it's a misunderstanding. Where did you catch your Arcanine? Do you have relatives working in the league? That is the entire business model. Grovel to anybody who might be connected, take from anybody who is not. It was captured in a secret realm. I won't tell you where, since you can't go in anyway. Also, I don't have any connections. I come from an ordinary family. I'm just a poor college student. So, do whatever you want. I won't run away. His face changed back. Oh ho. You're pretty arrogant. That's exactly what I've been waiting for. You're not local, you have no connections and no background, so you might as well just wait to die. Brothers, give him a good beating. I want to be clear that I said all of that on purpose and that every word of it was true. Arcanine, Flamethrower, then Agility, Swampert, Stone Edge. Shoot everything in the air down. 7 or 8 of them went down before they got a single attack out. The Pidgeot and Fearow dived, found the Arcanine had vanished, pulled up above the Stone Edge, and got hit by a column of fire on the way. Under 2 minutes, everything they owned on the ground. The gang stood there, and several of them quietly moved toward their motorcycles. Their leader could not run, because there were witnesses at both ends of the bridge, and because his entire authority is theater. So, he sent his Golem at Arcanine specifically, having correctly worked out that Golem is 4 times weak to Swampert. Swampert, Hydro Pump on the Golem. What? You have no sportsmanship. Why did you let Swampert make the move? I was going to fight the Arcanine. He was still saying it when the water hit. The Golem went dozens of meters and nearly came apart down the back. He tried to challenge me personally at that point, physically, and got stopped by his own men who pointed out that the man he wanted to fight had already put one of them on the ground and that they still did not know whether his ribs were broken. Kid, don't run away if you dare. You'll regret messing with me. Then he looked at Swampert, thought better of it, got on his motorcycle, and left, and the rest followed him. And the traffic on the bridge went back to normal, and I finished my ride, and I assumed that was the end of it. It was not, and the ending is my favorite thing that happened in Luoyang, because that leader is vindictive. So he went to a local police station, carrying the man I had thrown, and found his cousin, who was an alliance sheriff, and burst into tears and reported me as a violent criminal. His men testified and embellished and wept on cue, and painted a picture of a monster attacking innocent civilians. His cousin did not believe a word of it, because he knows exactly what the motorcycle gang is, and exactly what his cousin is, and has been quietly cleaning up after them for years, on the theory that as long as they only stop passing trainers for small change, nobody important gets upset. But there was a witness statement and a man on the floor claiming a broken back, so he had to open a file. So he looked me up, and found that my family is as ordinary as it is possible to be, and that my parents are not even professional trainers and relaxed. And then kept reading. Special admission to Chong City Elf University, a record-breaking triple S in the combat assessment, a list of extremely senior people who have gone on record praising a teenager. He started sweating. And then he reached the last entry, which was encrypted and above his clearance, and which he could only see the header of. Recommended to the Alliance by Ye Ningjing, water type. One of the 4 Elite 4. I did not know that was in my file. I met her once, on a burning deck, for about 10 minutes. That sheriff deleted his own search history, told everybody who asked that there was nothing to it, sat down until his heart rate came back, and then called his cousin in. Cousin, is there any news about that person? You have to stand up for me. You must bring this lawbreaker to justice. I've told you to disband that damn motorcycle gang. Stop loafing around, stop riding those beat-up motorcycles and harassing outsiders. And you just won't listen. This time, you almost killed me, my whole family, and your whole family. Then he took a baton to his own cousin, who has apparently been getting the same treatment since childhood and has never once learned from it. Then took him home that evening and held a family meeting. After that night, the motorcycle gang, which had run the area around the Baihu Bridge for years, simply stopped existing. The people of Luoyang were reportedly delighted. I found all of that out much later. At the time I returned the bicycle and went into the Fighting Forest, which is the level 1 realm where the fighting types are, and which is the single most popular realm in that province because everybody wants a machoke. 3,000 coins, a bracelet, 3 balls. The outer ring is a zoo. You cross a path, and there are 4 people chasing 1 Machop. So I rode our canine straight through it into the deep part. A Makuhita punching a tree, alone, training itself, because its whole tribe had been caught by humans and it is the only one left. It accepted a match and lost to a flamethrower, and I have thought about that one since. Then a Mankey troop, which did not run and did not attack, but instead sat in the branches throwing rotten fruit at me and making noises. I have been intimidated by Elite 4s this year. Getting laughed at by monkeys is the one that got under my skin. I had Arcanine use Swift instead of Fire, because a forest is a forest, and golden stars went up into the canopy, and Mankey started falling out of it. The rest ran, and we followed the scent to their orchard, which had over 100 Mankey and Primeape in it, and a very large leader. It charged without any warning at all, and Arcanine put it back down the way it came. And that is when somebody grabbed my arm and dragged me out of the encirclement at a dead run. A young man about my age, plainly dressed, completely out of breath, hauling me physically out of a crowd of Primeape. Arcanine and Swampert followed us with expressions of enormous confusion. The Primeape did not chase, which was the interesting part, because they recognized him and let him go. Friend, aren't you going to introduce yourself? Also tell me why you did that. Hello, my name is Shu Haoyu. I'm a local from Luoyang and currently a sophomore in college. Those Primeape and Mankey are extremely ferocious. They play tricks on passersby and they attack people and Pokemon. I saw you surrounded and I didn't think. I just went in to pull you out. I'm really sorry. He had run into a Primeape encirclement, unarmed, to rescue a stranger, without knowing that the stranger had an Arcanine and a Swampert standing right there. He apologized for it afterwards. He apologized to me for saving my life. And then he said that if it happened again, he would do the same thing. So I sat down with him, and we talked for a long time. I got the whole story, and it is the best story anybody told me on that whole trip. He is from Machoke Town, which is a small place north of Luoyang that trains fighting types. He came to that realm for one specific Primeape, the leader, the one Arcanine had just put on its back, level 37. He is a newly certified advanced trainer whose strongest Pokemon is a Croconaw at 35. He cannot beat it. He has never been able to beat it. And it is a group species, so to challenge the leader, you first have to get through its tribe, which he also cannot do. So he stopped trying to win. For over 2 months, he has been going into that realm whenever he has time, staying 4 or 5 days at a stretch, bringing fresh fruit and energy cubes to a tribe of monkeys, and treating the sick ones and the injured ones. And the leader took the food and gave him nothing, and he kept going. By the time I met him, the entire Primeape tribe accepted him. They let him into their territory. They let him move around freely. They occasionally trained with him, which is why he was able to push a Mankey aside and walk into the middle of an encirclement to grab a stranger when anybody else would have been swarmed. 2 months. For a Primeape. I would have given up in a week unless it was a pseudo-legendary. And I told him so. He did not understand why I found it remarkable. Then I found out why he wanted it. Machoke Town holds a little elves fighting competition every year at the end of the year. Winning it brings prizes and it brings honor. It gets your name written into the town's records, which for the people there is the actual prize. He had entered on his family's behalf and he needed a fighting type that could win. And the champion's reward is a fighting type's secret treasure. I asked whether outsiders could enter. He said yes, so I made him a deal, and it was not charity, and that belongs in the record too. I wanted that essence. Let me help you get the prime ape, and then take me back to register. We went back to the orchard with 5 Pokemon between us. The tribe surrounded us again. And when they saw Shu Haoyu standing with the intruders, they were confused. And the leader was not confused. It was furious. Because it had liked him, and now he was standing with the enemy, and to a primeape that is betrayal. It came straight at me with its arms crossed. Our canine met it in the air and knocked it away, and would very much have liked to continue, and did not, because I had already given the instruction that the leader belongs to Shu Haoyu. Then he got in front of it. Primeape, don't misunderstand. I've come to take you away. Give me one last chance. And the primeape stopped. Because here is what had actually been going on for 2 months, which he did not know, and which I only worked out afterward. It had already accepted him, long ago. What was stopping it was that it is the leader, and if it left, its tribe would be unprotected. And that it is proud. It wanted to be beaten before it would go. It had spent those 2 months training a successor to take its place. It had gone easy on Shu Haoyu repeatedly, deliberately, to let him win. And he still could not do it. So, when he asked, it agreed. Then it roared, and 3 smaller primates stepped forward, because before you get to fight the leader, you have to get through the tribe's champions, which is a war of attrition that guarantees you arrive exhausted. 3 primeape in their early 30s against 1 crocodile in the mid-30s, and 2 Pokemon around 30. Even if he won all 3, he would have nothing left. So I stepped in front of the leader and made an offer. This is a battle between you and Shu Haoyu. It should be fair, and other Pokemon shouldn't interfere. If you still want to go with him, I'll handle this level. Then you can have a clean fight. It thought about it, and then looked, briefly delighted, and it agreed, on the condition that if he beat it, it would leave with him. They went off together. And then I turned around and looked at the rest of the tribe. Now that nobody's bothering us, you can all come at me together. The 3 champions charged, and my Arcanine flattened all 3 of them before they had crossed the clearing, then went through the entire orchard, and every Mankey that ran into a burrow was found. And when the last one went down, that orchard was completely silent for the first time in years. Zhu Haoyu came back sometime later, red-faced and shaking with excitement, having won, and then saw the state of the orchard and stopped. Dude, you're amazing. It's all right. It was enough to let Arcanine move its arms and legs a little. He did not dare release his new primeape in front of that scene, and I do not blame him. He also thought out loud that he was extremely lucky I had not wanted the leader for myself, because if I had, he would have had nothing after 2 months of work. And he was right, and that is simply true. If that primeape had scanned higher, I would have taken it, and he would have been left standing in an orchard. It did not, and so I get to be a good person about it. I stayed in that realm 2 more days after he left. I met the 2 Pokemon I like most out of everything I saw that autumn. A Sawk and a Throw, blue and red, both of them dressed like small samurai with belts and white cloth, training together in a valley, different species, practicing side by side in the mornings because they are friends. Sawk, Throw. Don't be nervous, I just want a match. What do you say? They looked at each other and agreed instantly, because after training, the only thing they enjoy is a real fight. Then I asked for both at once to save time. They looked at each other again, and then Throw stepped up beside Sawk and tightened its belt. And the 2 of them fought together for what I suspect was the first time. Swampert put both of them down with 1 arm thrust each. I felt worse about that than I have about anything else on this trip, and I gave them a great deal of food afterwards. 2 days across that realm, Farfetch'd carrying a leek like a sword, Hitmontop, Hariyama, Machoke everywhere, Arcanine and Swampert both to 58, and my coin balance back above 60,000 and climbing toward the 80 I needed. Then I went to the Jiaohu secret realm, which is the water one, and which has a saying attached to it. To catch a water type, go to Jiaohu. For a fighting type, go to Fighting Forest. If you have money, go to Shanhei. If you want a level 3 or above, do not bother, because you cannot get in. In the middle of Jiaohu, there is a very large lake with an island on it. Everybody goes to that island to take photographs. Almost nobody fishes that lake, which I noted and did not understand until later. I rode Swampert across, which was its first time carrying me, and which it took extremely seriously. When we landed, I found the people who had arrived before us being chased off the island by corefish, dozens of them, coming out of the tree line and going for anything that touched the sand. And they did not stop at the shore, they followed people inland. Swampert cleared the first wave with one hydro pump, and we went in and hit another group and another. Nothing but corefish anywhere. No other species on the entire island. I got the explanation from a scruffy young man who was going the other way at speed with a riolu. It is crawdant egg-laying season. During that period, every corefish and every male crawdant on that island attacks any living thing that lands, human or Pokemon, until it leaves. The locals know and stay away. Outsiders do not and find out. I asked him why he was still on it, then, if he knew. Exciting. That is the entire answer he gave me. He likes being chased around an island by 1,000 crustaceans. He had already learned several practical lessons, chiefly that you cannot stay in one place because they track by scent. And I stood there and had an idea that I want to lay out honestly because it is the coldest thing I did that month. There were over 1,000 corefish and crawdant on that island, individually worthless, collectively over 1,000 coins and a very large pile of experience. The problem is finding them, so I did not find them. I spent a couple of days locating the nesting pond, which is a secluded spot with clean water, surrounded by grass, and then I walked straight into it. Because the moment their nest is threatened during laying season, every single one of them comes home. They did. All of them. In about 5 minutes, from every direction. Over 1,000, and at the front, a crawdant over 1.5 meters tall with claws nearly 1 meter long covered in scars. Level 41, and the strongest wild thing in that realm by a distance. It came out and gave me a long and clearly furious speech about attacking a species at its most vulnerable, which I could not understand and which I did not need translated because it was completely right. My Swampert listened to none of it and looked bored. Arcanine, slaking, salamence. Let's get to work. Because if I had let Swampert fight 1,000 corefish on its own, it would have collapsed before it finished. Because 1,000 opponents is a lot of experience, and I was not going to waste it on one animal. Salamence in particular I wanted in there, and I want to explain why. It had been sitting at level 70 for weeks. 70 is the wall. Almost nothing gets past it. It needed volume more than it needed quality. The crawdant leader charged, saw 3 more enormous things appear, tried to stop, discovered that its own legs would not cooperate, and got hit by a dragon claw and went into the pond. And then Salamence used Dragon Rush on a crowd. That is a wide area move used by an animal that is nearly Elite 4, into the densest possible target. It took hundreds of them off their feet at once, including my own slaking, which was standing too close and got covered in mud and looked at Salamence with real bitterness before going back to work. Slaking, being slow and unhurried, personally accounted for a few dozen. It was extremely put out about this. There were 1,000 available, and it managed a few dozen purely through insufficient enthusiasm. Under 10 minutes, and the entire species was on the ground, including the ones still laying, which I want in the record because I did it. And Salamence hit level 71. Elite 4, the third one on my team, over 1,300 gold coins in one go. And I did not know it at the time, but while all of that was happening, the shaking had loosened something buried in the ground at the edge of that island. A water essence. Which sat there for a while because there was nothing left conscious on that island to find it. Then a ducklet came ashore, exhausted from swimming, found the place strangely quiet, and picked up a light blue crystal in its mouth, and then made the mistake of swimming home with it, because a water essence gives off energy, and every water type in that lake can feel it. A slowpoke noticed and was too slow to do anything. A shoal of Magikarp noticed and got outmaneuvered. Then a Seeking and a large number of Goldines surrounded it underwater. And while it was surrounded, an orange beam came out of the deep water and blew the Seeking away. 5 Gyarados. The ducklet came out of the water and ran across the surface with 5 Gyarados coming up behind it. And the entire lake erupted. Then the Gyarados started attacking the shore because they were losing their minds, and injured a man on the bank, and the whole shoreline emptied. The ducklet was eventually caught by a shockwave, and the crystal came out of its mouth and landed on the head of a slowpoke, which is the funniest thing in this story, and which nobody at the time found funny at all. Trainers on the bank ran at the slowpoke and got a hyper beam for their trouble. Then the slowpoke wandered into the water, still wearing it, and the crystal sank. And 2 men who had been blasted off that bank made the decision that changed the day, which was that if they could not have it, nobody responsible could either, so they went and told everybody. 15 minutes later, the entire realm knew there was wild water essence in that lake, and thousands of trainers were standing around it. I heard about it from the boy with the Breolu, who told me on his way past, and then ran off to try for it himself. My Swampert was at level 59 and just short of a level, so I put Arcanine back, rode it to the shore, and sent Swampert into the water. I have no idea what happened down there in detail. What I know is what came back up. The water had already gone dark and cloudy. There was blood in it, because thousands of Pokemon had been fighting under that surface for the better part of an hour. Swampert went down 40 or 50 meters and found the whole lake in a ring. Gyarados sticking together, Blastoise and Poliwrath as the heavyweights, hundreds of small ones on the outside, and none of them willing to approach because everything that had tried had been shot by the entire ring simultaneously. One extremely clever float cell had gone round the outside and made a run at it and been stopped 10 meters short by 4 hydro pumps at once. My Swampert did not try. It sat at the edge and it waited until they had been fighting each other for long enough that most of them were spent, and then it went in. It shouldered Goldine out of the way. It went through Magikarp. It took a hyper beam in the back from a Gyarados that spotted it and answered with a hydro pump half again as thick. Then a second Gyarados jumped in front of its friend and got knocked out along with it. Then 5 more Gyarados came for it together. It punched the lead one out of the water in one hit. And then, with the rest hesitating, it went to the bottom of the lake, put both fists into the lake bed, and used Earthquake. Underwater, on the floor of a lake, the whole basin shook. The mud came up. The water turned into a current with nothing to hold on to, and everything in it, from Magikarp to Blastoise to Gyarados, got swept off the bottom and thrown around. The only thing that was not affected was the animal standing on the ground causing it. Swampert picked up the crystal and swam for the surface. And I was standing on the bank with a very large crowd. Every single one of them knew what it meant when one Pokemon came up and nobody else did. Golbat. The water essence is on that Swampert. Go and bring it back to me. That was 1 trainer, then it was 10, then it was 100, and there were hundreds of flying types in the air over that lake. Pidgey and Butterfree and Pidgeot and Fearow and Charizard, all of them sent to rob a Swampert 40 meters from shore in front of 1,000 witnesses. And behind Swampert, coming up out of the water, the entire Crawdont population had woken up, worked out what had happened on their island, and joined the chase. I stood there for a second and thought about the fact that I had underestimated people. Then I pressed a great ball. Salamence came out over the lake, and every wing in the sky faltered. Swampert, dive, and use protect. Salamence, control your strength, and use Draco Meteor inside the lake area. I want to note the words, control your strength, because I meant them. That is a genuine Elite Four using its heaviest move over water in a level 1 realm. And if I had let it go properly, it would have changed the shape of that lake. The bank started emptying immediately. No, please wait. We didn't mean to. Yes, brother, please go easy. Please don't be angry, sir. We'll take back our Pokemon right away. A handful of the smarter ones recalled their Pokemon before they ran. Most of them just ran and left them there. Salamence put an energy ball into the sky, and the sky came apart over about 1/10 of that lake. And hundreds of abandoned flying types, with nobody left to give them instructions, flew in confused circles and got hit. The 5 Gyarados, which had been unconscious for approximately 10 seconds, were caught in it as well, having been awake for less time than it takes to describe. When it stopped, there were 2 people left on that shore. Me and the boy with the Riolu, who had watched the entire thing like a fireworks display. Big brother, please accept me as your little brother. From now on, I'll follow you. If you tell me to go east, I'll never go west. Sorry, I don't take underlings, but we can be friends. My name is Wang Jin. What's yours? Zhao Hao, 21, from Chongqing, a student at Chongqing Pokemon University who came to Jiaohu for a Totodile, and who then told me his entire life story unprompted until his own Riolu nudged him to stop. That Riolu is Elite Four potential, incidentally. He is not a nobody either. Nobody carries a Riolu around by accident. Swampert came up onto the bank in front of a returning crowd and spat a light blue crystal onto the ground at my feet, and not one person there dared to look at it directly, because there was a Salamence in the air above us, and their Pokemon were floating in the lake. Swampert, you did a great job this time. I picked it up and put it in my pocket, and we left. And behind us, the people who came back started fighting each other over the right to capture the unconscious Gyarados, which was going extremely well right up until the Gyarados woke up. Swampert ate the essence 2 days later, after a level's worth of Bibarel, and went from 59 to 63. By that point, my numbers looked like this. Infernape 74, Charizard 73, Salamence 71, Tyranitar 67, Aggron 66, Swampert 63, Slaking 58, Arcanine 58, and 63,000 gold coins climbing. On the 31st of October, I left that realm and went to Machoke Town. Shu Haoyu came out of the town at a run when he saw me, and hugged me in the middle of a public street in front of a crowd of visiting trainers. Brother, I've been waiting for you for so many days. You're finally here. I've missed you so much. He then noticed the entire street watching, went the color of a stop sign, let go, and froze. His family fed me for 4 days and would not take anything for it. They gave me a bedroom and new toiletries. His mother would not start eating until I had started. The Little Elves fighting competition is held on a ring, set up in the middle of the town square with tables and chairs around it so the residents can watch. The judges are the town elders, the owner of the local martial arts school, and an Alliance senior investigator. 133 entrants. The rule is that only close combat and fighting type moves may be used, and you can bring anything you like as long as it fights that way, so most people bring fighting types. Shu Haoyu drew the third bout. I drew the single bye. I was genuinely annoyed about that. A bye is a free advance, and a free advance is 1 gold coin, and a pile of experience I do not get. Everybody around me was looking at me with envy while I sat there resenting my own luck. His match went fine. His prime ape at 39 against a Croagunk that had not evolved, which is a poison and fighting type that is bad at close combat and knew 3 moves. Quick, 66 bouts, 8 minutes each. It took until 4 in the afternoon. Day 2 is the title defense format, which is the interesting one. 10 rings, anybody may claim a ring and hold it. When only 10 people are left standing on rings, those 10 go through, which means there are 2 ways to win. Take a ring early and hope nobody comes for you, or hang back, watch, and challenge somebody after they have been worn down by 4 other people. That second one is not against the rules, and everybody in that square knew who was doing it. 10 people claimed rings within a minute, and one of them stayed unchallenged for 2 hours. A mianfu. It moved slowly and struck poses and looked half asleep. The first person who challenged it sent in a Breloom and lost in under a minute to a combination so clean that nobody went near that ring for the rest of the morning. Meanwhile, Zhu Haoyu was hanging back, because his prime ape is good, and it is not exceptional, and he needed a tired opponent. So I waited with him, and when there were only 10 or so challengers left, I pointed at a Machamp. Because I had scanned every Pokemon on every ring, that Machamp was the weakest of the 10 at level 37, and it had just come out of a hard fight. He took it easily and kept most of his stamina. And then I walked over to the Mianfu. That drew the entire square, because in over 2 hours nobody had gone near that ring. Because a Mianfu posing arrogantly for 2 hours had annoyed a lot of people. Its trainer was a muscular middle-aged man who had clearly come out of the local martial school, and who opened his eyes when I asked, looked me over, and nodded. Infernape, step into the ring. It jumped a 2-meter ring without touching it and landed opposite the Mianfu. That Mianfu took one look at how it moved and stopped pretending to be asleep. Then it came in slow, change direction at 3 meters and went for a jump kick, which is the real move under all the posing, and which is genuinely dangerous. Infernape stepped inside it, caught its tail, and threw it backwards. It stopped itself at the very edge of the ring, and both it and its trainer had a bad moment. Then it committed properly. Drain Punch, a red glow on the fist, which absorbs stamina and gives it back. And it never landed, because there was a flash of movement, and then a Mianfu was in the air outside the ring, and then on the ground. Under a minute, from a Pokemon that had held a ring for 2 hours. Its trainer had spent over 6 months preparing for that competition, and did not make the final 10, and stood there refusing to accept it. Then the last 10 of us went into the finals, and I want to compress it, because it was not close. An Emboar, which is the same fire and fighting typing as Infernape, and which is enormous. Infernape put 1 punch into its chest, and it went off the ring and into a crater. Then a Hariyama, which is 2 or 3 times Slaking's weight and the size of a Snorlax, and which took up so much of that ring that there was barely anywhere to stand. Its trainer's entire plan was stated out loud, which was that Hariyama is too heavy to throw. Infernape, Mach Punch. Then an over-the-shoulder throw. Hariyama put both hands up to block, took a punch that slid it 4 or 5 meters backwards, and while it was still deciding what had happened, my Infernape got hold of it and threw it over its shoulder off the ring into the ground. The noise the crowd made was one long single syllable. What did I just see? Infernape is inhuman. What a pity I didn't get that on camera. And the 2 people who had already lost to it that morning both visibly relaxed, because losing suddenly looked much more reasonable. 2 more matches after that, neither of which lasted a minute. Champion of the Little Elves fighting competition. A medal, a training belt, and a fighting type essence. I am not from Machoke Town, so my name does not go into their book, which is the part they actually care about, and which I could not have had anyway. Shu Haoyu did not make the top 3 and did not win a single prize. He was happier about my result than he would have been about his own, which I did not know how to respond to. So I spent the afternoon having my Infernape drill his Primeape. Speed work, reaction work, and then it taught it close combat, drain punch, fire punch, focus punch, and aura sphere. That is my repayment for 4 days of a family feeding a stranger. It is worth considerably more than 4 days of meals. And it is also the only currency I have that they would accept. Alright, that's all for now. Uncle, Auntie Wei Min, thank you for everything these past few days. Bring your family to Chang City sometime. And then I rode west for 3.5 days and crossed into Jiangcheng, which is where the Little Fire Dragon Cup is held, with 6 days to spare. I did not go into the city. I went southeast to the Jiangcheng Pokemon Nature Reserve, which is much larger than the one at home, with more species and more of them. to the point where at one stage they had an invasive population problem, which is why this one lets trainers pay to come in and catch things in designated areas, 100,000 alliance coins. For that 100,000, I received 6 field balls and 1 ordinary fishing rod. I stood there holding them and did not say anything for a while, because catching is not guaranteed. People go in there, burn 6 balls, catch nothing, and go home having paid 100,000 for a rod. Some of them, to salvage their pride at the end of the day, catch 6 caterpies so that at least the league does not get to keep the balls. It is genuinely the most efficient business in this country. I was not there to catch anything. I have 8 and I can barely feed them. I was there to fight everything in it, which I did aggressively and immediately picked up a following because it took people about an hour to work out that there was a man in the reserve knocking hundreds of Pokemon unconscious and never capturing any of them. Unconscious Pokemon are the easiest possible catch. So, I acquired a tail of new trainers collecting behind me like gulls behind a boat. I caught one of them and he confessed instantly. I let him go because they were all beginners who could not catch anything for themselves, and because without a system in my head, I would have been one of them. Then I started moving between zones to stop the staff noticing, because a man knocking out hundreds of Pokemon and capturing none of them looked strange in a way I did not want examined. And in the electric zone, I heard 2 men talking about an Elekid, so I stopped them and asked, and they were extremely cooperative, because I am a teenager with 3 enormous Pokemon behind me, and they had assumed a robbery was in progress. Then they told me everything and ran away. That Elekid had beaten every trainer who tried for it. It had a reputation. When I found it, there was a small crowd standing around it and a Dugtrio lying in front of it. A Dugtrio, which is a ground type, which is completely immune to electric moves. Level 29, attack 31, speed 31, elite 4 potential. And holding a magnet, which permanently boosts its electric moves by 25%, which it had presumably found and eaten at some point, and which explains why nobody has been able to beat it. An elite 4 potential Pokemon holding a piece of secret treasure, standing in a public zone of a nature reserve, which is not where an elite 4 potential Pokemon is supposed to be. I filed that away and did not think about it hard enough. The crowd looked at me with real hostility because I was one more competitor. Then my Agron came through the trees behind me and all of that stopped. Kid, I know you've been waiting for a powerful trainer. Now I'm here. Come with me, and I'll make you stronger and evolve you into an Electivire. It thought about it. The entire crowd held its breath, and I could see several of them silently willing it to refuse. Then it raised its head and roared and pointed at the biggest thing in the clearing, which was Agron, which is a rock and steel type, which is 3 meters tall and weighs a ton and is 37 levels above it. Okay, I got it. Let's fight. If you lose, you follow me. Agron, Elekid's going to fight you. But go easy. It's going to be our partner. Elekid's arms started spinning and the electricity built up and it fired everything it had. And my Agron stood there and enjoyed it. It did not flinch or brace. It got a tingle and made a small noise of contentment. That is what finished the Elekid emotionally, because it had just used its best move on something that found it relaxing. So it went to full power and fired again, and Agron did not move an inch and looked at it with open amusement. And then Elekid lost its temper completely and came in with a Storm Punch. And my Agron, which has been taught Storm Punch by a Tyranitar, met it with its own. There was a bang and a flash, and a small yellow shape went into a tree. I caught it with a field ball, while the crowd walked away in silence. And then, that evening, several staff members with badges came and found me and asked me to come and discuss something. The Elekid, it turns out, lives in a protected zone. It had escaped days earlier and wandered into the public area, and they had traced it on camera and traced it to me. Their offer was that I could catch extra Pokemon as compensation, and in exchange I would release the Elekid back where it came from. I said no and asked them to send somebody who could actually make decisions. They refused and it became a standoff, and I sat in a duty room for several hours while they cycled through every approach available to them, and none of them apologized and none of them explained, and at the end of it, they told me I could go, and I did not go. Because I had just lost most of a day, in a reserve, I had paid 100,000 Alliance coins to enter, being detained without explanation by people who had never once been polite. And now, they wanted to end it with the word leave. Time is coins. Several hours in that reserve is several hundred Pokemon. So I made a phone call I did not want to make, to Shubo, who runs the Chang City Nature Reserve, because reserve directors all know each other. I do not like asking people for things. Favors are the hardest thing to repay, and I had specifically avoided calling him all afternoon. He asked immediately whether I was in trouble, and told me to speak freely. I told him the whole thing without decoration, and he was so angry he left his own dinner. He called Zhang Bo, who runs the Jiangcheng Reserve, and told him what had happened, and mentioned in passing that Ye Ningjing thinks well of me, and that I am Principal Fang's student. Zhang Bo had already gone home for the night. He got dressed, went back, and on the way out remembered something, went back to his safe, and put a gold crystal in his pocket. Then he rode a Charizard to that duty room and kicked the door in. Every staff member in that room folded instantly. Brother Wang Jin. Old Shu called me. I didn't know about this beforehand. It was all caused by these subordinates acting recklessly, and it's ruined the reputation of our reserve. Please don't mind. I did not say anything. I looked at the staff, and Zhao Tao turned around and told them, through his teeth, that they had abused their positions, deceived their superiors, and cheated visitors, that they were fired, that he would report it to the League, that no reserve in this country would ever hire them again. They started begging, and then, because people always do, they gave up the name of the person who had ordered it, which was another leader of that reserve, who had been circling that Elekid himself and had been days away from taking it and had lost it to a visitor at the last moment. That man was arrested, and the investigation that followed found that he had been selling rare Pokemon out of the reserve for years, involving hundreds of millions of Alliance coins, and he lost everything, none of which I had anything to do with, beyond arriving at the right moment. Then Zhang Bo put me in the internal dormitory, refunded every coin I had paid, waited until nobody was around, and pushed a gold crystal into my hands as compensation. An electric essence. He had seen that I had just taken an Elekid, gone home, opened his safe, and picked the exact right thing. That is a man who knows how to handle people, and I have taken notes. The next morning, I was treated with terror by everybody in that building, because overnight, several staff had been fired and several leaders arrested. The visitor at the center of it had come out of it untouched and been personally escorted to the VIP dormitory by the director. I asked for one map and was given a stack of them. The Elekid went into the water-type zone and trained on Slowpoke, which are level 20, and which lie on rocks in the sun and do not react to anything at all. I had to have Arcanine physically block the sunlight to get their attention, and they looked up, registered nothing, shuffled sideways, and went back to sunbathing. The respect I have for Slowpoke is genuine. Elekid dropped 4 of them, with 1 storm shock, and then the light came up. Electabuzz, less than a day after capture, which I think is my record. Then I fished with 2 super rods, with Infernape running the second one, in front of an audience of professional fishermen who had been on that lake since dawn. Within minutes, half of them had released their own Pokemon and started trying to teach them to hold a rod. A man tried to teach a Charmeleon and discovered that it is afraid of water and would not go near the bank. A man tried to teach a Dugtrio, which has 3 heads and no hands. A man tried a Machoke, which could not grasp the concept no matter how many times it was demonstrated, and got shouted at, and got put away. By lunchtime, every fisherman on that lake had privately decided to acquire a Chimchar, and that is where I ran into somebody. White short-sleeved shirt, slim jeans, a Pikachu hat, which should look ridiculous and instead makes him look extremely composed, except that this time, instead of a Blastoise, there was an actual Pikachu next to him, Brother Sun Wei. What brings you to the Jiangcheng Nature Reserve? Hey, am I seeing things? Brother Wang Jin. I never expected to run into you here. We 2 brothers are really destined to meet. He has entered the Little Fire Dragon Cup as well. He got to the city early and came here to kill time and caught a Pikachu in the electric zone, because of course he did. Because he has been wearing that hat since the day I met him, on a riverbank in Shaw City, and refused to split a water essence with him. He introduced his Pikachu. I introduced my Electabuzz. Both of them said hello. And then, at the end of it, he said the thing he had been holding. Wang Jin, since we've met, let's schedule our match at the Little Fire Dragon Cup 3 days from now. Hopefully we won't run into each other so soon, or it takes away a lot of the fun. And finally, I want to say that I've been training hard, and my Blaziken has become much stronger. If your Infernape is still like it was, my Mega Blaziken will definitely be able to defeat it. Okay, I'll be waiting for you. I could not tell him. I could not stand in a nature reserve in Jiangcheng and explain that the Infernape he drew with in August is now an Elite 4, mid-stage Pokemon with a fragment of a legendary beast burned into it, that it has beaten a Nidoking that my Mega Salamence could not, that it holds 4 gym badges worth of gym leaders' aces on its record. He would not have believed me, and it would have been cruel, and I liked him too much for both. My Infernape stood beside me and grinned at him because it understood every word. Then he went off to prepare, and I sat down and did the arithmetic for the tournament. 6 Pokemon must be registered, 3-on-3 at the start, 6-on-6 in the later rounds. Swampert, Arcanine, Slaking, and Electabuzz, because those 4 are new and need the work, and because a tournament is the safest place in the world to get it. And then 2 of the top for insurance, because this event has no age limit, which means quasi-elite trainers enter it, which means somebody in that draw is going to have something real. Tyranitar and Infernape, 1 Elite 4 level and 1 Elite 4. That is enough to take the whole thing. I need it to be enough, because I registered Charizard nowhere, and it is staying in its ball. I gave the electric essence to Electabuzz that afternoon. It had been staring at that crystal in my hand for an hour without asking, which the old version of it would never have done, and it went from 35 to 51. And I gave the fighting type essence to Infernape, Nothing happened, no aura, no light, no level. At 74, an entire competition's grand prize does not move the needle, because the next level costs millions and 3 or 4 more essences would not do it either. The higher you climb, the less each rung is worth. That is the whole world in one crystal. And on the 14th of November, the night before the tournament, my coin counter went past 80,000. I redeemed a trait conversion capsule immediately and gave it to Slaking. Truant, gone. Huge power. It looked exactly the same. Same face, same posture, same yawn. And then, in half an hour, it flattened 40 or 50 Pokemon in that reserve, most of them with a single punch. And to test it properly, I found a golem that weighs nearly twice what Slaking does. It picked the golem up off the ground, threw it, and then knocked it out with an ice punch. 80,000 gold coins. Every coin I had, for the second time in 6 weeks. I was left with a few dozen, and I would like to state, for the record, that in the space of 4 months, I have twice reduced myself to absolute zero, once for a dead god's feather, and once to wake up a lazy animal, and I have never once regretted either. That evening I left the reserve and went into Jiangcheng and had dinner with Sun Wei. We talked about the draw and the arena and what we thought the field would look like, and neither of us mentioned the other thing, because in the morning, it starts. 4,300 trainers made the final registration out of hundreds of thousands who applied, because almost nobody can produce 4 gym badges and 6 Pokemon. The judges include an elite from Alliance headquarters, the minister of the Jiangcheng branch, the president of Jiangcheng Elf University, and, because Chang City sent somebody, an old acquaintance of mine called Jiang Min, who stood up for me once over a Larvitar when it would have been much easier for him not to. The arena holds 300,000 people, and somewhere in that draw is a boy in a Pikachu hat, with a Blaziken he has been training for 3 months specifically to settle something. I want you to think about where I was 5 months ago. I was 18 years old with 2,000 Alliance coins to my name, sitting in a classroom, being handed a Rattata off a tray. Then I put every yuan my parents owned into a cracked egg from a bin of corpses that a shop clerk personally told me was dead. And tomorrow morning, I walk into an arena with an Infernape that a legendary beast touched, a Charizard whose father gave it a Mega Stone, a Salamence that captured itself in front of its own clan, a Tyranitar whose mother came out of a cave to give it the best thing she owned, and a Slaking that finally woke up. Sun Wei thinks that fight in Shaw City was a draw. He is going to find out tomorrow that I have never once considered it a draw. He said it himself, on a riverbank, months ago, before either of us knew what we were looking at.